Yo.
Good morning, Chatty House.
We've done it.
We made it to Thursday, Kyle.
We've done it.
Kyle's favorite day of the week is here. Still trying to figure out what my favorite day of the week is, Kyle.
What? Yeah. It's a there's a lot of good answers. There's a couple of wrong answers.
Okay.
But I think for the most part, I don't have any quibbles with most people's favorite day.
I think mine is Sunday. I love football Sunday.
That's fair. Sunday's a fine day. There it is. Morning can start. Congrats, Ramsey. Ramsey gets the belt.
Oh, it's been a mix and match week.
Yeah, it has. Everybody's doing a nice job trying to get in early.
Did we get
Thanks, Weezy.
A tweet from you today or no?
What up, David? No.
Hello,
They
Zabo.
started doing that earlier in the day. Oh, here we go. Hi, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Welcome to the best day of the week. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's James Ham. And we're hanging out with you until noon right here on ESPN 1320. Good morning, James.
Good morning, Kyle.
You said Sunday's your favorite day of the week.
I think it is.
We don't have a show that day, so
no,
we don't get to tout your favorite day of the week when it's your favorite day. But if it was, we would make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, I mean, especially like there's a time of year where you can get up early and watch like EPL early in the morning.
English Premier League.
Yep. And then you can just basically from 10 o'clock until 8 o'clock at night watch football.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like my
strong
ideal
day.
Yeah, that's my ideal day.
Yeah. If I didn't have writing and podcasting and stuff to do on Sundays, I think I would be more with you.
Okay.
But Sunday's like work day, so I gotta punt Sunday toward the back of the list for me.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, even the Kings don't play a ton on Sundays, you know, and
that makes sense.
It's either a 3 o'clock game or a 6 o'clock game, and even that is way better. Like the 3 o'clock game to me is spectacular.
Oh, dude, that last game of the year, a 12:30 start.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
you get done. I'm home by like 6.
Yeah,
like this is spectacular.
You're home at the time like Mike Brown is finishing up his pregame presser usually.
Typically, yeah, exactly.
Oh, man. Good morning, everybody listening on ESPN 1320 on your radio. We appreciate you. Maybe you're listening on the free Odyssey app. We appreciate you as well. And, of course, if you are watching on Twitch and YouTube, we appreciate y'all as well. Come hang out with us there. Maybe you're on your way into work, you're driving, and you're like, man, I got to turn the show off when I get out of the car. Well, you don't. You can hop onto YouTube. You can hop onto Twitch. You can hop onto the free Odyssey app. And you can rock with us all the time. Or you can download the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show podcast. You can subscribe to that wherever you get your pods. There's so many ways to access this show. So many.
There are a lot of ways to access the show.
Anybody that's like, oh, I couldn't listen. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can.
You can listen after the fact.
You can listen to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show after the fact. It's the same. It's only different.
It's like DVRing, but we're recording it for you and then sending it to you. You don't even have to do anything. It just comes straight to your phone. Hey, so we'll talk about the NBA playoffs from last night, and I have some fun games I kind of want to play throughout today, but ESPN dropped their top 25 NBA draft prospects to kind of kick off the NBA draft season as the first round comes to an end. That's when things really kind of start, except for, their team's still playing in the playoffs, but the NBA draft has kind of started for fans of teams that are not the playoffs. I get fairly deep into the NFL draft just because of my various jobs and stuff. And if the Kings were in a different place, if this was 2017, we'd be all in. We'd be diving into who are the top 25 prospects. Is it better to take a player here? Who could fall to them? We'd be looking at that. We'd be looking at the lottery. How high can they climb? Et cetera, et cetera. How much should I care this year? Should I? Because the Kings currently are slated to hold the 13th pick. They have the 0.8% chance to jump into the top 3.
I think it's okay. So first of all, it's a top 4 now.
Top 4.
You can move into the top 4. I think they have a 0.8% chance of landing the top pick,
The number 1.
the number 1,
Got
and
it.
then
Okay.
like a 3% chance of moving into the top 4.
Okay, so
something like that.
Right. So we'll get to that. You know, that would obviously change things dramatically.
Of course. Well, maybe. I mean, it's just not a good top
It's a weird
end.
draft.
It's a weird draft. I mean, even I was looking this morning, and we're bringing this up because ESPN drops their top 25, right?
Mhm.
Their top 25 prospects for the 2024 NBA draft, and like Klingon is number 3.
The center from UConn.
Yeah, and like I'm not sure how I would view him like in comparison to like Walker Kessler, who
Sure.
went like number 20
Yeah.
or number 22, whatever,
Yeah.
right around there. So that's where I kind of look at this draft and say, what in the world? Like that seems really strange that that's how this draft could play out, that there are players that really no one has a ton of faith in. Now, I think that there are going to be decent players in the 10 to 15 and 10 to
Sure.
20 range for sure.
Sure.
And there's probably going to be 1 or 2 out of that end up being way better than what happens at the top end of the draft.
Mhm.
But saying all that, I think the Kings at number 13, like there's going to be someone who falls in love with that pick with a player around
Mhm.
there. And I don't know if that's going to be the Kings. And I think the Kings are going to be open to moving that pick. And, you know, they have an opportunity to move it. Basically, they can draft a player for another team. They can't trade the pick beforehand.
Mhm.
But we can kind of see what happened last year where they drafted Olivier Maxence Prosper
Nailed it.
for Dallas
Mhm.
at number 24 and then traded him along with Rashawn Holmes. And what people need to know is that trade didn't actually go down until after the moratorium.
Right.
So they had to wait like another week in order for that to be official.
Mhm.
But I could see a very similar case this year. And I'm not going to, I'll do my standard draft prep where I go through the top, you know, maybe 20 prospects and
Okay.
really kind of do a deep dive and watch a bunch of film on them and all that stuff. But at the same time, I don't believe the Kings are going to be a team drafting. I don't think that they will look to draft. I think that they will look to move that pick for a rotational player or move that pick to like pick up a first round pick in 2026 or something.
Mhm.
Because if you do that, then it gives you more leeway as far as like the step-in rule
Sure.
and what you can do to move your picks.
Sure.
So I think that I would leave all options open. There's always a possibility that there's someone there that they fall in love with. But the problem is there's either really old prospects in this draft
Mhm.
or they're really young prospects.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, it feels like everybody's either 23 or 18.
yes, and the Kings are more looking for like a 21-year-old
Sure.
that could maybe step in and play first year, like 15 to 18 minutes a
Keegan
night.
Murray,
Yeah.
but in a lesser role.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe they find that. Maybe they do find that type of player, and you know, it's something that they can kind of like, you know, draft and just plug and play. But I don't think that that player is really in this draft. And I think there are players, you know, maybe that will go in the top 10 that would fit that mold a little more, you know, a little
Mhm.
closer to what they, and then I think there are some players in the 20s, but this whole 10 through 20 area, it
Sure.
looks like either a bunch of old prospects or a bunch of really young prospects and a bunch of young European prospects too, or young G League Ignite prospects. And I think you're going to have a tough time, like really gauging who any of them are and how close they are to playing.
So not at all is what you're saying. I'm
I-
not diving in.
No,
Great. Good to know.
no, it's okay.
I'll have
to,
my finger on the pulse, but I'm not going to deep dive the prospects 10 to 18 who might get there for the Kings.
I would even say like the crazy thing is if somehow the Kings lucked out and say they moved to like number 2 in the draft, number 3 in the draft.
Mhm.
I don't even know if I'd feel differently. I think I would look at.
Come on.
No. I mean, I don't know that there are players up there that can help you reasonably soon. Like whether
But
they.
in terms of trading that pick,
Well, no,
the
that
number
would help
2
you.
is going to be more valuable than 13, no matter what the draft looks like.
No, of course.
Sure.
You would be able to move it. It would be easier to move. Well, maybe it'd be easier because look, there's going to be a certain value on the number 2 pick versus a number 13 pick. And I'm not sure teams are going to give up a whole bunch of value to move all the way up into the top half of this draft knowing that there aren't star level players, or at least they're players that don't project right now as star level players. There's some potential there, but there's no one that just blows you away like, oh, I've got to have that guy. There's not even a Chet Holmgren or a Jabari Smith Jr. or even for me, like even a Keegan Murray at the top end of this draft. It's really kind of, it's an odd draft.
All right, great. I'm not doing any work on it then.
Okay.
I'll just listen to what you have to say, and
you just make me do the work. It's fine. I'll give you cheat sheets.
That's perfect. That's all I need. No, I was looking at those top 25 prospects. I was like, oh, sweet. Like players to discuss and think about. Probably not.
No, I mean, again, you have to look at.
I'm going to pick 3 players. I'm going to go through them and watch some guys. I'm going to do some reading. And I'm going to pick like 3 players that I just adore.
Okay.
And those are going to be my guys. And that's it.
No, that makes perfect sense. I just like the way that I look at this draft is very specific. We have an understanding of who Monty and West draft. They've taken one young player, one 18, 19-year-old, and it was Jemias Ramsey. And their first, we're at 3 drafts now. Like we have enough of an idea of who they draft. And then I look at this draft and I go, okay, I don't see that prospect for them. I don't. They know what they need. They know the type of player that they need, and I don't see that player around their range. Maybe they move back. Maybe they move forward, but I would say that there's a higher likelihood that they move out and that they use this pick to try to get rotational pieces that can help them now. But we'll see.
I guess.
Have I ruined the draft for you, Kyle?
No. It's just they're in just such a strange spot as a team, and I get that a team will fall in love with the player there. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do some work on the draft. Okay. Because about the time I don't, it's about the time they're like, yeah, we love these 6 guys, and if one of them falls to us, we're gonna take them.
Okay.
I don't know.
Hey, if that's the way it goes, if they get put into that situation, then I mean, they're going to draft. If they can't find a reasonable deal to improve the team.
Okay, so that was I guess my one hang up there is they will draft someone if there's they're not going to move back for the sake of it.
It's like they get to their pick, they're like, pass.
Yeah, right. Like they're not gonna say, hey, we'll trade 13 for the 37th pick. Like they're not gonna just for the sake of it.
No, but I definitely could see them trading 13 for a 2026 pick, because if you get that pick, that allows you, because of the Stepien rule, it allows you to trade your 2027 pick because there's no longer the possibility of you not having a pick in 2026. So I could see them doing something like that, where they're just kind of manipulating their picks a little bit, or hey, maybe it is a deal where they trade a couple of players that they have and they move back 10 spots to pick up someone else and like try to improve their roster that way. But I still have a tough time thinking that like I don't believe, looking at the draft, that there's going to be someone around their range that can help them this year, next year, maybe even the year after that.
I would hate it so much if they traded this year's pick for a 2026 pick.
Yeah.
I would hate it so much.
Yeah.
I get it for the most part. I would just really hate it.
Yeah, just remember that pick's going to make $2.5-3 million, and if that's going to be the difference between you being able to stay under the luxury tax and signing Malik Monk and using your mid-level, then okay, that's fine.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Yuck. All right. We're going to talk about the NBA playoffs. We'll have plenty of NBA draft stuff coming up for you. We'll talk NBA playoffs. Clippers get blown out last night. The Heat get blown out last night. We're going to cancel some teams.
Yep.
For next year. We're going to punt them into Narnia. And then we've got some games to play today. There's some fun things I want to do throughout this Thursday. Best day of the week right here on The Insider. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Hey, I someone said something about role players. I think there are role players in this draft for sure. Like, I totally get that. The point is, though, that a lot of the picks are, again, like 23-year-old shooting guards that don't have the length of athleticism that Kings are looking for, or they're 18-year-old French, some dude playing for like Chabot. Like there are some interesting players, but just not exactly the type of. They don't fit who we know that Monty and Wes like. Hmm.
I was gonna look something up, and now I can't remember what it was. Oh, I remember. Michigan asked us, the biggest fight is this weekend. Who are you guys picking? Boy, I've thought about this a lot. And after grinding some tape and talking to some guys in each camp, just kind of knowing what each guy's going through and what the game plan is. I gotta go with I think I'm taking. I gotta take Canelo. That's where I landed. Sorry, guys. I don't.
Yeah.
It took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to reach that conclusion. But I feel great about it.
I have no idea. We're talking boxing, right? Not MMA.
They're my favorite. My very favorite. Buddy, I looked him up on ESPN.
Yeah, it's funny. Kyle and I, we align on many of our sports, not our takes, but our interests.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Telling you, man, if you're not on YouTube and Twitch, we hang out during the breaks. That's where all the good stuff happens. Talking so much boxing.
You learn our boxing takes right there.
Yeah, man. Just can't wait for that Canelo. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that person's last name.
That's why you didn't choose him, isn't it?
Yeah, huh? So I was like, Mungia? Mungia? I have no idea.
Wild.
Somebody asked me who I'm picking. So I went with Alvarez.
You went with the one that you could pronounce his name.
Correct. It was that easy.
Amazing.
Get the Los Angeles Clippers all the way out of my face.
Okay.
I'm done, dude. I'm done. I bought in earlier this season when they had that stretch, so they were like 28-6. I bought in and I was, hey, they figured they with James Harden and Paul George, and I kept wanting to say Paul Pierce, and Paul George and Kawhi Leonard. He's healthy now. Watch out. Here they got Zubats and Plumlee. I talked myself into it. Norman Powell, Terrence Mann, like an idiot, like a dummy.
I'm an idiot.
It just no, it was dumb. It was always going to end like this. It was always going to go this way. It turns out James Harden, not a playoff dynamo. Who would have thunk? It turns out Paul George is right. Paul George came out on his podcast a while back and said, I came to grips with the fact that I am no longer a 1 on a title team. I can be a 2. I used to be a 1. I'm no longer that. Well, guess what? With Kawhi Leonard out, Paul George has to be the 1. Russell Westbrook, not that guy anymore. Russell Westbrook, actively bad now, by the way.
He's been actively bad for 5 years, and people want to ignore that. Like, don't believe the stats. Like, how many times have I watched him against the Sacramento Kings pull up for an 18-foot jumper from the elbow and somehow hit the side of the backboard? Like, he has not been good at all. And every once in a while, he comes in the game and he makes an impact. But for the most part, like, his skill level has diminished to the point where he's still physically gifted, but like he can't put it all together anymore.
Yeah, the Mavs are actively wanting him to shoot.
Of course they are.
It's really bad. And I got bamboozled. I got suckered. And the Clippers last night in Dallas showed us who they are. That was embarrassing. That third quarter was embarrassing. They had no fight. They got nothing from Paul George. They got nothing from James Harden. They got nothing from Russell Westbrook. And guess what? Ivica Zubac is not that guy. Terrence Mann, not that guy. He's had some nice moments, but not that guy.
Terrence Mann, to me, I mean, he gets lumped in with this group, but he's the guy who's out there fighting and doing the best he can to try to stop one of the great
I have nothing against Terrence Mann. Terrence Mann is playing well. But Terrence Mann is not good enough to carry a team in a series.
No.
And that's kind of what it looks like he has to do right now. Norman Powell, not that guy.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of, like, are you injured or are you hurt? And, like, we keep asking this of Kawhi Leonard for the last, like, 7 years.
Yeah.
And, like, to just leave your team out there, and I guess it's possible that he can't play at all. I mean, clearly he's not playing.
Sure.
But I can't imagine just leaving my team out there to lose like this in the first round when, like, you could help the team.
I've stopped trying to figure it out with Kawhi.
Yeah.
There's something with his body that does not allow him to play in these spots. That sucks.
Yeah.
It's going to get lumped in with that. You talked about this when I was buying into the Clippers. When I was sitting here going, hey, look at Kawhi, he's healthy now. Look at Paul George and James Harden. It's all working. And you were like, is Kawhi going to be healthy in April? Is Kawhi going to be healthy in May? And he's not for hurt, injured, whatever. Something is going on that he has decided, or he has determined, or team doctors or whoever has determined that he cannot play basketball.
It's wild.
Which is just kind of what you have to expect at this point. It sucks. Kawhi's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the best players of this generation. Titles with two different teams. Finals MVP with two different teams. Like, he's been remarkable. But he's not reliable.
There was a point this season where people were like trying to put him in the MVP discussion.
He was really good for a while.
Yeah, and look, he got his 68 games so he can make All NBA.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, if you were voting All NBA right now,
yeah, right now, no,
like, no,
that's not how it works.
But I mean, but you should have been able to predict this. This is who he's been, and so I don't know what to say. As long as if
you were an All NBA voter, you wouldn't vote for Kawhi Leonard because of what might happen in the playoffs.
No, I would have to at least consider, like, his stats for this year and whether or not he's All NBA, right? But at the end of the day, I'd also have to look at the fact that he played 9 games, 60 games, 57, 52, missed an entire season, 52. And then you put a mandate that he has to play 65 games to make All NBA, and he pops out with 68. And I'd be like, okay, you know what? I might need you to prove it to me that you can do it more than one time in 7 years before I put you in All NBA again. Now, if he was so far and above everybody else, then sure, I'm going to put you in there. But I don't know. Like, we make guys earn it when they're coming in, right? And not only that, but you think
Paul George or Kawhi Leonard hasn't earned it?
Well, no, I thought he did earn it a long time ago. But at what point do you no longer have that cachet? And I think for me, like, we've reached a point where there's been a long stretch here where he doesn't have the same cachet that he did before. Like, okay, when you play, you're really good, but, like, how am I supposed to judge you when you don't play the normal amount of games? And the one time that you do, because they put a rule in, then you're done for the playoffs. Like, I don't know. I'd have a tough time.
Interesting. Yeah, where were we with the Clippers?
We're like punting him. We're punting him into
who was I
like.
dragging? No, I was gonna drag somebody else.
Oh,
I don't think I have anything else to say about the Clippers. Get them out of my face, dude.
yeah.
I want no parts of them. Big shout out to Jason Kidd though,
Okay.
because your boy had Luka Doncic less than 52.5 points, rebounds, assists last night.
Mm-hmm.
Luka gets taken out with like 5.5 minutes left in the fourth with 52. Like, come on, shut up, prospects. Here we go. This is the other thing. Jaden Hardy.
Yep.
Who played
Kings legend, Jaden Hardy.
Jaden Hardy, yep, Kings legend. Played 5 minutes and 39 seconds for the Mavericks and scored 14 points.
What?
He outscored James Harden, who played 33 minutes and scored 7.
Well, clearly he's a better player.
Paul George, 4 of 13 from the field, 15 points. Just a joke, dude.
Yeah.
Clippers stink. They stink.
I think that they're at the, sort of the idea that we're coming up with here is that their potential to win a title is closed, and they're likely getting bounced here in the first round. And then where do they go, like, moving forward?
Mm-hmm.
And again, like, you can try to build this team up like however you want. The fact is that you get to the postseason and guys just aren't there.
Mm-hmm.
And whether that's that they can't like elevate their game, or they literally just don't play.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's a bummer, but like, I don't know how you move forward if you're them. And, again, I don't know how long you have Kawhi Leonard under contract, but that's the one where I would just be like, how do you build a franchise around him? It's one thing we're watching. This is, I think you owe him 52.3 next year, 50 the year after that, and 50 the year after that.
Yuck.
Yeah, and he'll start next season. He'll be 33. So 33, 34, 35-year season. You still owe him $153 million. That is a lot of money for a guy who cannot like find a way to perform in the playoffs. And here's the thing that I will point to.
Oh, he just signed that extension.
We've got in Philadelphia, we're all watching a dude who has Bell's palsy, who has just went through knee surgery, then gets an infection, and the whole half of his face is slumped. And he's going out there and dropping 50, fighting for his team every single night. Whether you love Joel Embiid or not, there is no question that he is out there in a state that he should not be playing.
Yeah, right.
Like battling.
Regular season, Joel Embiid would not be playing.
No, he's doing everything in his power to try to will his team to the second round with the hopes that maybe he heals up enough to be more of the player that he is. And then you got other players who are just like, okay, I'm good. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, I have a really hard time with the injury stuff because I'm 100% like I'm with you. But also, I don't know.
No, I get you.
I'm not in Kawhi Leonard's body. Pause.
Yep.
I don't know what could. Maybe his knee, when he takes a step, is screaming at him, and he just cannot do it.
Yeah.
He's tried, or he can, but he's just not good enough, and feels like he hurts the team by playing. I don't know, but like you said, juxtaposing that against what Joel Embiid is doing, or watching him drag himself up and down the court, it's pretty stark.
Yeah.
Pretty stark. All right. We're going to cancel some teams for the 2024-2025 season. I'm already done with several as championship contenders. But then also something we didn't talk about yesterday. The Knicks want to pursue Devin Booker, apparently. I don't know why teams keep trying to do this. It doesn't work.
Nope.
We're going to tell you why next on ESPN 1320. God.
What's going on, everybody? You all right? Oh. Yeah, kind of again, I'm not sure where to put Kawhi in like my rankings of players, but I have this like, it's just too many times if he, like, I wouldn't want to be on his team, if that makes sense. Like, I would rather have a lesser player who plays every single day than someone who you just literally you can't rely on. Kieran Bagley. I'm gonna have to dive into all the G League Ignite guys. There's definitely talent in the G League Ignite, but like none of them are. I mean, there might be one or two in the Kings range, and again, they're all 18 and 19 years old. David, I do think there's going to be a lot of player movement this offseason. I think even like most of the big guys are saying the same thing, like just the murmur around the league. A lot of people are trying to get out in front of like what's going to happen with the new rule changes to the CBA, and they're going to have to be super aggressive. So, nobody wants to lose their draft picks, especially a lot of these teams. Just they don't have draft picks anyways. Like they're so limited in their picks that to actually lose some of them would be like even more catastrophic. Think of how many times the Lakers have been sitting there like, oh, if we wait until this offseason, we could trade this, and this pick. But as of right now, we can only trade one pick. Just think if you lose that one pick that you can trade. Kyle and I will not fight over who gets to be the A's insider. I would consider covering the A's, so. Like, I don't know. I don't need another gig. How much time do we have?
20 seconds.
Wheezy, both. I'll try for both.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Thanks, everybody, for hanging out with us on a Thursday. He's James. I'm Kyle. Want to remind you while you're here to download the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show wherever you get your podcasts. And if you're like, hey, different content, because that's a different name than this show. No, same content. So if you miss anything, that's where you can go find it. We upload the whole show. We upload each hour, and it's all there for you on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcast.
Mm-hmm.
But download the free Odyssey app while you're at it. Apparently the Knicks want to pursue not Kevin Durant, but Devin Booker.
Mm-hmm.
And I am baffled why teams continue trying to do this. And this is not trying to go get good players. That's the point of team building. Like, no doubt. And I understand the allure of looking at where the Suns are, where they have Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, Brad Beal, and Grayson Allen all making a ton of money, and they're just kind of stuck.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't look like the moves are going to be there for them to provide enough of an upgrade around those four players to make some kind of championship push. So the logical conversation turns to like, hey, well, what if Kevin Durant asks out?
Mm-hmm.
What if Kevin Durant wants to be done? Eddie Johnson was on 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, our sister station, and said, well, Kevin Durant's not going to give up after year one. I'm not ready to say all that. I'm not ready to put that level of faith in it, but maybe he's right. But the Knicks are looking at that situation. I'm sure other teams are as well. And going, oh, there's a chance here. We can put together a really, really nice trade package to try and lure the Suns into trading Devin Booker. Where my mind goes on this is, okay, let's put that on the table. Let's say the Suns are like, hey, yeah, we're willing to listen on Devin Booker. I don't think they would, because it's something we talked about earlier this week.
Mm-hmm.
Ownership groups and teams take fan sentiment into account at least a little bit. Not always, not all the time, and not sometimes more than others. But the optics on punting Devin Booker, who has been with the Suns his entire career and is beloved in the city of Phoenix and the greater Valley area, he's beloved by Suns fans. Brad Beal's going to be there. Kevin Durant's going to be there then. And punting Devin Booker would not be conducive to enticing people to be Suns fans, which is part of the calculus. My question comes from the Knicks, though. Because why would they do this? The Knicks were the number 2 seed in the East this year. The vibes are great. They just acquired OG Anunoby in January? And he was hurt for a significant portion of the time he was at the Knicks. They've not been able to get Julius Randle back into the fold here.
Nope.
And they're on the brink of punching their ticket to the second round. And they'll have a real chance to win that second round series and go to the Eastern Conference Finals. I don't know why he would blow this up. I don't understand. There's not that we talk about urgency with the Kings, right? Like there's a little bit of urgency for the Kings. But with the Knicks, there's not, like they are there. Like they are very, very close.
I would say too, with the Knicks, they've been planning for, like, they've been collecting assets quietly while building out this team for a long time. They've set themselves up that if the right move is there, that they can strike. But what does that mean? Because like right now we're watching a team that's motoring. Like, do the Knicks need more? Heck yeah, the Knicks need more.
No doubt. Like
they've got to figure out their center position. Again, if Julius Randle can't get healthy and stay healthy, they need more depth there. But you have this whole Villanova thing. Like you're going to have to break up the Villanova thing in order to go get Devin Booker.
Right. It would take a lot, is my point.
Yeah. And like, what is it? Like, what are you going to get out of it? And how do you piece it together once you do that? Because then you end up, like we talked about yesterday, which you don't want to be, as teams talk about, you don't want to be the Atlanta Hawks, right?
Yes.
Well, you also don't want to be the Phoenix Suns, where you cap out on talent and there's no way for you to maneuver around. It doesn't matter how much high-end talent you have. If you don't have a 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th man in your rotation, you're shot.
Look at the Suns.
The Suns. They are literally, you don't want to be the Suns.
The player you're acquiring.
But the problem that you also have is that owners are blinded by this stuff. They're crazy. And Matasheba like goes out and like talks about how, like, what do you say? 26 other teams would trade their roster straight across for his roster with his draft pick situation, everything else. You're like, bro, that's not true.
We'll give you here. You want the Matt Ishbia sound right now?
Yeah, let's hear it.
You want a little insight into the mind of an NBA owner. Here's Suns owner Matt Ishbia at his end of season presser.
Oh, it's extremely fixable. I mean, let's just be real. Although this isn't a cool narrative, and the national media really won't want to play it out there, but like, ask the other 29 GMs. 26 of them would trade their whole team for our whole team and our draft picks and everything as is. Like, the house is not on fire. We're in great position. It's not hard to fix. It's not like we're like, hey, we don't have enough talent to win a championship. We have enough talent to win a championship, right? Do we have enough continuity? Do we have time together? Like, there's a lot of things we can look at. Do we have like the right leadership in place? Do we have to add some little pieces around that? It's not like we don't have people that can score the ball, not that play defense and have one champ. Like, we have all the things. And so how fixable is it? And I mean, if I read the media, I would think we have a lot of problems. But luckily, I get to spend time with, the best players in the world, in my opinion, the best coaches, GMs, see, like, all these people. And I get to spend time with our people and say, we're in really great shape. And I wouldn't trade our team or our situation for anyone else's, except for I'd like to be playing right now. But besides that, for like how going into the offseason, I feel great about it. It's not like there's a lot of other teams that have good players that have to re-sign them or they're going to lose them or that they're unrestricted free agents. Like, our starting five's coming back. I feel very good about it.
What?
Let me read you
Dog.
an excerpt. This is, I believe it's from a John Hollinger piece. As long as they stay over the second apron, the Suns cannot aggregate salary in trades or take on more than they send out, and they are limited to signing minimum contracts in free agency. They also cannot send cash out in trades, generate trade exceptions, and then he throws in a barb, or use the internet. Like they can't do anything. Like, hey, Chimezi Metu, want to come back?
That's right. Well, he goes, there's a lot to be said for continuity. Okay.
Well, that, and you said
Sure.
earlier that this is, that Eddie Johnson said year one. Eddie Johnson, right?
Yeah.
He said year one. No, this is year 2 of Kevin Durant in Phoenix.
Yes.
This is his second year there. And I hate to tell you this, but dude's 35 years old and just played 37 minutes a game, and you still got your butt bounced in the first round.
Right. And easily, like handily. Like
Yeah.
it wasn't close.
No.
Kevin Durant is not getting significantly better.
No.
Devin Booker is peaking as a player.
Yusuf Nurkic is not getting any better, and there are no teams that are lining up around the league to take Nurkic onto their roster.
And guess what? Grayson Allen probably sees some regression next year.
Yeah, it's possible.
I mean, it just, that's such a like corporate mindset that Matt Ishbia has. That like actually everything is good. And actually this plan is going to work. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say a lot of words. All he basically said there was, we're not screwed.
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
Nuh-uh.
We're just, maybe we need new leadership. It's like, you're going to talk continuity and then they're going to fire Frank Vogel?
That's exactly what he's...
Again, maybe
I'm
we need
around
somebody
the
in
best coaches and general managers in the world, like out there, not here, actually.
Oh,
not where,
God, no. Here
not
we
where
go.
I'm at, but out there in the world, there are, I talk to people like, oh, great. Dude, the house is on fire.
It is very much on fire.
You're actually, like your hair is on fire too. You just don't know it. Like, man, not just your house, but it's actually consuming you right now. And we're not national media. We're people who watch basketball.
Right.
I'm someone who covers basketball, who has for a long time.
Like, dog.
Like, your team is in trouble.
The narrative around the Phoenix Suns, I'm sorry, you're not the Lakers. You're not the Knicks. You're not the Celtics. You're not the Warriors.
No.
Like, you're the Suns. We're like, good team. Like, classic, been around. Phoenix, a great basketball town. I love going to Suns games. But nobody's trying to drive a narrative about the Suns that's anything other than like, oh, hey, that's happening.
Eesh.
That's what's going. I also want to quibble. He said there's 26 teams who would trade spots with us right now.
Who are those other 3 teams?
Okay, so here's who wouldn't for sure. Boston, right?
Nope.
OKC?
Nope.
Denver?
Nope.
Minnesota?
Nope.
The Clippers?
Probably not. Probably not.
The Clippers probably not. The Mavs? Mavericks?
No, probably not. It's probably a coin flip, but I think that they would rather have their roster.
Pelicans? The Mavs are not even a coin flip for me.
Okay.
I'm taking Luka Doncic and whatever over that.
Here's the other problem too. It's not like if the Clippers lose, they can sit back in and their general manager can say the same exact thing. He could go on the same exact rant.
Exact same.
And he could say, hey, look, we didn't have Kawhi Leonard the whole.
Sure.
But what is his son's excuse? Oh man, if only we had our best shooter. Like, no, Grayson Allen doesn't mean the difference between you getting swept and you winning a first round series.
Exactly it.
There's no way for you to get better. That's the problem.
Right. He's talking as though they lost game 7 of the finals.
Yes.
And he's going, hey, a little tweak here, a little tweak there, and everything. Like, no, you got swept in the first round after barely making the playoffs
by a team that has not been there before at all. And
ever. That's not true. The Timberwolves have been there, but
Yeah, but it's
have
been a
not-
long time. And this iteration of the Timberwolves?
They were in the playoffs last year.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not a deep playoff team. Like-
yes, no, they haven't been out of the they haven't been out of the first round since 2004.
Yeah.
But anyways,
Wild.
they've been in the playoffs 3 years in a row, though. I'm sorry, 2 years in a row.
2 years.
3 years. 3 years in a row.
Is it 3 or were they?
Mhm. 21, 22, 22, 23, and then this year.
All right.
But they should not, with those 3 players, because he's talking about in theory.
Mhm.
In theory, these 3 players should be great together. Like in theory, yeah, but Brad Beal is clearly not the player they thought they were acquiring. Kevin Durant was great, but is aging.
Mhm.
And you talk about timelines and urgency, like they are a right now team.
Yes.
And Devin Booker is in his prime.
Yeah.
And it still wasn't enough. That's a tough spot to be in.
Mhm.
The Pelicans, would they trade situations with the Suns right now?
Probably not.
I don't think they would either. The Lakers?
Maybe.
I don't think the Lakers would, because at least they have a little bit of flexibility.
Okay. I mean, they do have some flexibility, and they have some younger players that
Right.
actually, that they like whether I like Austin Reeves as a ball player or not.
Mhm.
Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura, they do have some, either Jared Vanderbilt. They have all the guys on like player option contracts that I wouldn't really want back, but
Mhm.
yeah, Christian Wood, you've got Cam Reddish, yeah, like you have a handful. You've even Gabe Vincent, who was hurt all year.
Yeah.
Like, so you do have some potential.
Mhm.
That's not, the Suns don't have any of that potential.
They have nothing.
And the Lakers have draft picks now.
Mhm.
Like, once they get to July 1st, they have their draft picks back.
Yeah.
They have a few that are tied up, but like long term, they might have 3 draft picks that they can trade this offseason. The Suns they can't trade anything.
They have nothing.
No.
They have nothing. They have no picks. They have very little flexibility against the cap.
Yeah.
The Kings, no. The Warriors, probably not. The Rockets, no. They're
No.
not trading spots with the Suns.
No.
We've not even finished the West yet,
Oh, yeah.
and we're 10 teams in who would not trade spots with the Suns. And
I mean-
Matt Ishby is trying to say there's 26 teams who would.
And look at the flexibility that Philadelphia has. I mean, I don't think anyone loves the situation they're in, but they walk into this offseason with like $6 million cap hold for Tyrese Maxey and then Joel Embiid, and then that's it.
That's crazy.
So what do you got? Like, I don't know, 80 million to spend? Something wild. Orlando?
Do you buy the whole LeBron Philly thing because Bronny was at Villanova?
Oh, okay. That's where Bronny went, and he's not going to Villanova, is he?
Not officially.
Okay.
From what maybe he met with a Villanova coach or something like that.
Oh, that's possible. Yeah. Man, I don't know what's gonna happen there. His family is in LA, and he's got a younger son too.
He's gonna re-sign with the Lakers.
Yeah,
LeBron.
most likely. I mean, he could
That's
even
just
play out his final year contract here at 51 million and just and then figure out what he wants to do.
Would you sign into the max extension if you're the Lakers? 3 years and whatever it is, 180.
Well, I don't
Whatever
know if
insane
that
number it
he
is.
wants 3 years. So I think I would add 2 years to his deal, so he's 3 years total. But yeah, I mean, I would if that's what it takes. But I would also say, hey, man, you do make like hundreds of millions of dollars outside of the actual your NBA contract.
Yeah.
Like if you want to,
Okay, bro, you are a billionaire.
if
Can you help us out?
yeah, if you want to actually like build your brand, and what you could say is like, and hey, we'll even cut you in later down the road if you want to be part of ownership.
Mhm.
Although I think he already has his eyes set on like Las Vegas.
Yeah.
As far as ownership stuff.
An expansion team, yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's interesting, but like if I'm LeBron, like I would have to consider taking like $10 million a year just to like be able to build a team around me for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Like why not opt out, take way less? I mean, if money isn't not an object,
Except
And
LeBron the GM thinks LeBron can build a team around him that can win even if he's making all that money.
yeah. Good luck with that. He's been proven wrong many times.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get inside his head. I don't know. Fascinated by the Sixers. Fascinated by the LeBron thing too. I do think he's going to wind up going back to LA though.
So who are we killing for next year? Who do we think is
let's cancel
done?
teams. Good
All right.
idea. Okay. Here's the teams that I'm canceling for next year
Okay.
as NBA like title
Contenders.
And I mean this from the standpoint of, I mean, 86ing, like, there's nothing they can do this offseason that could make them that level of team.
Okay.
The Suns are one of them. I don't think there's anything the Suns can do this offseason that are going to make me believe in them.
No.
The Trailblazers I'm putting in there.
Mhm.
And I'm the Trailblazers, I don't want to put the Spurs in.
Okay. That's fair.
Because I think there's a leap coming for Wemby where they don't need to get that much better to be really, really dangerous. So I'm not going to cancel the Spurs.
Okay.
I mean,
I think they're more like
Clippers
3 years away, in my opinion.
Probably. I'm talking just no chance.
Yeah.
So this is really, this Clippers and Suns are done for me.
Okay.
I'm out. I see no path.
The Clippers and Suns. Yes.
no
I'm
path.
100% in agreement.
The Pelicans, putting them there.
Done
with the Pelicans.
I'm not.
Okay.
I still
Why
think
not?
that there is a way for them because they have two players on their roster that I think that they can go and swap out for another all-star level player.
Okay.
And so that's where I look at them and I think, if they move Zion or if they move Brandon Ingram, there's a way for them to get way better in a weird situation. So, like, again, I don't know how much this makes them better, but would the Cavs consider Jared Allen for a Brandon Ingram trade? And that surprisingly would, in my opinion,
It'd be fascinating
because you have Trey Murphy there,
Mhm.
that would make them a much better team and
It's
like
really
open
interesting.
things up. So I think that there are ways for them to get better
Okay.
and to jump back in the conversation.
I love that. The Pelicans are uncanceled. The Lakers?
No, there's no way. I mean, they're the Lakers, so you always have to look out for like the stupid. So it's always possible that Danny Ainge will give them Lauri Markkanen for something silly
Austin Reeves.
like Austin Reeves and Rui Hachimura.
Yeah.
There's always that
Yeah.
possibility.
Sure.
And so they can jump back in, but I still don't understand how it could happen. I mean, there's still a team that got bounced in the first round, like, easily.
Yeah.
And they're like a team that's had to fight their way into the playoffs 2 years in a row.
Yeah. Yep. And they got a fully healthy year from Anthony Davis this year.
Yeah. And LeBron's still playing at such a crazy level at 39 years old. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. The Sacramento Kings are not canceled. As badly as I wanted to, I don't think I can. Because part of me sits here and goes, okay, if they're just going to ride this out, I don't think they're going to take that kind of leap next year. But if they make a couple of minor-ish trades and Keegan takes this leap that they're expecting him to take, then it has to be on the table. It has to.
Yeah, I would say that the Kings are...
They're not being canceled. I'm not doing it.
I think that they have to change talent. They don't have to have this gigantic upgrade.
Yeah.
What they do have to have is have different players.
Yeah.
So, like, again, not to like be like extremely specific, but like the Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes tandem can no longer be a tandem. Like,
basically, here, I don't, like you said, just to avoid being hyper specific and call it certain players.
Yeah.
Outside of their three guys, Domas, Fox, and Keegan, everything to me has to be on the table.
Except for like, unless you can add Monk to that, and then I would say Monk is off the table.
That's not
as well.
up to the Kings.
No,
So,
I totally agree. Yeah.
So if Malik Monk is coming back, then sure. But of players that they have, for sure, I think everything has to be on the table.
Oh, I totally agree.
So that's not to single out Kevin Huerter or Harrison Barnes.
No, it's Davion. It's Chris Forte. It's Sasha Vezenkov. It's Trey Lyles. It's all of them. Like, like there has to be an adjustment in roster in order for this team to take the next step. And we can see that. It's not like we're talking crazy. Now, whether you can accomplish that or not, whether you
Sure.
can use all these new mechanisms in the CBA or not, whether you can package some of your picks or find the right buyer,
Yeah.
like those are all things that have to be considered. But at the same time, like I think that this team is still a team on the rise. They just took sort of a lateral move in year 2 of their build.
The thing that jumps out to me too, as we talk about the Kings, is they got enough defensive buy-in at the end of the year to make me think that they could look different out of the gate next year.
Yeah.
Where it's not as much of it. And now all of a sudden, some of those games they tricked off early in the year, they're winning. And now maybe they're sitting at 50, 51 wins. And that's where I think you could see improvement. So yeah, I'm not canceling the Kings. I'm not going to cancel Golden State.
Oh no, I'm canceling them. Like I don't
It's
think
definitely I'm leaning that way. And if
Yeah.
if you said I had to pick X amount of teams, then yeah, they'd probably be in there. But you talk about stupid stuff that could happen.
Yeah.
And you have Joe Lacob who's willing to pay whatever for whatever. And I think I think they're going to be one of the teams on the horn with the Suns and like, hey, what's Kevin Durant up to?
Yeah.
What's this look like? So I'm not going to entirely rule that out yet. I don't think the Rockets are quite there. So I'm going to cancel the Rockets. But again, these are teams that are down the list a ways. So
Okay.
and then
That's just the West.
That's just the West. In the East, we'll go through it quick. The Bucks, I'm out.
Yeah, it's tough.
I don't know. I can't because it's Giannis and Dame.
Yeah.
And if they figure it out, they're going to be dangerous as hell.
Yeah, and they can
doing it.
still make adjustments. They can still make adjustments to that roster. I mean, some of their stuff is a little wonky. Like again, I don't like Brook Lopez on like a $23 million deal for next year.
No, right.
But if they're willing to give up Bobby Portis, I would probably take him, take Brook Lopez in a deal, and just like go all in.
Sure.
But so I think there are ways in which you can sort of tweak that roster and make them better. And they're smart. Like they do. They're savvy with how they add pieces and they always have some idea that we're not seeing. And then you look at it, you're like, I don't know that really made that much difference. And then it does, even like, I don't like Beasley all that much as a player, but, and I know you like Beasley, but that was an impactful move for them. And it's a under the radar sneaky move that like ended up being impactful.
Yeah. So I can't rule out the Bucks. I'm not ruling out any of the top 5 teams in the East.
Oh yeah.
Including the Cavs and Magic. Do we cancel the Pacers?
Man, they got so much young talent though.
Yeah,
like,
I'm not.
Yeah.
They could have 2 or 3 guys take leaps next year where you're like, what is this team?
And it's not even the guys that
in a good way.
You're thinking, right? Like it can be Mathurin and it can be
Nembhard.
Yeah, and Nembhard and it can be Nesmith.
Yeah.
Like, those guys could all take like substantial leaps. Nesmith's still there, right?
I thought Nesmith got dealt.
It's possible. I might be wrong.
Nope, he did not. He's still playing for them.
Yeah, he's been playing defense. Like
Bruce Brown was the guy who got moved.
Yeah.
Right.
No, Nesmith is defensively has become really good. And he's a guy who came in the league as a knockdown shooter, and all of a sudden, this year he's 12.2 points per game, and he shot 41.9% from 3. That's the guy. Like the Kings were looking for a small forward. He's a dude who does some of the things that you're talking about. Yeah, super athletic, and he has way more offensive game than they're letting him show at this point. He was incredible at where was he at Vanderbilt? Yeah.
Can't roll out the Pacers. Can't roll out the Sixers just because we have no idea what they're going to look like just yet.
Yep.
I'm done with the Heat.
That's
shout
fine.
out to Heat culture. Shout out to them for being competitive. All due respect. I'm done being like, well, the Heat are dangerous. No, they're not. They're not.
Yeah. We were listening to a program when we came in, and they were talking about just the impact of Bam and how he, like, to me, they were describing Sabonis. Like, he can put up 24 units, put up 20 in every playoff game, but his 20 doesn't feel as impactful as somebody else who might have put up 16. And that's just, it's kind of the grinder mentality, and it's tough for that to be all that impactful. You need those points, but he's not going to go for 35.
He's not right. He can't be your offensive one.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then everybody else is done in the East for me.
Yeah. Yes.
I was we got rid of fewer teams than I thought we were gonna.
Chicago done, Atlanta done, Brooklyn done, Toronto is on the rise, but a long time away. Charlotte might be the worst situation in the NBA, and if it's not, it's Washington, and if it's not Charlotte or Washington, it's Detroit. That's it.
All those teams, don't think any of those teams are winning a title. I feel
Nope.
pretty good about making that bet. Okay, I have a fun game to play next. I'm really, really excited about it, and I hope you are too on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Oh no. What do the Kings? Russell Hunt, you shut your mouth. What do the Kings have to give up to get Jimmy Butler? Look, if Bam could play alongside Domas, yeah, I'm all in, but I don't know that works. Neither one of them shoots a three. Pocket watching. We're not doing pocket watching. We leave that to our friends. And One Love. I've been saying this for like 2 years, and people like fought me on this initially. I'm like, what are we talking about? Like, Malik Monk is like Bobby Jackson incarnate. Like, Yeah, and I'm with Drew Down. I don't think they're giving up Butler or Bam. They might give up Jimmy Butler just because that might be the only way for them to move forward. But there's no way they're giving up Bam. Bam is entering his prime like Fox is entering his prime. That's probably the greatest mistake the Kings, in all the mistakes, it was that you had an opportunity in 2017 to bookend De'Aaron Fox with Bam Adebayo or with Donovan Mitchell, and you traded that pick to move down. And then blew both of those draft picks, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know. You got Bam under contract for another 2 years. I think they would deal Tyler Hero, which they try to every offseason and it never works out. People are like, hey, why do you keep pushing that guy on us? I don't think we want him. Sal, the Kings would love Lauri Markkanen, but number one, they're not giving up Keegan Murray to do it. And number two, the Jazz aren't trading him.
If the Jazz trade him, it's going to be a deal that we look at the team that did it and we're like, why did they do that?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's going to be some exorbitant package. Pause.
Yeah. Well, that, and he doesn't make any money, so it's super easy. Like, if they were gonna trade him, they'd be smart to trade him now, because it's easier to swing deals with him, where you can take back a lot of stuff and not send. You don't have to take a bunch of garbage to trade him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Whereas he makes $18 million next year. Markkanen does. Wow, the Jazz are only at $97 million in salary for this year. This coming season. So they have money.
15 seconds. All right, here we go. Hour number 2. For those of you like, hey, was that a Windows notification sound? It sure was. Oh, notification on my computer, and my computer was still turned up from when we were listening to Matt Ishbia whine about people thinking that the Suns are screwed when they are.
They are.
They very much are. It's hour number 2. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will be with you until 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. I have a game to get into, and I'm so excited to do so, and we're going to do that right now. This has nothing to do with basketball. This has nothing to do with the Kings or the A's or the Raiders or the 49ers. It's Kentucky Derby time, baby. And what we're going to do, James, is we're going to go through the Kentucky Derby horses, not every single one of them, but 20 of them. And I'm going to say 2 real horse names and a lie.
Okay.
2 real horse names and a lie is the game.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you 3 names, and you have to pick which one is not an actual Kentucky Derby horse name.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Number 1, we have Epic Ride, we have Maxident, and we have Fierceness. Which one is not a real Kentucky Derby horse name?
Epic Ride.
Let me get to my buttons here. That's incorrect.
Damn it.
Epic Ride is 50-1. Maxident. Maxident is not the real horse name. That is the name of a Stray Kids album.
Oh.
Number 2, we have Boarding Pass, we have Society Man, and we have Domestic Product.
Domestic Product.
Nah, that's incorrect. Boarding Pass is the fake
That
horse
was
name.
the easiest of the. That sounded the most real.
Thank you. That means a lot to me that
That
you would
was
you would say that.
spectacular.
Let's fire my music again. Here we go. Society Man going off at 50-1. Domestic Product 30-1. I forgot to mention last time. Fierceness is the odds-on favorite at 5-2. Number 3, we have Fortitude, we have Endlessly, and we have Resilience.
Fortitude.
That's absolutely right. Well done.
Yes.
Well done. Fortitude
I
is
got
the
one
fake
right.
name. Endlessly going off at 30-1. Resilience going off at 20-1. Number 4. And again, if you're just joining us, the Kentucky Derby is this weekend. And so we are reading off the horse names. I'm giving James 2 real horse names and a fake horse name, and he has to guess. All right, number 4. T.O. Password, Just Steel, Chartreuse Fountain.
Chartreuse Fountain.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. Chartreuse Fountain is made up. T.O. Password going off at 30-1. Just Steel is at 20-1. All right, number 5. Mystic Dan, Sierra Leone, No Easy.
I'm going Sierra Leone.
That's incorrect. No Easy is the fake one.
Oh.
Mystic Dan going off at 20-1. Sierra Leone 3-1. One
Oh,
of the favorites
wow.
in this race. No Easy, also a Stray Kids album title. Grand Mo the First. This is number 6. We have Grand Mo the First. Oops, that's the wrong one. That's fine. There we go. Grand Mo the First. Bump in the Night. West Saratoga.
I'm going to say Grand Mo.
Grand Mo the First is not correct. He's going off at 50-1. Bump in the Night is the fake name.
Oh,
And West Saratoga also at 50-1. Just a couple more.
okay.
Number 7.
I think I'm 2 and 4 so far.
We have Cardinal Wolsey, Catching Freedom, or Forever Young.
Damn it.
I could name horses, dude.
I think it's a second one.
Catching Freedom?
Yes.
That's incorrect. Cardinal Wolsey is the fake name. Cardinal Wolsey is a character from the television show The Tudors. Catching Freedom 8-1. Forever Young 10-1. Number 8. We have Catalytic. We have Dornock, and we have Sabatka.
Doorknock.
That's incorrect. Dornock is going off at 20-1. Catalytic 30-1. Sabatka is the fake one. Sabatka is a family from the show The Wire.
Oh, okay.
Last 2. Here we go. See if we can finish strong. Naming 2 real Kentucky Derby horses and 1 fake one on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Number 9, Just a Touch. Taking Back Sunday, Stronghold.
Just a Touch is gone.
No, it's incorrect. Just a Touch is going off at 10-1. Stronghold 20-1. Taking Back Sunday is a band. They are the fake name. Last one. Number 10. We have Happy Hour. We have Track Phantom. And we have Honor Marie.
Track Phantom.
That's incorrect. Track Phantom going off at 20-1. Honor Marie going off at 20-1. Happy Hour is the fake horse name. Thank you, everybody, for playing along on 2 real Kentucky Derby horses and 1 fake one. Can't wait for the Kentucky Derby. I know nothing about horse racing.
Okay, I don't eat. I won't even watch. Most likely, I might make a mint julep. That's
There you go. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, it's very
Mint
possible
julep, funny hat. You've got the whole deal.
that I'll make mint juleps on. Is it Saturday? Is that when the race is?
Sunday. I closed the
Yeah,
Kentucky.
Saturday, Sunday.
I think it's Sunday. Isn't it always on Sundays? Saturday. Saturday, May 4th.
Okay, I'm in.
Oh, yeah. I hope
I will
so.
make a mint julep. I
gonna
might
get
not watch
dubbed.
the race.
Or wear a funny hat.
Well, I might wear a hat, but not a funny hat. I don't think.
Or your fedora. That plays.
There we go.
I'll wear a flat cap. We'll do a whole thing.
That was a horrible showing. I apologize to all those out there who listened
See,
to me.
I'm going to spin this the optimistic way. I did a great job naming fake horses.
You did do a great job.
That's what I think. That's more the play here.
If only I knew all the names of the Stray Kids albums.
Boy, you would have been.
I
You would
would
have been
have
right
been
there.
like, "Oh, you're."
I almost did all the fake names as Stray Kids albums.
Yeah. Well, at least you know I didn't cheat.
No, right.
No?
Well, that's why I didn't want to say like, hey, we're gonna play a horse game. And then you like went and looked like, oh, let me familiarize myself with the horses
Yeah.
just
no.
in case. No, that's why that was fun. Thanks for playing along with me.
All right.
I was listening to a thing on the way in and I heard an advertisement for the Kentucky Derby. And they were like, with such and such and so. And I'm like, what?
That's a fake name. That's
No,
what you
they
were
were
thinking.
real names. They were
Yeah.
real names. So
Oh. I mean, are you at least gonna watch it? I don't know.
I'll probably get dialed.
Yeah.
It depends. It depends on how my Saturday's going.
Okay.
I'm busy in the morning, but I should be back in time to tap in.
I think it's supposed to rain this weekend too here, right?
Is it?
Yeah, I think the weather's supposed to
Oh, I
change
hate
on us
that.
again.
I was supposed to go hiking Saturday morning.
Oh. I think one day
Rain
someone
would
said it was like 90%
suboptimal.
chance, but that may have been
I
may
think that was
change by
Friday.
now. I don't know. You're gonna go hiking in muddy weather?
Apparently, it's
Saying.
for a good cause, so
Okay.
I'm going in. I'm just doing it.
All right. All right.
I don't know, man.
That's good. We were gonna last weekend got bamboozled by that crazy rain that rolled through.
Insane. I don't know.
Friday. I don't know what that we at my house we must have got like 3 inches of rain in like 15 minutes. It was so much rain. It was like pelting. The whole house was making noise. You could it was hitting.
Jesus.
Like it was wild. And then
a lot of rain.
Like the youngest, he was supposed to weed eat the whole hill, our back hill, the
Mhm.
next day. I was like, oh, we got to cancel that. It's too wet. It's
Bummer.
too muddy.
Tough.
Yeah. So he had to do it yesterday. Him and his friends. We got a little team weed eaters.
Oh, good. I'm
Yeah.
really jealous.
Yep.
Ken Rudolph. I wouldn't have that's it. Somebody said Ken Rudolph would have killed that game. I wouldn't have played it with Ken Rudolph
Oh.
because Ken
yeah.
Rudolph knows all the horses and he would have been able to give you the odds too. I bet.
Well, that also means that he might have a problem.
No, it's what he does for a living.
He does horse races?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's like his whole deal.
Oh, all right. No, I had
Ken's
no idea that Ken
brilliant.
was into heavily into horse racing.
Yeah, man. That's his bag.
Oh,
He'll give out winners. He does the whole thing.
all right.
Yeah, dude. Ken's the man. Shout out to Ken Rudolph.
I haven't seen him in a long time.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him since he was with D-Lo.
Good dude.
Actually.
Good dude.
Definitely. All right. That does it for our game and for that segment. We have another game to play when we get back. This one's a lot easier, and it's not really a game. It doesn't require any guessing. We're going to play good idea or bad idea, and you can play along in the chatty house. You can give us a call, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Good idea or bad idea? Coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
People in here with all kind of Ken Rudolph knowledge. Taz Halo. I went to high school with Ken. Yeah, I don't know that I mean, it's possible I have Ken Rudolph's phone number, but I'm sure Kyle does. Nope. I know he follows me on social media, or he used to. And every once in a while, we'd go back and forth on social, on the Twitter box. Somebody asked me on Twitter, did I ever get fined for my irresponsible no-show? No, not really. There is actually not a fine jar, but I would willingly pay a fine because I did miss. But I was doing a show. I would also blame the Kings for planning their end of season press conference during our show. Just saying.
Yeah, have a little consideration.
Tell you, when I took this job, the previous 2 years, practice always started at 12:45 or 1 o'clock every single day. And so I was planning on being at practice every day, but then all of a sudden they decided to push it to 12 or 12:15.
Mother.
Yeah. Yeah.
I talked to Mike about that.
Yeah.
Get him on the horn.
Yeah. So it's a good question.
What is Ken up to? He's a reporter for Merritt Street Media, formerly with FanDuel TV and TVG, according to his Twitter bio.
Yeah, he was always super nice. He's got an edge to him, but always super nice. Oh, there you go. Germs just received his Jiffy Lube gift certificate. Hello, Will Z.
What up, Will? WillZStats.com.
We should get him. I don't know if I mean, maybe we could get him on the show, especially since he has horse racing knowledge.
Ken?
Yeah. But that would mean that we'd have a whole horse racing segment.
Yeah,
So.
I don't care enough about it.
Yeah, me either.
Like, I'm not anti-Ken. I'm just, like, I literally, if I happen to be home while the Kentucky Derby's on, I'll throw it on.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm not even into it enough to ask the right questions.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bum ba da da bum 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 ba dum. Oh, referee assignment for tonight's Sixers Knicks game. Scott Foster, Bill Kennedy, and Mark Lindsay. How are you, Scott Foster and Bill Kennedy? Like, how are you going to deal with that? Like, Bill Kennedy clearly has to take the mic, but will Scott Foster allow that? Will he throw Bill Kennedy out of the game? I don't even know what to make of this. Oh. Yastrzemski has gone yard at Fenway. We're just all hating on the Giants. We want the A's to have a better record than the Giants, just so we can.
That's all I'm.
That's all we care about.
All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Hanging out with you until noon. One of D'Lo or KC will be in here in about half an hour for the handoff as we get you ready for D'Lo and KC, which is coming up at noon. They'll be with you until 4 o'clock. So there were a bunch of stories today as we're putting the rundown together.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a bunch of stories that all kind of fit the same theme for me as I was putting them into each block of this show. And I decided to put them all together in one block. So that's what we're going to do now. I didn't have time to come up with a fun or creative name for this game. So it's just going to be called Good Idea or Bad Idea.
Mm-hmm.
You can play along in the chatty house. You can play along at 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. But all you do is I'm going to read a thing and you tell me if it's a good idea or a bad idea.
Okay.
We can talk about it. Number 1. The Steelers special teams coordinator, according to Steelers running back Jaylen Warren, is considering using Justin Fields as a kick returner because under the new kick return rules, nobody can move until the receiving player has caught the ball. And then the kicking team and the receiving team's blockers are lined up 5 yards apart, and they can't move toward one another until the receiving team catches the ball.
Okay.
And the thought is that you can basically like run running plays out of this now. You can run different blocking schemes where instead of just trying to make a guy miss and hoping that you can catch a seam, you are actively getting behind blockers in a different way than you could on previous kick returns. They look at it and they go, Justin Fields is the backup quarterback, but hey, he is an electric athlete and might be really good on kick returns. Good idea or bad idea?
Yeah, if I'm Pittsburgh, I think it's a good idea for the franchise. If I'm Justin Fields, I'm giving them a giant middle finger.
This is a terrible idea.
Yeah, because he's in his like 5th year option, right? So
yeah.
he doesn't have a contract after this year.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think that was one of the year.
No, he's in year 4.
He's in year 4.
Mhm.
Okay, so yeah, that's like you're putting your career on the line.
I am out on this idea, dude.
Yeah,
This
so
is insane.
yeah, I mean, because I keep thinking of Taysom Hill, and like, would you do this with Taysom Hill? And like, probably.
Yeah, but
But he's
Taysom-
he's built like a tight end.
yeah, well, and Justin Fields is enormous. Like, don't get it
Yeah.
twisted. Justin Fields is a healthy young man, but you don't put your quarterback in that spot. I don't care what the kickoff rules are. And Russell Wilson is not good enough for you to risk your backup quarterback like that. You didn't acquire Justin Fields for him to be Taysom Hill. Like, that's nuts.
Yeah.
He is immensely more talented than that. So I get, like, in theory, if you can turn injuries off Madden style, you're just like, yeah, hey, we want to get the ball in the hands of our super electric playmaker. Great. That's a good idea. Then make him your starting quarterback. If you're that in
That's
on him,
possible anyway.
if you're that in on him as a playmaker, then you can get him the ball on every play.
Yeah.
Every single one. You just make him the starter.
Okay.
I think it's a terrible idea. Bad idea.
All right.
Wait, what?
What do we got next?
Chatty House, grow up. I think it's because I was talking about Justin Fields
Oh.
and his stature.
Oh, okay.
Number 2. 76ers brass is buying 2,000 tickets to tonight's game. They're giving them out around Philadelphia to different, groups and trying to ensure that Philly fans are in the building, outweighing the Knicks fans and matching the intensity of the fan base heading into this game 6. Good idea or bad idea?
I mean, I think it's a good idea that you're trying to fill up your arena with just your fans. I just feel like there's another way to do this. Like, first of all, why do you have 2,000 seats available?
I think it's secondary market.
I guess they're like buying up seats on the secondary market. And,
Maybe.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that it's a good idea for a franchise to get involved in something like that, but I do think that you could like offer to your season ticket holders, hey, we have 2,000 seats that we're reserving. If you have friends and family that are Sixers fans and you want them at a discounted rate, let's go. I could
That's
see
probably the
something
better
like that.
financial idea.
Yeah,
I think giving them out around the city is cool though.
no, I think it's good too, but I also know that like most NBA teams, they don't like break even until
Mhm.
they get past the first round. So
Right.
I don't know about giving away 2,000 seats.
Mhm.
But then again, in Sacramento, those seats were worth so much money, it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And so maybe that's kind of the issue. So I don't know.
This is a great idea. Every team should do it.
You think so?
I don't know why more teams don't do this. Like, does it optically, is that tough? Sure. But so is everybody chanting F Embiid in your home stadium and it's sounding like you're at Madison Square Garden.
Ooh, that's tough.
It was really bad. That's a
Yeah.
really, really bad look. A way worse look than being like, hey, we don't want that to happen again. So we're going to take it upon ourselves to buy these tickets and distribute them out through the city to make sure we're getting real Sixers fans in this building. I think it's a great idea.
I get that. I
Buy
get that
every
aspect.
ticket always.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, on that note, yeah. And I would tell you too that like a lot of times players have like groups of tickets that they buy. So like DeMarcus Cousins every game had a certain number of tickets that he had bought to donate.
Right. And those get taken out of their paycheck.
Yeah, straight up.
Yes.
Like DeMarcus Cousins had purchased, I don't know if it's 100 or if it's 150 seats every game that went to like Boys and Girls Clubs or to different youth charities around Sacramento. When he got
Really cool.
traded, he continued that.
In Sacramento?
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
That's really cool.
So I don't know like how long, like for years, I don't know, but like certainly at the end of that season, I mean, he got traded mid-season. They're like, do you want to keep paying for your tickets? Like, oh yeah, I made that commitment. I'm still in.
Yeah.
I mean, DeMarcus did a bunch of stuff like that off the
Yeah,
court.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
he paid for a funeral of a young football player from Grant that lost his life in a drive-by, and he did a lot of other things like that. Even like I think Sac High bought all the scoreboard and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So good in the community. But yeah, I'm in. This is like
It's a great idea.
yeah, I mean, I certainly like for Kings Warriors or Kings Lakers, it would be cool if I like both crowds being there.
Yeah, you're never going to completely keep other fans out of your building,
No,
but having so many fans in your building that it sounds like you're on the road. And when your star player, the only player that you're, or one of two players that you're committed to beyond this year is like, yo, that sucked.
yeah,
Expressing that level of commitment to be like, hey, we hear you, we're going to do this, especially when Joel Embiid might sit there and go, nah, I want out.
Yeah.
I have not accomplished what I want to accomplish. I'm done. Showing that level of commitment to him is, I think, the move.
Okay.
Good idea. Number 3. Dame Lillard and Giannis Antetokounmpo are pushing to play in Game 6 in Indiana. Season on the line. Unclear how close to 100% either or both players are. Good idea or bad idea?
Bad idea. I mean, I get it, and I get you don't want to be the team that gets bounced in the first round twice, that you put all your eggs in these two baskets here, but both of them, one has a calf injury, one has an Achilles strain. Like, both of them could end up popping their Achilles. Like, we've never seen two guys in one game, like, go down with Achilles tears, but I was in the building when Kevin Durant blew his Achilles in Toronto. Was horrific. I was in the building when Rudy Gay popped his Achilles in Sacramento. It's such a bad injury because you know how long it's going to be. You know it's going to be a year. And you can't afford Dame or Giannis to be out a year if you're those guys. And so I get it. You want to push your season, but I would much rather give them as much time as possible and a clean bill of health. And even, I'll tell you, like the Warriors had said, like Kevin Durant, he can't hurt himself any further. And I had someone reach out to me that day and say, that is complete crap. He is very much so risking his career.
Yeah, that was nuts.
And they ran him out there and he blew his Achilles.
That was nuts.
And that was one of those things where you're like, man, come on.
Yeah.
Like that was so known. So I'm super cautious about that specific injury. I would not have them out there unless your doctors they're testing and they're, you know, like every season they go in, they know their flexibility. They know what kind of like explosion level they have. If their numbers are close to what they should be, then okay, as long as you can guarantee it and you're MRIing and doing all that stuff. But if not, man, that's such a risk.
Yeah, I get that for sure. And if you're risking, if their doctors are like, yeah, hey, you can't play because you're risking an Achilles injury, then sure. But if it's pain tolerance, or if it's like, yeah, hey, there's no injury risk to the Achilles here, and you want to push it, then this is the time to do it. But to your point, if you're also gonna try and give yourself a chance to win this series, and then potentially be out for the next one or for the next year, that's tough.
What would Kawhi Leonard do?
He'd be at home.
What would Joel Embiid do?
I think that Joel would play.
That's right.
I think it's a good idea that they're trying. I think it would be a bad idea for them to be like, no, ignore all. We need to push all in right now.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah. Last one. Nope, not last one. We got to go. We'll do the last one coming up next because it's a little bit of a larger discussion anyways.
Okay.
It's about NBA officiating, if you can imagine. We'll also talk about a couple of the playoff games tonight, and we'll have the handoff with Damian Barling coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Sass. I am a dark cloud. I would tell you, though, like there are certain things that happen, like in it when you're there at a game that you're like, oh no, like that's horrible. Like I remember Vince Carter taking out Patrick McCaw and him landing on his head and on his neck, and like them having to put him on a board and take him off the court. That was like, oh no, I can't. Like you don't want to see that. But then with most injuries, when you're watching them live, you can see like, okay, that could possibly be an ACL or whatever. Watching somebody pop their Achilles is just like, uh-oh.
Hey, man. What's up, man? How are you?
Dame's here. What's happening?
Oh my God, those shoes are outrageous. Are you kidding?
They are outrageous. I like those pants though. All right.
May 24th.
I'm out. Just kidding.
You are out.
I'm in. I'm out.
It's the Friday before Memorial Day.
Okay.
We'll be off that Monday. So this is what I'd like to do if you two are open to it.
Should we mute the mics?
No. that's fine.
I'm going to do it anyway.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
You said postseason right as we were coming back from the break, and then we had a little Post Malone on the rejoin. Look at that. That's James Ham over there. I'm Kyle Madsen right here. Somebody in the chat asked if they're going to be called the Sacramento A's while we're here. Not officially. Unofficially, yes. Officially, no. They're not going to be. They're just the A's. Well, also, apparently, they didn't file a trademark for the Las Vegas A's, so the last dive bar guys went in and trademarked that, so that's going to be a whole thing. It's great. My last good idea or bad idea. This is a game we played last segment. Not really a game, just a thing we were doing last segment. And where are you? So number 4 on good idea or bad idea, and then we'll talk about the NBA playoffs for tonight. Where do you land on the last 2-minute report?
I hate it.
It's dumb, right?
I hate it. I like my old boss at NBC wanted me to write every time there was an error on the last 2-minute report.
Of course. It gets tons
you know
of
how
things.
many errors there were on the it was like every
So many.
single game.
So many.
And that season that I was doing that, like it felt like every game. It was the season where Dave Yeager like surprised everybody and like the team's winning, and but all of the games were super close.
Mm-hmm.
Every game there's the last 2-minute report, and you're like, I'm so over and done with it. It doesn't matter. That's the problem.
That's it. So if you missed it, a last 2-minute report from that Knicks Sixers game came out, and they said that Tyrese Maxey traveled on his 4-point play.
Yeah, they don't call travel in the NBA. Why would they call on the 2-minute report?
Dude, that's exactly it. Did they miss that call? Like, yeah, probably. In fact, on the replay, I was like, oh, I think he traveled. But also, that happens all the time.
Oh yeah,
with no call. So what's the goal here?
and there's
If
no
the
recourse,
goal,
Kyle. There's no recourse.
Right.
Like
That's if the goal is transparency, then do all 48. Give me the 48-minute report. Yeah, let me see what that looks like. Because sometimes there are calls in the first half that swing games. So let's look at the full 48-minute report.
that,
or-
and grade them. Grade each
Right.
game, like the pitch, like the pitch count guy. Like we know who the worst and the best Major League Baseball umpires are.
Oh yeah.
Like whether because we can actually
They do the
visually
umpire scorecards.
see, the
Yes.
umpire score. So go ahead and give us the referee scorecards.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it. You know,
Yeah.
and like not just as a group as 3 people.
Mhm.
Why don't you give us individuals? Because that's a deal, a possibility too. Like we had, I remember Tom Haberstroh wrote the piece earlier this season where like the official that had thrown out a couple of players, all of a sudden he started throwing people out of nowhere. And he had done 1 playoff series in 17 years.
Mm-hmm.
17 years as an official, and you didn't get a single playoff series. You had 1 playoff series.
Says a lot about that guy's an official.
Well, it tells you what the league thinks of them.
Mhm.
And so, like, what are we doing here? Why would, we're not looking for people who are marginal at their jobs. It's a tough job. I get it. But at the same time, call it fair, call it straight up. And if you don't call travel all game long, why should we worry about a travel in the final 2 minutes?
That's 100%. And dude, that is an all-time NBA moment.
Yeah.
That's going to go down. If the Knicks make a run this year, or I'm sorry, not the Knicks. If the Sixers make a run this year,
Yep.
If they somehow claw back against the Knicks and they go, that's a moment. That's going to be like, what? Tyrese Maxey, 7 points in 18 seconds at the Garden. Holy crap.
And you just try to put an asterisk on it.
Right. Can you imagine if they'd called a travel after he cashed that on a 4-point play?
No.
That moment never happens. And I'm also there are people who are like, eliminate refs, and I'm not there. But like you said, what's the point of the last 2-minute report on that? What are they trying to accomplish?
There's no.
There's not one. Right, there's not one. So my thing here is abolish the last 2-minute report.
Mhm.
Launch it into the sun. I don't need the NBA to go, oops. Ah, well. I don't need that. So give me the full 48-minute report where we can look at every single game. And when it's Scott Foster or pick your least favorite ref, you can go, hey, actually, you know what? Don't like this guy's face, but you know what? He's got a A- grade this year. Been doing a really nice job.
Yeah.
At least then you know. If you're going to be transparent, be transparent.
I would agree. And like, I want to see Tony Brothers like his scorecard.
Hey,
for 48 games.
If that's the other aspect of this, in an era where gambling is going to be this prevalent,
yeah,
I would love to know.
Yep.
I would, because hey, if you have this guy who calls a ton of fouls and his games, and you know what, stars are always in foul trouble in this guy's games, and hey, those games always hit the under. 85% of this guy's games hits the under. You can flag that.
Yeah.
And you can look at it with actual, and I know the league probably already does that internally, but if you're going to be transparent all the way. That's all.
And
the last 2-minute report is useless.
What do we have? Like there was like 3 out of 4 or 3 out of 5 games in the last 2 weeks of the season where they came back and there were errors made in the Kings game that they lost by nothing.
Right.
Like the Colby Jones slapped in the face when
Yeah.
you lose by 1 and you can't get a shot off at the last play.
Right. And the response is, whoops.
Yeah, my bad.
We did it.
But it was all of them. There was a mistake in every single one of those games. The blatant SGA travel and then push off of Davion Mitchell. You're like, what are we doing? He took 7 steps. We're not talking about like he may or may not have slid his pivot foot.
Right.
The dude took 7 steps. He was just wandering around out there after he picked up the ball, and nobody like thought to, hey, hang on a sec. Let me pull you aside, kid. And when you're playing basketball, you only get to take 2 steps.
You have to dribble.
Yeah, let me explain
3
what a
with the
pivot
gather
foot with
step.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I see it all the time, though.
Yeah.
And look where it ended up being, how much that cost the Kings. They win that game against the who was
Oklahoma City.
Where is that?
Suns?
No. When he got slapped in the face.
Oh, Boston.
Oh yeah. When he got slapped. When Colby Jones. If they win that game, what does their record look like now? Like, would they have moved up? Would they have tied?
Sure.
Like, there's all of these little tiny things that happen near the end of the season. Like, forget all of the bad losses. There were these other little games, these other little things that happened that could have totally changed the trajectory of the
This is my problem. This is why, bad idea, by the way, on 2-minute report. Because this is my problem with it. We know already. We can all see. We all see a travel. We all see a slap in the face.
Yeah.
We got it. We know the call got missed. The NBA going, whoops. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the value is.
If it's like, hey, for every missed call in the last 2 minutes that hurts your team, 0.1% in the lottery. Or something. Then you'd go, oh, okay, great, thanks.
Or have a system where if you're officials and they're graded, each of them are graded, and like if they fall below a certain level, they can be relegated. They can, like, you've got the G League, like, pull someone else up to take their spot. Like, have a system where you can see guys are in the red or they're a 73% like accuracy rate. That's not good enough. You know, it's just not. So I think that there should be a way for them. And this is like, I'm the guy who is on the pool report. So like, and I've never been called to do the pool report. No other reporters ever said, hey, I want that flagged. Can you do the pool report? So, but if there was like a way for that to happen, that doesn't even help. Like, what am I supposed to do? I walk into a room, I got them on a video call, and I can only ask like 2 questions. I have to ask a question and I can ask a follow-up, and I can't ask anything sideways.
And they're going to go, oh yeah, no, there was marginal contact, or we didn't judge that it constituted enough for a flagrant, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
They're just going to say what you think they're going to say. And then when you follow up, they're going to give you a BS answer, and then you're going to move on.
Yeah. And then like, I can't say, okay, well, what about the play before where Fox was clearly fouled and you didn't call it, even though it wasn't marginal contact, it was full-fledged contact, but then you go back on the other end? Or what about the play where you made up a rule and called Trey Lyles for still moving his upper body?
That's
like
weird.
That it was like, what are we doing here? Like, that doesn't make any sense. You can't call a game incorrectly, like in the moment, and then have a review and have the review come back incorrectly.
Yeah.
Like, hey, that's not a rule. You can't call it that way. And if you're going to do that, then the next game, when the same exact thing happens to the Kings, you probably got to call it then too.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Do away with the 2-minute report. I don't need it. Give me 48 or 0.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's all. The NBA playoffs continue tonight. The Milwaukee Bucks at the Indiana Pacers. The Milwaukee Bucks, who we deaded. We said they're done. I'm committing to the bit.
You're committed to.
Pacers win tonight.
I'm going Bucks.
I don't care if Dame plays. I don't care if Giannis plays. The Pacers are winning.
Okay.
I feel good about it.
They don't look 100% like gelled as a team.
The Pacers look like a a dog chasing cars,
Yeah. Okay.
and then they caught one, and now they're like, oh, I don't know.
We got one.
I don't know what to.
I popped the tire. Now what do I do?
I don't like that's seriously like they've gotten to this point where hey, they're up 3-1 and they go into that game and they're like, 3-1. They don't have Dame or Giannis. What do we do now? And they get smoked by Patrick Beverley.
Yeah.
Like there's a difference between hey, here's the chance to and this is where I think the Kings were at last year against Golden State. And that's where the whole like playoff experience thing comes in. Or one of the ways it manifests itself is you watched, the Celtics last night. The Celtics went in against Miami and said, no. This series is over. Not over from the standpoint of we can cruise and figure out a way to win one of these next three. This is over tonight.
Mm-hmm.
This is done.
Goodbye.
We are the better team. We're dispatching you from the playoffs.
Yes.
Goodbye now. The Pacers had their chance to do that. Go, hey, we're right now, as these teams are currently constituted, the better team. And we're going to go put this series away. And instead they didn't. They got smoked in a game they had no business being smoked in. And they don't have, like, Pascal Siakam's been there, but like Tyrese Halliburton, as much as I like Tyrese Halliburton as a player, does not look like, oh yeah, I've been here. I know what this is.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron Nemhard and Andrew Nemhard and Aaron Nesmith and Miles Turner, all these guys that we've talked about with them.
Yeah.
Really good players, but they just
That's why experience matters.
Yes.
And we keep talking about this, and I think people like, oh, you're way overvaluing experience. No, it totally matters. And
it matters in these. It's not like, look,
if one team is so much better than the other, which is what we saw Minnesota and OKC, if they're so much better, then maybe it doesn't matter. But that's not the case in this situation.
Sure. And with Minnesota specifically, this group has been there together. The Suns have not. They just need continuity. Just ask Matt Ishbia.
Yeah.
Continuity is all that matters. They're just going to fire the head coach, though.
Yeah. Continuity matters.
No, but you're right. If one team is just way better, that's one thing. But it's also not like the Warriors and Kings last year were the ultimate, like, hey, this team's won 4 titles. This team hasn't been there in 16 years. Or this team's won 4 titles recently. This team hasn't been there in 16 years. It wasn't like the Warriors were dramatically the better team, but in these little instances, these little spots, it's like, hey, execution matters there. And like that was kind of that wound up being the difference in a couple of games. And I think if Milwaukee's going to come back in this series, that's what it's going to come down to. Is, hey, Milwaukee knows how to battle back in a series. They know how to buckle down and win a playoff game. And Indiana just has no idea what to do.
Indiana's looking at this if they have 3 games to win 1. And
now 2 games.
Well, now 2. But the Bucks are looking at it as in, we have to win tonight. And that's really a different mindset.
Yes.
And a young team can get lost in the fact, like, we're okay. It's only 1 more game.
Yeah.
And the other team is saying, we're a 100% laser focused on what's happening now. We're
going to win tonight.
Yeah. If we don't, we're done.
Yeah.
So it's tough, man. I like watching young teams like skip steps and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And then, people should also look at the last half of the season. Like Tyrese Halliburton did not have a good.
Yeah, but those first 33 games though.
Yeah. Well, he's going to be all NBA.
He really struggled post injury.
Yeah. He really struggled, and he struggled once they got Siakam. Like really, he didn't have a great finish to the year at all.
Yeah.
So
it's time for the handoff. Damian Barling in the building. We're talking about this Bucks Pacers series. I'm out of the Bucks. I declared them done the other night, and then they blew out Indiana. It feels like, and this is what we were just talking about when you walked in, it feels like Indiana, this is where that playoff experience thing matters. And this is where it manifests. Because you have Boston, who's been there a million times, and they looked at Miami and went, this is over. The series is over now. We're ending it tonight. We're going to go up by 30 in the first half. Whereas Indiana, like James just said, goes, hey, we're up 3-1. We got 3 games to play with. I guess it's fine. We're good. Yeah. That's kind of how game 5 felt to me.
I'm fine with that line of thinking, but I also don't think Indiana's that good.
Sure.
Like I'm not suggesting they're a bad basketball team or they don't deserve to be here or anything along those lines. I'm saying they're not Boston.
Sure. Yeah.
Boston has one, like, and I thought the way Boston played yesterday, it's the playoffs. It doesn't matter. Like, you either win or lose. That's all that matters. But for Boston, where anything short of the Larry O'Brien trophy is a failure,
Yeah.
the season will be constituted as a failure. So when you have moments of, no matter how heat culture the team is, no matter how scrappy they are, no matter how great the coach is, when you have the ability to put a team away before they even, can blink. Yeah, I think that's important. I don't think, and you could call it experience if you want to, I don't think the Pacers have that skill set. The Pacers are like we talked about this the other day. The Pacers are feast or famine. Like, they could hit shots and play offensively at a way that this version of the Milwaukee Bucks just can't keep up with. And truth be told, if Giannis and Dame are back, they're going to be far from 100%. They still might not be able to keep up if things are going well for the Pacers. But if they're not, it's anyone's game if things aren't going well. The flip side of that is if things are going bad. Like, if they're not playing at that 133, point per game clip, they can get by and win games. But if they're just in a rut like they were the other night, then it goes the other way.
They have no second pitch.
I just don't think they have the skill set to execute the way that you're talking about right there. I'm not sold that series is over, and I'm not sold that Philadelphia and New York is over.
Yeah, you can't logically be. I'm going to be for the sake of the bit.
Oh, like, I mean, that's all that really matters.
The Pacers are winning tonight.
Okay.
But
I mean, it's in Indiana. I wouldn't fight that.
But what you're saying though is, I would 100% agree if they had happened to be up 3-1 with Giannis and Dame in the lineup, and then all of a sudden those guys started rolling in Game 5, and you're like, oh, look out!
Yeah,
They figured
yeah.
it'd be one thing. But dude, this version of the Bucks was not good. That was not a good team that they played. They let Patrick Beverley cook, and they let Bobby Portis go off, which is Bobby Portis a good player, but Bobby Portis and freaking
Pat
Bev being your top two guys in a game, Indiana should be winning that game.
But that's the story. But see, that's the story of Indiana this year. We weren't focused on it because we've got our own house to clean up here in Sacramento. They're a bad defensive team.
Of course.
They're a terrible defensive basketball team. And that lends the ability. How many times have we talked about random guy A and random guy B going off against Sacramento?
82.
Just damn near close. But that's what happens with the Pacers. And Pat Bev isn't a random, but he's not Dame Lillard.
Sure.
Right? Those guys don't score 20 to 30 on a night-to-night basis. But they were in a position because of the makeup of the lineup. They had to, right? They had to do that for them to have a chance to win. Sure. And the Pacers, being made up the way that they are, really couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
So if those guys can get going and feel comfortable, it's a game. It is. The question is, can Indiana curtail that with their offensive firepower, or are they in one of their moods where it just doesn't happen and they can't get shots to fall? Because that's how Milwaukee wins the series. It feels like this series, with the makeup that it has, with the players that the Bucks have, is going to be determined solely on what Indiana does.
I'll say
not
this
a
too.
knock on the Bucks. It's just this Bucks team is just so depleted.
Yeah,
it's hard for me to go, hey, man, Milwaukee really took that from them. It's like, Jesus, Indiana really blew this.
Yeah. Well, no, it's very much like what we thought the Kings were all through last season. Like, they're just this offensive juggernaut that didn't play any defense at all. But then you get to the playoffs, and there was actual substance to their defense.
Yeah.
Indiana they're not there yet. They don't know how to get to that point yet. And so when there is no substance. That's why they could win this series, but you're winning a series against like a wounded animal.
Yeah, and I want to be fair to Indiana. Like, they went through a massive change.
Oh yeah. Mid-season.
Like the structure of their team, in my opinion, for years to come, changed in the middle of the season. So to me, whatever you accomplish moving forward, that's the cherry on top. Like, if they can get through the Bucks, regardless of what version of the Bucks are, that helps build to what you were talking about to start this conversation, Kyle, the experience. If they lose, if they drop the next two, it still builds toward that experience. And the Indiana Pacers, in my opinion, are going to be in a far better place next year than they are right now.
I would agree with that. That's why we didn't cancel them earlier. We canceled a bunch of teams for next year.
Okay.
Just don't even try. You're not going to win a title.
Interesting. Very
Yeah.
good.
Suns were in there.
I'm okay with
Suns
that.
are cooked.
Yeah.
Clippers also in there.
I love the 180 everyone had on the Sun. Not meaning everyone in this room, but it's like we talked that this isn't going to work.
Yeah.
No depth.
It does this model does not work unless LeBron James in his late 20s is on the team. Like this does not work.
Right.
And I mean, these guys got to learn their own lessons.
Everybody's still chasing it.
You know, Matt Ishbia sitting at that podium being defiant, man. Salute. Good for him. But if you think this is Frank Vogel's problem, man, you are sorely mistaken.
I didn't have the Suns as like a title team to start. There were so many people like, yeah, hey, the Suns are going to go to the finals. I went, they're going to win a lot of regular season games, but they're kind of a tough time winning in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And it turns out they had a tough time winning all of the games.
Yeah.
I like everyone talked about their depth. I'm like, oh, what are we talking about? Like, no,
they traded. They got rid of all their NBA players when they traded Brad.
Yeah,
for Brad,
but they
or Beal. I don't know the guy. I don't know why I called him Brad. That was weird.
No, that's fine. That's what I call him. They retooled a little bit at the trade deadline. They were able to get a couple of. They went from the supporting cast, so to speak, to being like who.
Yeah.
To like, okay, these guys are NBA players, but expecting that again, the idea that it's going to work right out the gate.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's not.
Do you agree with Matt Ishbia that they just need continuity?
To a degree, absolutely. Yes, I do.
Mm.
Yep. To a degree, I do.
Interesting. I don't agree.
I just remember everyone loving the Drew Eubanks pickup and the Yuta Watanabe and Josh Okogie. Like everyone just loving all these. And
I don't have a problem with any of those guys. I like Josh Okogie a lot. I don't have a problem with any of those guys. I think what Matt Ishbia is dealing with, these were completely unrealistic expectations. And you judge them on being a title contender because of how much those three guys made, which is stupid.
Very good. That's Damian Barling, D'Lo, and KC. Coming up next, right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. See you, Chatty Gang. Appreciate you guys.
Bye, friends.
Chatty House was cracking. Ayo. You want to go to war? You want a war? You got one.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We a number one spot.
Hey, what's good, baby? Welcome in here to the May 2nd edition. May 2nd is famous. You know what I always remember about May 2nd? The Rock's birthday is May 2nd, you stupid son of a bitch. I know, Rock. I just wanted everybody to know how much we appreciated you.
Is that really his birthday?
Yeah, today's The Rock's birthday. But that's the line from This Is Your Life. When everybody was singing happy birthday. And it said, to the people, The Rock is grateful. But to you.
Wasn't that like September or something like that?
This Is Your Life. Let's see. It was Rock Hunter. Yeah, it might have been September. Yeah. Probably the most overrated segment in Raw history. It's up there.
Well,
it's up there. It's up there. That's one of the most overrated.
We talked about it before. I mean, Rock's whole tenure didn't age well.
It's weird.
I enjoy it. I loved it. In the moment, like,
I mean, it's not blackface or anything,
well,
but it's
not that. It's almost a little. I mean, he's better than this. I don't want to say that, but it's almost a little Jimmy Butler-ish, where you had to be there to understand like why it was so dope.
Yeah,
I can't show you this stuff. It's like Martin almost.
That's a great call. The Rock in the early 2000s, the late 90s, early 2000s is like Martin.
Yeah,
it's charming. It just ate like you. If you watched it today, you would just look at it like this is hokey.
In the moment, it was amazing.
It was incredible. It was everybody walking around talking about Rudy Poo, all of this like silly stuff. And now you watch it and you're like, you used to call someone a Rudy Poo candy ass as an insult. You're not doing that today.
I used to go around the hallways of McClatchy and with my other students, classmates. I'd be like, hey, Derek, what's going on? High five. Shut up, you son.
It doesn't matter how you're doing.
It doesn't matter. It's like one of the greatest things ever, though. Like doing that to someone, like catching them like that or whatever. That's
that one. I feel like we could bring back.
Yeah, that
like we could rock out. Kimberly, how are you? Oh, it doesn't matter how you're doing, and then just leave.
Should I do that to Kim right now?
Do it right now.
Hold on. Let's see. I'll be loud enough.
So you gotta do. Well, that door is gonna. You go ahead.
Hey Kim, how are you doing? It doesn't matter how you're doing today.
You see, it works every time.
The look on her face. Oh, you're in trouble now. You about to get in trouble now. And the great thing is, Complex was out there and he gets it. Hey, see, wow. Hey, we did not encourage that, by the way. The Chatty House did not encourage that. You owe Kimberly an apology. You owe her an apology. Wow, man. Hey, she gonna beat your ass. She is gonna beat your ass, dude. If I were you, I would not leave this room till 7 o'clock.
She'll be gone in 20 minutes.
If you got to go to the bathroom, I'd hold it.
She'll be gone. It's like everybody else.
Well,
here.
That's because she threw everybody a party.
I can't talk bad about Odyssey today. Boy, they hooked it up.
Was the cake good? So y'all should see this spread they got out there. There's mimosas out there, but then it's all like pastry. It's warm too. Like put them in the refrigerator, guys. Come on. but there's pastries and cake.
Yeah, what was going on before?
There's a lot.
It's
I had
Stephanie's
this-
birthday.
Oh, that's what it's for.
We celebrate birthdays like The Office. That's not true. If you're important here and they determine who's important, like I asked Kimberly, what are we doing for my birthday? And she said absolutely nothing.
But we're lucky if we make the little PowerPoint in the monthly meeting.
Right. And we might not make it. Is this live, pal?
Yeah.
All right.
Giants only have one run. What a surprise.
2 wins by the Sox. Let's
What's
go.
wrong with that?
These guys, I think I saw a stat yesterday where they got like 13 runs in 6 games.
Oh.
This offense stinks.
All right.
I thought we were feeling pretty good about the Giants coming into the season.
I wasn't. I said they had some component. I like Soler. I can see some things where I like the top end of the starting rotation, all this other stuff. Yeah. But they couldn't hit. The lineup was terrible.
I think she's writing you a disciplinary letter.
Wait, what?
Nah, she keeps going to say you could be in big trouble. Yeah.
Imagine Jen comes in here, Kenny, I need to talk to you.
Yeah. Kenny gonna get so, but what we learned is it still works.
It does still work.
It doesn't matter.
It works.
Does in fact still work.
Teddy else pop for that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, but it absolutely still works. The worst part is, and I don't know that you guys could hear this, she cheerfully was about to answer. That's what made the whole interaction brutal, is because she cheerfully was about to answer when you hit her with the "it doesn't matter," and then you slam the door as best as that 4,000-pound door will slam.
Tried to slam it
And Complex, being a wrestling fan, he popped for it. So that's,
you know what would be fun is we did a Chatty House homework assignment. Go home and do the bit to your significant others.
and record it.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we'll record it.
So that,
be careful.
Well, Drew Down, like I've met Drew Down's wife is very, very funny. She might beat his ass though. Like Drew Down.
I'll tell you, I'm not participating in this challenge.
It doesn't matter challenge.
Who is it? It's Casey. Can I crash here tonight, bro?
I'm not participating with anybody in the house. Not even Ryan.
No, that's fine. Well, Reese wouldn't care. Reese would probably know what you were about to do.
Yeah,
He'd just look
he'd
at you like,
spoil
yeah,
it.
right,
He'd
Dad.
spoil it. Yo, the funny thing is, so Reese has all these WWE action figures, right? And he's like halfway into wrestling now. He's kind of got,
he's fading.
he's kind of fading a little bit. So Ryan likes to go into his room and just mess with all his stuff. So one time he was just like, "Here, take these," so she could like get him and go play in her room. And it was these action figures. It was like Kofi, Goldberg, The Rock, Stone Cold, all this other stuff. So she keeps them in her room and she like plays with them from time to time. And the one she always goes to get is Shawn Michaels.
That's
she
great.
got Shawn Michaels every time. I'm like, you don't get nobody else?
You're going to hear Ryan go, "Oh, Shawn."
That's my boy.
I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
I really think you should say sorry.
I will during the break. I'm working.
Well, we got to do it like I think everyone has to hear you say sorry. He's Kenny Caraway. He could be in big trouble today.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge
Oh, that's
me.
pretty dope.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Casey's gonna have to go back to getting the sodas from the vending machine now.
Oh man, she brought you a pressed
Oh.
juicery and everything.
Hey, look, and
yesterday.
they had a they had that trick in there, Jesse, in the vending machine.
Oh, you got 2 for 1
Rita-
today?
It was like 2 days ago. I got 3 for 1. Doritos for everybody.
Damn.
I even put one in the locker. Tribute
Snack
shit.
Shack. The Snack Shack. I'm with it. It was a bad night of basketball.
It was a
man.
bad night of basketball.
Absolute.
I mean,
awful.
well, it was a little bit of a good night. 'Cause
Well,
thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Celtics, for putting everybody out of their misery. Now we can move on to the next round. That one in the middle of that series, it should have been best of 5.
just call an audible immediately
Yeah,
and say,
Adam Silver should have that power. Remember those playoff series a couple years ago when the Bucks would take on the Pistons, and that series was over after like every game was like a 25-point win for the Bucks.
mhm.
It's like after game 2, we should be like, "Yo, y'all got one more chance, Pistons." I know the rules, but You got one more chance. We don't need to play no game 4.
Celtics blew them out 4 times, but like Kevin O'Connor said, they're gonna get swept by the Nuggets.
No.
Joke.
Damn Kevin O'Connor.
Yeah, but the second game was not very fun. I didn't like that.
Yeah, and there's some people sticking their chest out today because James Harden was awful.
Oh man.
But I'm not going to blame him because the whole look.
I hate being like that.
No,
I hate
that's
being
fine.
like that.
That's fine.
Damn.
You can't excuse him. You can't excuse him for the way that he plays. Paul George wasn't good.
Oh,
the Clippers as a whole were awful. Like the Celtics did what they should have done.
Mhm.
And honestly, what happened to the Heat? Like Spo saw it in the first quarter. We were watching it. Boom. The moment Spo realized it was over, like you could see it on TV.
Yeah.
There's no excuse for the way that the Clippers played last night. No excuse.
At the crib.
And
2-2 series. Come on, man.
And this is the thing with you know how I feel about James Harden. I'll stall last night out because I don't think he's an elite player on a night-to-night basis anymore.
Mm.
But when you're in these moments, right? That's a 2-2 game at your house,
Mm-hmm.
and you play that way, you better follow it up. And the tough part for James is he can follow it up, and then Game 7 is going to come around,
Mm-hmm.
and you got to follow it up again. James Harden is not a night-to-night elite basketball player anymore.
Mm.
So I'll stall what happened last night, but he's going to have to show life.
Yeah, and I'll say this though too.
And by the way, tomorrow's where I expect him to be at his worst. I didn't expect that last night. I expect it tomorrow.
This one's over. Tomorrow.
Series on the line. You say that about every Game 6.
This one's over.
You say that about it.
Orlando might not be over. Orlando might be able to push it to 7. I can't stall my guy out. Paul George, come on.
Yeah, not
bro.
good.
Come on.
That
man.
whole team was flat. Like they were terrible.
James Harden. Didn't we say he was going to get 7 points?
You might have, yeah.
I think we said 7 points.
You
It was 2 of 12.
Yeah, he took 12 shots.
I feel like not like just nitpicking this one game. I feel like that's why you kind of pay a guy like Kawhi instead of Paul George. Like Kawhi might be hurt. I feel like when it comes down to it, you need someone to lead you. Like you trust Kawhi more than Paul George kind of
No,
thing.
it don't matter now. If Kawhi's not playing,
Well, that's what I'm
you
saying.
pay
Like
him all
going
you
for the
want
future,
to.
though.
He's just in a bad situation.
Yeah, it's no good.
Kawhi,
to Jesse's point, I think he's right. Not trashing Paul George by any means. Kawhi got iced. He's cold.
Oh no,
He's
when he's there, when he can play,
yeah,
that's the guy to go with.
Yep.
But he's just never there. He's never there when you need him.
Not in these moments, no.
So hold on before we go to break. I gotta publicly.
Yeah, publicly. We're all listening.
Kim, I got love for you, girl.
Nope. That's not an apology. You have to say, you didn't say sorry. There.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Sure, no problem. Look,
She demanded it in writing. I don't know if you guys heard that. She's demanding it. Oh, he's in trouble.
See, it'd be better if Kim hit him with.
I think the note to HR has already been set. Oh, that would have been magnificent.
I don't think Kenny heard it.
Oh, if she had hit you with the, it doesn't matter. Wow. We'll come back. We're just getting started. Apparently, we're just having fun all spring long here. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento sports leader ESPN 1320.
As you guys can see,
John, I don't know that this is coming across the way that you intend, but that's odd. But I think what John is attempting to say is hit the thumbs up, guys.
Just like I think I know what Canelo was saying, but that translation was great. You see that?
Yeah, he really doesn't like that guy.
Well, did you see what he said? Though?
Yeah.
I said, "Yo, Canelo."
That's wild.
Oh man. Sorries have to be issued through the Notes app. That's a good call right there.
Oh, okay. They're telling me I got to send it through the Notes app. So
it was the Odyssey, Toby. That's Jen. Jen is the the Toby or Holly. How y'all feeling today? Stephen Brown, Drew Down, Johnny G, Spencer, Rory. How y'all doing, man? Chris, Michigan, ready for the fight weekend? FG, what's good, baby?
There we go. See, guys, it's in the
not,
notes app.
It's not FG.
See that? Telling me it's not official to the notes app. Sorry. So don't let her say I didn't apologize. That's what that was for.
Shout out Mitch for that one yesterday.
Mitch?
Yeah, he threw in the chat when he tried to make my last name Italian.
Oh, yeah. It's very
I
good.
think it's Jesse Tapia.
Shout out to Lewis. Hope you're still out there, Lewis.
Lewis, man, come on, dog.
Lewis.
Hey, man, come on.
Lewis got more leeway than any caller in history, and he was still upset with us.
I gotta Lewis, I gotta talk to Lewis on the radio, man, because he might not even be listening straight. He out getting shrimp fried rice somewhere.
Steven asking if we could play it again.
Who's on Run It Back?
Well,
run it back.
Well,
hey, if you're on there, you're on there.
oh man.
Today is the anniversary of Mayweather Pacquiao. I saw. Did you watch that fight?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody watched it.
Only because there were people at my house who wanted to see it.
That's the first time I threw like a party or a fight party, I guess.
That was the first time ever.
Yeah, my parents were in Livermore at someone else's house.
I was on the East Coast too, so that fight started at 11 or 12.
I'm about to say close to midnight.
Late. Yeah. Trash.
Oh, she blocked me.
Oh no. Well, that's a shame. Kenny's been blocked. Hey, hit him with the no. Katrina and I watched that fight in a Hooters parking lot in Henderson. That's the most Ramsey text ever.
They probably couldn't get into Vegas.
They're just stopping people in Henderson. Sorry, you can't go any further.
That was crazy.
Well, it's very good, Soren. This is like when Jim picked up Pam at the dojo. You got to write an awkward apology now. That's solid work right there.
Jim
I always love the
Jim
fight
and Pam
episode.
or the couple, right?
Yes, Casey. Jim and Pam are the couple.
You kill me every time you do this, you know?
Just making sure. we during the break, I talked about today's the anniversary, I think 9 years of Pacquiao Mayweather. Ramsey said him and Katrina watched that fight in Henderson.
Be more than 9 years, isn't it? What year? Oh, 2015. Yeah.
So we were talking about like Vegas was just stupid. Like I was joked, like they probably couldn't even get into Vegas. That's why they were in Henderson.
Mm-hmm.
But
look, you guys can go over to the Hoover Dam, but you can't go this way.
Do you remember like seeing? I don't know if you saw like all the private jets that were at that airport.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Was crazy.
Absolutely.
To see.
Absolutely.
Crazy. Yeah.
That's still the biggest fight in like modern day boxing history, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Nothing's.
I don't think anything comes close.
Modern fight history.
Yeah.
Not sports history. Nothing's going to come close. Nothing's going to come close to that.
In terms of what?
Money generated.
Which is hype and
isn't
just
Connor bigger?
Wasn't
Connor Floyd money wise wasn't bigger?
No.
That was
Okay.
like that was a show.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking questions.
It might have been top 5 gate of all time, but I think it's still like I can't remember exactly, but like maybe like 3 million below Mayweather Pacquiao.
Okay.
Just as far as like Pacquiao and Mayweather's status as boxers too, the money made, just all the hype, everything that went into it too. I feel like
That's that's an all-time sports moment. You know what also happened that day was Chris Paul getting past the Spurs in the first round. I actually missed that game.
No, that's not right. That's the
Yeah.
same day.
Yeah, I missed that game because they had 90 million TVs in Republic, and all of them were on Mayweather Pacquiao prelims. I said, can I get one TV on Game 7 Clippers Spurs? No.
Fascinating. Wow. Okay. I must not. I remember I didn't see that at home. That's why I was, because I know we watched Mayweather and Pacquiao at home.
Mhm.
I know I didn't see the end of that game at home.
I
can't figure out where I was. That's
I-
how I didn't realize it was the same day.
I literally had my mom FaceTime me in the last minute of that game because I was following along on my phone.
That's the one where Chris Paul
Mhm.
cried, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I messed up his hamstring and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
And
Did they get swept the next round?
No, they blew it. I think that's when they lost to OKC in the second round. I think.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I think they
Okay.
lost to OKC, and he like blew game 5 in OKC or something like that.
Mm.
But yeah, I'm following the game and I'm like seeing how close it is. And I FaceTime my mom, and this was like not early FaceTime, but like it wasn't 5G all over the place. I was like, Mom, hey, put the phone up to the TV. I gotta see how this ends. And she put it up, and I saw the layup barely, like it was all, it was all scrambled. And
Yeah.
but I was like,
Well, you're
did he
familiar
make-
with watching.
he made
stuff on
that?
scrambled
he
TV.
made that? That's just the Wingstop commercial. Sorry, I thought he made that.
No way. Yeah.
No way.
We got to get that on the soundboard. That's a must.
For the record, to follow that up, Mayweather Connor did, I guess this is a gate, $55 million.
Okay.
Mayweather Pacquiao did $72 million.
Wow.
Nothing's ever beaten that.
That's bananas. $72 million is insane. Absolutely insane.
So the transition here, that was a better time for the Clippers. Right now, I don't know. So I think we agree that James Harden is coming back. Like it just
To
feels
the Clippers?
Yeah,
I think so.
just feels that way.
I think so.
Kawhi's coming back. It feels like Ty Lue and Paul George aren't coming back.
It definitely feels like Ty Lue isn't coming back.
Feels like PG not coming back.
The Paul George thing is weird. I feel like everything is positioning. All of these articles you read, like I have Charles Barkley, there's a clip. It was on TV last night. There's a clip. It's not worth playing because I haven't found I didn't see a high quality version of it. I saw the Cheryl and Elk Grove record off the TV version. And it's not
Sure, a wide woe.
Yeah. it's not the best sound, but Charles was apparently really frustrated, and he's mad when he talks about dumbasses and jackasses and all of these different things. The people who cover the league talking about they're blaming Darvin Ham for the Lakers' failures. They're blaming Frank Vogel for the Suns' failures. And he goes on to say Darvin Ham is a great coach and young coach trying to establish himself, and Frank Vogel is a tremendous coach, and these dumbasses and jackasses, as he repeatedly said, they want to be friends with the players and don't want to put the blame on the players. It's like, okay, there's probably a great deal of validity to what Charles was talking about.
Yeah.
Except Charles is more likely and comfortable going at other media members rather than reading these articles. We can use the Suns article, for example, because this is very easy. For 2-3 days, Frank Vogel's future in Phoenix is in question. Frank Vogel's Phoenix, they're going to evaluate everything. And it's not read what they're writing. Not just the little headlines that Bleacher Report puts out where they make their own headline, not the little aggregated ones. Read the article, read the words. Then go listen to Matt Ishbia yesterday. He said the same thing. Now ask yourself, did he read the article and determine that, hey, you know what? I need to evaluate Frank Vogel? Or did the new owner, who's trying to get some favor, call a couple of high-profile reporters and tell them how he feels about his head coach? He used these same exact words. So if Charles wants to go at somebody, you could go at the media who did do their job. They reported what a source in the organization told them. We can argue whether it's right or wrong, and we both have our feelings on that. But why don't you go at these owners and these different people with inside the media or with inside these basketball organizations, that leak this information to the media? And as much as I love Charles, the reason you don't do it is because they're your friends. You don't go at the Phoenix Suns owner because you have ties to the Phoenix Suns organization. You choose to go at the guys who are on television, who are reporting on the report that that Frank Vogel might be in trouble or that Darvin Ham might be in trouble. They're not pulling this stuff out of thin air. They're getting it from your friends. They're getting it from your people in the Lakers organization and the Suns organization. So if you want to be upset about the way head coaches are treated, I'm perfectly okay with that. But just as you're willing to call media members jackasses and dumbasses, make sure you're doing the same thing with Rob Pelinka and Jeannie Buss and Matt Ishbia. I pay attention to all of this stuff. I love Sam Amick. When Sam Amick reports on the Los Angeles Lakers, I listen because I follow the trail. And I know who Sam, this isn't an inside secret. Follow what Sam has done in his career. He has great sources inside that Los Angeles Lakers organization. Charles, go at them. Don't go at Sam. Don't go at Tim McMahon or whoever is writing these other columns. Go at Jeannie. Go at Rob Pelinka. Go at Matt Ishbia. Stop going at these reporters, jackasses and dumbasses and all of this other stuff when it's your people, your friends, who's leaking all of this information to them.
Yeah. What you said,
it's the same crap that happened here.
What you said is spot on. Now I will say, towards the end of that little thing, Charles did say, "Don't blame them, blame the jackasses that put the team together." So whether that's owner, GM, or whatever the case may be, he mentioned that. But his overarching point, what you just
he's right about that too.
Yeah. But his overarching point, what you just talked about, is spot on. I mean, like, I think it's a combination of both. It's not always the coach's fault. They're also not completely blameless in all this. And this is a little unfair as well. But I think a lot of the times they're paid really well. Really, really well, like millions of dollars for something that
you talking about the coaches?
Yeah, for something that is really based on the talent, like what the front office does. You're only as good as your talent. So I say all that to say, like, it comes with the territory. I don't.
No, that's fine. No one's crying for any of these people.
It's Charles is. That I'm talking Charles.
If fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough. I would just argue. I was surprised by the Frank Vogel hiring. You can't fire Frank Vogel right now. That's ridiculous. It would be absurd, in my opinion, to fire Frank Vogel. You give him 1 year with this group, and you did the whole roster flush along the way. It'd be ridiculous to blame this on Frank Vogel would be ridiculous. Again, I was surprised Frank Vogel got that job, but Ishbia did say something that I do somewhat agree with to a level. This team needs continuity. They need to play together. The idea that you just throw a bunch of guys together who are either highly paid or really talented and it's all going to work with no struggles along the way, in my estimation, is ridiculous. They need time together. The roster needs to be fixed, but the core of this group needs time together.
They need time together, but and he can't say this. I don't even know if he believes it, but it just is what it is. They're not good enough. They're a second round team at best.
The roster is not good enough.
Yeah,
no,
at best, everything goes
But-
perfect. They play together and they have continuity and all this other stuff. They might win around in the playoffs.
Brad, Book, and KD with I get maybe Grayson Allen. I don't know.
Grayson Allen, good ball player.
Josh Okogie.
Mhm.
I like those guys. I don't know how you do it because you're a second apron team. You try to improve, and if you can't, that's where you might, by the new collective bargaining agreement rules, you may not be able to improve this basketball team. That's where you have to. All right,
So
this ain't gonna work.
so let me ask you.
I was using the example. Sorry, there's two tiers of players
Mhm.
on that team. They're like here, which is the three, and then everyone else is here. And listening on the radio, just use your imagination as to where my hands are. There's no one in the middle. There's no tier of players in the middle.
Right, you're right, but I think a bigger issue is they're all generally the same guy. They're all generally the same player. Nurkic aside, they're all the same. They're either these mid-range shooting
Mhm.
jump shooters or these spot-up three guys.
Mhm.
They got no real point guard. They got no real slasher. They got nobody outside of their stars who can create and give foul shots. But even they create to shoot jump shots. They don't create to get to the basket. Think of like Ant-Man or something like that. When he attacks the basket, he's attacking to get the rim sometimes. He's attacking on the three. They're all like their high-end guys that you just mentioned. They're all generally get their shots the same way, play about the same amount of defense. And then the Graysons, the Kogies, the Royce O'Neals, they're all generally the same player, do the same thing. That's why I don't think they'll get any better as a team because it's just going to be what they have. Like maybe you win 5 more games if everybody's healthy.
Didn't
and you
they
play.
just sign Grayson Allen?
Mm-hmm.
They signed it that 70, right?
Yeah. And Grayson Allen had a hell of a career.
No.
He led the league in 3-point shooting, or
Hell of a
career,
year.
hell of a year.
Yeah.
He led the league in 3-point shooting, or he was near the top of the league.
Mm.
Like he's fine for what they do, but redundancy is what's
Mhm.
the problem with that roster, in my opinion. And they don't have a point guard.
He said Matt Ishbia seemed to be insistent that the roster's not changing. I think he's only talking about 3 guys because that's the conversation. And I'm not including Grayson Allen or Nurkic or anyone else in that. I'm just talking about Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker. That's who everyone's talking about. When he says he doesn't see like a roster change, I believe that's what he's referring to. I don't think he's referring to, the others on the team. I think he's referring solely to them. He didn't make as grand of a proclamation, to no one's surprise, about Frank Vogel. James Jones was the only one who said, yeah, I think Frank did a good job with what he had, which is half-assed an acknowledgement that he didn't put together a good enough team. But he, to stall James Jones out a little bit, is under certain restraints. I don't think James Jones was the one who said, go get Brad Beal. I think Matt Ishbia was the one who said, we need to orchestrate a deal for Bradley Beal. And the thing I was trying to figure out earlier, talking to the insiders, I'm not sure that the team was good enough then, like before Bradley Beal. Like, I don't know that they were that much different. The Bradley Beal thing might be a wash. It's not an exact equivalent to the James Harden deal, because I think whether it was Sean Marks or Joe Tsai ruined the future of the Brooklyn Nets by going to get James Harden. I don't know that the same can be said for Phoenix and Bradley Beal, except you have a more difficult trade piece should you choose to go that route.
And that's really where they got worse as a team, or they just got different. I shouldn't say worse because Bradley Beal helped them have a higher ceiling, but they didn't have any safety net, and they don't have any way of getting better off of that Bradley Beal deal. They got no draft picks.
Right.
They got no cap room, nothing like that. So if you would have, because remember DeAndre Ayton was there, if you would have just kept that team together with DeAndre Ayton, which would have been problematic because it seemed like nobody in the locker room was really vouching for him. But if you were able to keep that team together, at the very least, you had that trade chip that you can move, or you still had some type of financial flexibility to add a more cohesive players to that roster. Now they're stuck. I mean, Matt Ishbia can say whatever he wants. James Jones can say whatever he wants, but it's been written with this team. Like, unless you can move off one of those three guys, or you're willing to move off one of those three guys, there's not going to be much difference in what happens next year. There's just not.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, all things considered, like, what next year all three of them going to play 82 or 75 games? No, probably not.
I do think there's something to learning to play together. I don't think those three guys know how to play together.
No, it's not. No, because it's not a good fit.
I don't disagree, which means someone has to change, which is a tough ask for three guys at this stage in their career.
Yeah.
And
I think two of them tried to. I think Book and Bill tried to be the point guard or, distributor and set things up. But like you said, it's a tough ask.
Downfall number one. Point. Problem number one. You don't have a point guard.
Nope.
We knew that. We knew that when you did the deal. Mm-hmm. Who's handling the ball? Oh, Brad and Booker didn't do it. Word? Okay.
Yeah. Speaking of this press conference, I've shout out to Phoenix for doing the prime time exit interview. What was that, like 6:00 p.m.?
Yeah, it was later.
Doing an exit interview in prime time. I mean, that might be a little better than the Lakers, who said, "We're doing them now, right after the game."
Doing them right after the game. Hey, if you're not here, we can't help you.
That was crazy.
Well, the athletic guys they're doubling down on their reports. They have Darvin Ham gone by the end of the week.
Who?
For those who haven't looked at the calendar, or who missed the open of the show, it's Thursday.
Well, who? I think it was Jason. Which I agree with this. They're going to wait and see what's going on with Ty Lue.
Jason Jones. Yeah.
Jason
okay.
Jones. Yeah. And that might happen by the end of the week.
Well, let's put 1 + 1 together. To think the only reason Ty Lue isn't the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers is because he wouldn't sign a 3-year contract.
Well,
correct me if I'm wrong. Will this be their third coach? Was this Frank Vogel?
Vogel.
It was Vogel.
Third coach since
Ty Lue said, "I'm not taking a 3-year deal."
Yeah, this will
be their third coach.
Yeah, this will be their third coach.
And it could wind up at the guy who originally said, "I'm not taking a 3-year deal."
Yeah. Or it could be Mike Brown.
All right. So I thought King Voss was joking. And King Voss tagged us. You won't believe this. Greeny just said the Lakers are going to try to get Mike Brown to be their head coach. And I said, "Stop it. You're not serious." He just sent us the link to it.
Oh, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, Greeny.
Unbelievable.
What are you doing, man?
I
like Greeny, but he just be saying some wild stuff, and this is one of the most wild.
I need to hear him say this. I have to find this. I need to hear him say this.
Oh, man.
Unbelievable.
And I trust King Voss. I hope he misheard him.
He linked it.
Yeah,
he linked it. Well, I'm gonna have to scan through it because it's it's hashtag Greeny hour 1. So I have to.
He said it's the 28-minute mark. So we'll see.
Let's see where are we at. Apparently this is a real elaborate media player here. The 28 minutes. Let's see what we could find here.
I mean, I'm just making this assumption. Maybe I'm like jumping to conclusions that I shouldn't, but I have just always assumed JJ Redick is just waiting to get this job to be able to coach LeBron James. I have been hearing
through like just
Oh, come
again,
on. Come on, say it.
Greeny is not reporting anything.
Come on, Greeny.
I have been hearing people say that the guy they would really like to get is Mike Brown.
Oh!
That's interesting too.
Oh. Oh. Hold on. I got to hear this again. No, JJ Redick's going to coach LeBron James. This has been a phenomenal, 30 seconds. Pause. Okay.
I have been hearing people say that the guy they would really like to get is Mike Brown.
Yeah.
It's not inconceivable.
It's not inconceivable. Yeah, he's with the sorry-ass Sacramento franchise. Not inconceivable that they could get him. I love when people do this. This is tremendous. This is the second time a very, very high-profile and very wealthy ESPN personality did this week. Listen to this again. Yep, just assumptions. Maybe. No, thank you. Here it is. Yep. Not reporting. Thanks, Greeny. I love that. That's just my favorite thing. I have been, you know what that is?
I've got a show. I'm not reporting.
I've been hearing people say, you know what that is?
Huh.
Casey, who said that? The streets.
Well,
It's the same thing.
So
I've been hearing people say, who?
So
the dude who parked your car?
So
who's been saying this?
I will say this about Greeny. I don't know who told him. He's not making that up. Mike Brown is too random and he's too low on the totem pole for it to be like, guess what? I'm going to make up. Somebody told him. You said, it could have been the parking attendant.
Yeah.
It could have been. Somebody told him that.
So are we sure? I'm sorry. Semantics. Listen again.
Greeny is not reporting
Got it.
anything.
Yep.
I have been hearing people say that the guy they would.
I have been hearing people say,
He probably heard one person. He probably heard one person say it, not multiple.
Bro,
That's
hearing
not-
people say is like JJ Redick. I was talking to JJ down the hall. He's like, hey, maybe Mike Brown could coach the
Yeah,
Lakers. Like
right.
that covers everything.
Or that's what I'm talking about.
Or more specifically, JJ told Stephen A. because he didn't say someone told me they wanted Mike Brown. He said, I've been hearing people say. That's not the same thing as someone told me. This is semantics at this point. It's dumb, but that is one of the most absurd things I've ever
We
heard.
could have been in the hallway at
crazy.
ESPN and be like, hey, maybe Mike Brown could be an option. Greeny's like, oh, I heard people saying that.
There's-
That's literally what that
think
is.
that's what happened.
There's not a lot that I know. There's not a lot. I'm very confident in saying I do not believe LeBron James wants to play for Mike Brown again. I don't care how loving his tweets are. I don't care how nice he is to him publicly. I do not believe LeBron James wants to play for Mike Brown again. Also, just to make sure there is a nice bow on this, I don't believe what Greeny just said.
I don't either.
Did he make it up? Probably not. Did some random human being on earth mention Mike Brown in the Los Angeles Lakers and Greeny decided to not report it, but say it on his show? I guess so.
Bro, Greeny's putting out conversations from the ESPN cafeteria on his show.
Nah, I don't even think he was in ESPN. I think he did
Bro
hear
was
that.
getting his beard
I don't think he
trimmed.
was in
He
ESPN.
was having a ham sandwich. Oh, maybe Mike Brown.
He was at Gino's pastrami sandwich place in New York, and Gino was like, "Hey, what about Mike Brown?"
Greeny's kind of been on this thing too. It's like the hot takes. Hey,
Oh,
maybe the
yeah.
Lakers should lose.
You
the
know who
play-in
did?
game.
You know who did a really good job today?
Huh.
To be clear, I was at the barber. That's why I saw this.
Ah,
Udonis Haslam. Udonis Haslam was with Stephen A. today.
Oh,
Yeah. He was with
Stephen
Stephen A. today. And I thought he did a great job because all I kept thinking was, okay, don't be an idiot. And it's like, no, it's his first go. He's going to be great. And he was. And I was just like, don't ruin him. He did a very good job. He was very insightful. He said a lot, actually. He get from a player's perspective, he talked about Minnesota, Rudy Gobert, the difficulties of like if it was the Timberwolves versus the Celtics, if Porzingis is back, what difficulties Porzingis would bring for Rudy Gobert. Well, regardless, it's out there. Really good debut on television from Udonis Haslem. We'll come back. Much more ahead. We'll stay in basketball when dealing with Casey. Return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I thought he had a great start too. It was like, hey, where does Miami go from here? And without skipping a beat, he said to the hospital. That's the first place they go. Well, Sean just heard that Fox wants to go join Caitlin Clark. Can't dispute that. Good looking, King Voss. Thanks for doing that, man.
Yeah. Check him out on Twitter.
Thanks for doing that.
Check him out on Twitter. Drew down, that's crazy. If that really happened. I mean, I don't dispute it, but that's crazy. It said Coffee Boy said Lacob is in debt from financing the Chase Center.
All right, man.
All right, man. Like, come on, man. People just always just be talking, just be saying whatever. Is he making money yet? I don't know. Is he maybe losing a little money? Like if you balanced out like what he spent, has he gotten back up to even yet or anything? I don't know. In debt, bro. Come on, man. In debt.
So guys like Coffee Boy have, and I'll even say us, we have no idea how that network of billionaires works. But one thing I know about really rich people, even when they tell you they're using their own money, they're not using
their own money. They never use their own money.
I don't know, guys. Coffee Boy spends all his interviews talking about how he knows his friends everywhere. He knows people. People love him.
He's in debt. I meant to talk about this. If you're still watching, yes, you can have a segment on your previous looks at the Kentucky Derby. I don't think you're still watching.
She's definitely not watching.
See? So she can't say we didn't give her an opportunity.
I think it's taco time already.
Oh, it is taco time. Taco Thursday. And you know what? No one asked, hey, y'all want me to bring you a taco? Oh, no, I don't know. I was sources close to Odyssey said they're going for margaritas. And that same source told me we're making margaritas tomorrow.
Wow.
Tomorrow's show gonna be lit.
In the same day, going from mimosas to margaritas is wild.
Life at Odyssey, dude. Life at Odyssey, bro. I mean, this is the same company where someone came stumbling in here the other day.
While I drink a mimosa. Oh, yeah, you missed
you missed that.
Kim was lit.
Allegedly. I mean, feeling great.
It's on the show. It was about what? 2:00 on Monday?
All right, I'll check that out.
The show, yeah.
Was that really on a Monday?
Yeah, it wasn't Tuesday.
It was a day that Aaron blew off a meeting with Kyle.
It was Monday because he met with him on Tuesday,
I think it was Friday. Because I think they were supposed to, because remember he pushed the 12:15 to the 12:45.
Yeah, maybe it was Friday.
Yeah, and they disappeared, and we're like, yo, Aaron left Kyle, and they're toasting. I think they were at Bennett's. This is a.
Oh, by the way, pull back the curtain a little bit. I wish I would have sent it.
This whole show
I got about 10 instrumentals I could send to you, Jesse.
Oh yeah, do you have that dry rejoin with the guy talking like, "Oh, we're back to deal with KC"?
I don't know.
I don't have that. That got deleted.
I probably do. I think I have the produced versions.
I can talk to our guy Charlie.
Got some. I was in the lab last night. And I was like,
we could have that set up by Monday.
8 to 10 of them.
So are we doing produced in the beats or dry with the beats?
I need dry.
Yeah, you probably got to get those from Charlie.
Okay.
Because I think I have produced one somewhere. No, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Oh man.
And that was behind the curtain with D'Lo and KC.
Did we? Speaking of behind the curtain, did we?
I scheduled a whole station meeting live during a commercial break with the guy. Like, it's fine. They're in on the bid. We're off May 24th, everybody.
Did we figure out if we can keep this PWL league going?
I gotta say, I would have won
What's
yesterday
up, though?
too.
What's
I
up,
would
though?
have won yesterday.
So
yeah, I would have won.
So Will Z helped me out. He checked a couple of websites.
Damn, we got to leave Spot Track. That's crazy.
No. We don't have to leave Spot Track.
Okay.
We don't have to leave Spot Track.
You just need to know what number to
look at.
Gotcha.
And I was a bit surprised, but he said these two numbers match. The number at this website and the number used on the career total earnings. They match. I don't know what the other numbers are. Again, this isn't football. So I don't know what those other numbers are, what they're factoring in. I don't know if I need a stat head account or whatever they're called to find out. But he told me this number from this website matches this number on Spot Track. So I know what number to use moving forward.
Well,
is anybody feeling froggy? I don't have
it's nothing to me.
I don't have a name.
We can't play Jimmy Butler, but yeah.
I don't. Okay.
Fine.
Well, look, we're not going to force this. This has got to be organic. I don't have anything right now.
All right. Yeah. We'll see how it goes.
Jimmy was in the midst of a conversation. Would you have someone you want?
You're always itching to play, man. Just let the game happen.
James Harden?
Yeah.
We've never done James Harden before, Pause.
If we do, I don't remember it, so it don't matter. Do you remember it?
I don't think we.
I
I don't know.
if
That's like
answer.
I don't. Well, I'm thinking because
I don't know if I like your answer.
Because the only time we would have did it, like when he was about to get. Oh wow! Wow!
You're coming in overweight, and you might have a little something extra. I don't know if I like your answer. I think I should step out of this fight.
Stay away. Doesn't mean you're blind from a left hook either. Hey Devin, don't let him hit you in the face with his left hook. Okay.
So this is so fascinating.
So real quick, what's funny about that while you figure it out?
No, I got it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you in a second.
All right, here we go then. It's back.
Let's go, boy. Let's go, boy.
James Harden, who put up a vintage playoff performance last night.
Consider vintage.
2 of 12, 7 points. Free agent next year. Not a penny on the books. Oh, they changed something. Not that affects the money. It just means I got to count because it doesn't tell me. 14 years. There it is. 14 years in the association. The former number 3 overall pick of the 2009 NBA draft. The 2009 NBA draft. The former number 3 pick out of Ramsey, Arizona State.
Works up.
James Harden's peak earnings were this season? Just confirm. Just want to make sure the information's right. It's looks a little. Not this season. Not this season. 2019. By a smidge. 2019 was his peak career earnings for a single season, where he earned $35,811,563. 14 years in the league, not a penny on the books for James Harden, the former number 3 overall pick. Peak earnings 2019, $35.8 million. Back from vacation and ready to pull this thing back to 500. Career earnings for James Harden, Jesse Tapia, or whatever Mitch said yesterday.
I'm gonna go 440.
We're gonna go 440 for James Harden. Kenny Caraway to extend the win streak to 11. 14 years for James Harden, peak year 2019, 35.8 career earnings for James Harden is what?
440 is too high. I'm going 380.
He's got to be in the 400s at least, because Brad Beal's near $500,000 in career earnings, I think.
Jesse wasn't even close.
Damn. What was he at?
338,570,135.
Yeah.
He is shook.
Let's go.
The win streak is now at 11.
It's tough.
Woo!
We were in the lab. Obviously, it wasn't enough work.
Woo.
Kenny leads the series now 14.
Oh, this is becoming a
12.
runaway. This is like this is like when the Kings played the Nuggets and they started off up 15, and then the Nuggets went on like a 36-1 run on them.
Drew said I got to go play for the Shanghai Sharks now.
They called him Dylan Tapia.
At one point, it was 3-12.
Yeah, Casey's going on the same streak I was on.
Well, nobody's thinking about what happened in the past.
Did you say, what do you say? He got 330?
338.
I was going to say 350. Yeah.
338. Jesse went nearly $100 million over.
I was never a math guy.
And he just
Oh, $100 million is crazy.
Kenny
I was
Caraway
never a
just-
math guy.
Kenny Caraway just playing the game.
Hey, the biggest.
So Brad, because that confused me a little bit. Brad hits $500,000 when this deal. He hits 428
God.
when this deal's done.
In my mind, I was like, Bradley Bill's up there. There's no way Harden wasn't there.
Brad hits, and I'm doing this because I know we've had the Bradley Beal conversation before.
428.
Brad is at, he'll hit 428,874,000 when his current deal with the Phoenix Suns ends after the 26th season.
So bad getter Hall of Famer right there.
Me and Reese got to get back on this gun. Get back on this gun.
Well, maybe
I know
if
you got homework, son, but-
let him use it,
Well, you can get out here and get some work in.
instead of trying to get paid in the 40-40 club, let Reese.
I gotta talk to the boss, but I got a game on Sunday, man. I'm back in this thing. This will be the first game.
Hey, bro.
It'll be the second game since
So you're back?
back.
So let me ask you something out of someone like
I gotta check with the boss first, too.
Look,
I ain't gonna lie to you.
we care about you.
Mhm.
Have you been stretching, rolling,
Yeah,
Theragun?
yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't like the way you said that.
trying to look. Definitely got to do all that, right? Definitely have to do all that.
I don't want you looking like Porzingis.
Well,
Hey, get me out. Get me out.
I don't either. But look, we just saw a guy hurt himself getting up off his couch. We just saw
that was unnecessary.
We just saw a guy tear his patella tendon coaching a game.
To be clear, I think he was walking down the hall I think he was just walking. He wasn't getting.
Did that
off of
happen
his
here?
couch. Yeah.
Not here, but
No, not in the building.
Oh, I was
Just
gonna say,
happened.
how much did I miss?
It happened to one of our guys. Yeah, it happened to one of our guys.
So I mean, yeah, obviously the percentages go up, but it could happen at any.
Well, and
you know
that's
how
not
steep
fair.
my stairs are at my house?
Your stairs are golden one center, second level, terrifying.
There's a couple times that
And they're that fancy like marble.
well, no, they're not that.
They're not carpet.
I don't know why you would say
Like
that.
if you,
no,
if
it's not
you,
carpet.
it's
but it ain't
marble.
nothing fancy.
If you walk in those like in your socks,
You got
could be
heated floors?
curtains.
I don't even know why you would say that.
Are
It's
your
not
floors?
true.
Oh, that's a good question. Are your floors heated?
No.
Well, I'm just.
Why would they be heated? You've seen the floor.
Well, you got the marble floor. I was
They're
just
not marble.
asking.
The
Why
granite?
did get all worked up? Oh, it's a good question.
What do you say?
Is it
Are they
granite?
Yeah.
No, it's not granite.
Is it actual gold?
Are your floors marble?
They are not.
But his
Yeah,
floors are
yeah,
better
yeah,
than
yeah.
marble. Whatever
Yeah,
marble
yeah,
is,
yeah,
are better
you see 'em?
there.
Yeah, you see them?
I didn't ask Karosh what the floors were made of. Hey, Giants get a dub.
Giants win. Shout out Camilo Duval. They avoid the sweep. Good job, Gigantes.
Three runs was enough to do it.
Oh man,
Beat the Red Sox 3-1.
jeez. I just want some heavy hitters in the lineup. That's all I'm looking for.
All right. Well,
They got the win in Boston though.
take the dub.
I ain't mad at it. Vamos, gigante.
Who's got a better record, the A's or the Giants?
I think the A's do. The A's are one game under 500. The Giants,
Man, they really are on a run.
not. Let me see for sure. I think the Giants are like 3 games under 500. The Giants are, if they haven't put this one in yet, maybe they're 1 game, but they're they're 15 and 17.
nothing.
I don't know if that counts this game right now or not.
Okay. It literally just went final. The Giants get a victory. You're listening to Dilo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Not a pocket watching segment, because I know we've done this name before, but I am curious because we're going to talk about this. We've been flirting with it all week. I'm pretty confident we'll get to it today. That television deal.
Ooh.
Oh, this is what I was hoping.
What we get?
Steph Curry's deal expires when the new TV contract should kick into play.
And he's got everything, huh?
Everything.
Wow.
Steph, in 2 years, will be at $470 million career earnings. $470 million. His final year on this deal at 37 will be 59.6.
On this deal.
On this deal. Which leads me to believe if Steph Curry signs a deal, it seems far-fetched. But if Steph Curry signed a 4-year deal, the final year of that deal would likely be north of, 50, 48, 51, 55, 59, would likely at least approach 80 million.
Wow.
Because again, he hits every criteria.
At 41
He'd
years
be
old.
41 years old when that deal ended. It'd be a power play. I mean, hear me out. It'd be a power play that no one else in the league could do right now.
I was just about to say, is he the only one that has everything?
No one can do it. Like who has like the equity on the team, who has all. No one else could do it. Now, I would think because I think the question is who's going to be the first $100 million per year player.
Might be Luka, huh?
That's the one. If Luka does not leave the Dallas Mavericks, he should approach. So we've never done Luka pocket watching, but it's
He's
pretty
only on his second
yeah, it's
contract.
pretty early in his career. His contract with no extensions will end at the 2026 season at $48.9 million. So he's probably 2 contracts away.
Shoeless brings up a good point. Is it Tatum?
No, because he's getting his next deal within the next couple seasons.
Well, let me look. Yeah, we're looking at someone who has to get to that crazy number.
So Luka getting to 100 wouldn't even be on his next deal.
No.
That's right.
No.
I got you.
No.
Well,
so
that would-
and right, Tatum is due.
that would mean it still be Tatum because Tatum's
No.
deal would be done before Luka's next deal.
You're right. Tatum's deal would be done the year before, but his deal.
Because we're talking about, are we talking about not the next deal that
let's-
Luka signs,
yeah,
the following one?
We're doing this the wrong way.
Tatum would be done before
We're doing
Luka
this.
signing this.
You're correct. Yeah, the year before. The year before. You're correct. We're doing this the wrong way. Am I spelling
billions, right?
Trying to spell Wembenyama.
Oh man.
Oh no, yeah, well, he's not going to get there first.
He ain't never gonna have like
I am spelling it
a
wrong.
penny pinching deal. Never in life.
The one we need to be looking at, we're looking at the wrong Boston Celtic. Because Jalen's deal that expires in 2028 ends at $65 million. He'll be 32 years old in 2028.
Ooh.
Again, these numbers require it's the incentive of staying on the same team.
Yeah.
He'd have to sign with the Boston Celtics. What would that look like?
The reason why
he's going from
I'm sorry.
He's going from $49 million next year. 2020 or I can't tell. It's either $49, maybe it's $49 this year, to $65 million in the last year of his deal.
Man, this there's really no reasoning why I feel this way. There's no reasoning, and Jesse could probably trump this and be like, "You tripping?" I didn't think of Jalen because I could see him not getting that deal in Boston. I think Tatum is a lifelong Celtic. You think Jalen is a lifelong Celtic?
They want to pay him like he is. I mean, they want to pay into that luxury tax, sure. But like Tatum would be the first one you pay.
So because you're about to go crazy on the next Tatum deal, and then that Jalen deal, knowing Tatum is right after that as well.
Don't matter. Here's why. 2025 or going into 2026, Jalen's contract goes up to 57. That's when Tatum gets the new deal. That's where the new money comes into play. It looks different. So this money that Jalen has won't be 30% of the cap anymore. Tatum's will. Jason Tatum's will. Jalen's won't. And he'll have 3 more years. And it's probably that year that he could sign the 2-year extension. If he wanted to.
See,
I don't think he would, but obviously that's 3 years away.
I was thinking $100 million. I was thinking $100 million a year.
Yeah.
Tatum,
I got you.
Tatum's on this new deal, and he's got the other one lurking. Did you want to sign Jalen to $100 million, knowing you're about to give another $100 million?
Well, it's no one. We're
like, do you think they'll get to the point where you got to choose?
We're probably no, because we're 15. We're probably, let's see, 2028's how long? 4 years. This individual is going to make $100 million in the first or second year of their deal. That's not on this television contract. That's probably 14 to 15 years away. Gotcha. Someone in the next decade, maybe 10 to 12 years, someone's going to hit $100 million at the end of their deal. So they're going to have a deal that starts at 80. Like if Steph played till he was 48, he might do it.
You know who might eclipse Steph? I don't know. Just help me out here. If he decided to be honest.
Let's see.
Because at the end of Giannis's deal now would be 2028, I think, huh? And he's another one.
I cannot spell Giannis's name.
He's another one. Don't try the last name. I can spell the first name, but I just hope Google automates.
I got it.
Let me see if I ANTE. No, I'm done.
Well, you got Ant right. Well done. Well done.
ANTKE. No, I don't know.
No. No.
10 AEANTENKUMPO.
No. You're not even close. You're not even close.
I'm probably closer to that than Krzyzewski.
Do you want to try one? Do you want to try one more time?
It might end up sounding the same way, but ANTE TK.
No.
Damn. It's but TNT is right. Huh?
You got the T right. You finally got the ANTETOKOUN.
Oh man, that OU that's wild. That would have got me every time.
So you asked Giannis. I think the Wi-Fi had some margaritas today. It's slowing down, or some mimosas. Giannis will finish this deal 2027. He'll be 33 years old. What did we say, Steph? Was that 2020? No, that was with the new TV deal. So that's in 2 years. Giannis is in
Giannis
20.
line up for the new TV deal?
No,
He's
he's got 4 years. He's 2 years after. So he can sign extensions. Remember, you could sign 2-year extensions and all of that, which is what I think Jimmy was looking for. Is that what I read today? Jimmy was looking for I think it was a 2-year max extension, which put him at like $113 million for those 2 years.
Goodness.
Giannis will be at $419 million at the end of his current deal. The final year of his contract will be $62.9 million. So it is pretty close to Steph, but Steph's will be first.
What makes Steph, because I know he has everything, but what is it's the years of service,
Years of
it's
long
all NBAs, because he's got all the accolades. You need to get those kickers, right?
But
is that
Giannis
still
has already hit, like guys like Giannis, that you've already hit all of those.
That's what I'm saying. Like he's the one that has
So
all of it with Steph, but Steph is his contract will come first.
Yeah, he's been in the league longer too.
Gotcha. So that's another thing. So Steph would
he
be
has
at,
more total
he
years
would be
on
at
his contract.
15 plus. Well, Giannis might be at like 10, 11, 12.
Yeah,
or something
Giannis
like
just
that.
finished 11. When this wraps
He
up,
just
he'll be at
finished 11?
he'll be at 15. Yeah,
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Damn, I feel like Giannis just got here.
he did not.
That is crazy.
He did not.
You can look at this during the break.
Giannis.
Did you see that clip I retweeted the other day when a young Giannis knocked the hell out of Mike Dunleavy Jr.?
Yeah, yeah.
That was so unnecessary for what actually happened. But that's crazy. That was like 7 years ago or so.
Never give up on yourself, kids. Giannis Antetokounmpo, his first year in the league as the number 13 overall pick. Excuse me, number 15.
What? Oh, I'm
15.
about to say.
Number 15.
Because you know what they projecting the Kings to have this year.
No, number 15 overall pick. My apologies.
We'll get Hasim to beat then.
Well, he was the number 2 overall pick, wasn't he?
Yeah.
$1.7 million for Giannis Antetokounmpo his first year. He will earn $62.9 million in the final year of his contract, which means before we leave this version of the money talk, I have to look up one more name. I looked up the wrong. I spelled it wrong.
Let me see. Who might you be thinking? I don't really know.
Oh, shoot. This is all going south. This is all going bad. Bear with us, folks. Don't you dare go anywhere.
This is the last commercial break.
This is the last. We'll keep the cameras rolling.
Oh, man. I like that.
His money's not going to be the same, but I'm fascinated to see what this is. Oh, it's higher than I thought.
What you think, Ant?
No. Nicola.
Oh.
1.3. His contract finishes. That's what he earned. So, man, what I say with Giannis, 1.7.
Yeah.
So the difference between pick 15 and pick 41 was $400,000. He earned 1 point. I'm sure there are guarantees involved that.
How many years Jokic been in the league?
Jokic, 9.
He gonna beat Giannis.
What?
It's gonna be Steph,
Pretty
Giannis,
close.
and Jokic.
Yep. It's 1.3 million. Jokic will earn in the final year of his because
he gonna have everything.
He came out at 20. He's going to be 32 in 2027. We also know or suspect he hates basketball.
Yeah. Well, what's his name?
62.8 million in that last year. His career earnings 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 years in will be $426.6 million. He qualified for everything immediately. Goodness gracious. We'll come back. We keep talking about this TV deal. There's a reason KC and I think it's going to be astronomical, and we'll explain. We uncovered a couple of things that we didn't know during a previous conversation here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
So This is funny. Well, but Ryan Garcia he failed a drug test for this fight against Devin Haney or whatever. And he's like, man, I didn't take no steroids. You'll see soon or whatever. And Gervonta Tank Davis has been saying like, he was like, nah, man, they bugging. I don't know why he's defending Ryan. He just really hates Devin Haney. But he's like, nah, they trying to cheat for Ryan, man. Ryan didn't take no PEDs. They trying to cheat. He been tweeting all this stuff out like, nah, they tripping. Like they trying to just take it from him. That's cold-blooded or whatever. So then Gervonta screenshots the DMs that he sent Ryan Garcia. And he said in the DM, he said, hey, man, I'm defending you. And if you cheated, when I see you, I'm going to beat the fuck out of you.
That's hilarious. Boxing is crazy. Let me put a little bit of excitement up in your lifestyle. The times of the essence. I'm talking right now.
I finally got around to Joe Budden's Euphoria reaction pod. I'm not done with it, of course. I don't.
Of course
remember,
not. There's not enough time in a day.
I ever finished the Joe Budden podcast, but I'm almost 2 hours in. That might be where I stop. But man, that boy went crazy on Euphoria. Just like, because how they do. They be breaking it down, stopping, and they replay the bar again. Mm-hmm. This boy, he did. Just like I said with Drake and push-ups, when I said Drake did not waste a bar at all on push-ups, Kendrick did this like times 3. Like he did not waste a bar.
I'm with Soren.
It was fantastic.
It gets better every time I listen to it. That's fantastic. A phenomenal song. And I know that kills you to say. So
don't kill me. It is fantastic. That boy is spitting. He is spitting. It's crazy. Killed Ish though.
Oh my God. That was the best part of the pod. Ish was there mad the whole time. Just mad as hell. And then got madder every time Joe said he was mad. And I love her, but what is Melissa there for?
Just taking it all in. Shout out M Ford.
Big Mel.
Hey, we need to get Joe on the show one time.
Joe Budden?
Yeah, we get Joe on the show. I mean, since we getting rappers, since we linking up with rappers nowadays in the industry. Yeah. since we linking, you know what I mean? We linking with rappers. I see my girl making moves. I saw a clip the other day or a screenshot. I might need to go watch this episode. I don't remember it. I remember the moment, but I don't remember the episode of Joe Budden on First Take. I gotta go.
I don't remember that. I don't remember Joe Budden on First Take.
I saw a screenshot of him.
I always laugh when Joe and that crew talk sports.
No, his rant on Philadelphia was pretty funny.
No, his rant on Philly was very funny. Yeah, his rant was very funny.
But I'm about to see him on First Take.
Hey, Aldrin, I know. He did it. Hey, you might not have made it that far. He did it again.
He likes her for whatever reason.
He keeps bringing Candace Owens' name up. He's either smashing or trying to smash or whatever, but he cannot get that. I told you that's what turned me on. He cannot get that woman's name out of his mouth.
Yeah, that's crazy that because I heard not this time, but I heard him other times.
He said it this time. Yeah, he brought it up in relation to Amanda Seals talking to
That was
Shannon,
crazy, too.
and she's not. Yeah, that
Amanda
went
was wild.
went bad.
Did you see any of Charles Barkley on Club Shay Shay?
I didn't.
Yeah.
When
I
did
think it was
that drop?
yesterday. I think
Oh,
yesterday.
I did not see
It's a
that.
two-part joint. So,
Okay,
yeah, I haven't either, but
I'll tap into that. Yeah, I'll take. So, does him and Shad do a show every day?
I think so. I think
because
yeah.
we went to walk on Monday, and I pulled up pods, and there was, because they all load to the club show. I was like,
yeah.
Did they do a show last night?
Yeah, I think they do
They
a
sure did.
nightcap every night, and
Okay.
sometimes Gilbert Arenas gets on there.
Yeah, I'll skip those.
Gil,
Ain't
who
no-
always
ain't no-
saying something crazy. They was
I don't ever need to hear what Gilbert Arenas
Did-
thinks about anything.
he was talking about, he was on his podcast and he was talking. Nick Young was on there, and I think they were talking about like what the New York fans did in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
And I just saw the clip, so I don't know the whole context, but he was like, yeah, it's crazy. He was like, Nick, like, wait, you play for the Warriors, man. So like, what's up? Did you experience that? Like, I don't, like when you was in Sacramento, like, did the Warrior fans come and do that when you guys would go to Sacramento? And Nick was like, yeah, a little bit. Like they was there, but it wasn't nothing too crazy. And then Gil was like, nah. Hey, it's tough to infiltrate Sac. Yeah, you gotta keep it real. Got to keep it real with him. It's tough to infiltrate Sac. You ain't just gonna do that in Sac. Like, all right, Gil. I thought we didn't have no fan base.
We still don't like you, bro. Get out of here. Dude's turned into a giant cartoon character.
I've never been a Gilbert Arenas fan.
No, man.
Never.
No, man, but Gilbert Arenas has made a living here in
He's
this
rich.
media world. Yeah, he's made a living here in this media world and podcasting and all of this. Did you hear Joe talking about his podcast earnings? Like what he estimated his podcast earnings were?
No. Who?
Joe Budden.
Joe, his own?
Yeah.
No.
He said I think he said conservatively it was about 4 million. And I've been trying to figure out, is that low or high?
I think that's high.
Is it?
Yeah, if he, especially
Because Spotify paid him at
Yeah.
one point.
and that was like groundbreaking when they paid him. So that's why I think it's high. It was like, yo, he's at the top of the game when Spotify paid him.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Hmm.
yeah, so I
And no ads run during that show. So like
no, they just got the prize pick.
the prize picks, but they
Everybody
got
got prize pick
Patreon.
except for us.
Well, I think it has something to do with our national sales team. When we go check in with
Where
Abe.
where
and have-
Abe at, man?
Hey,
Abe is our
Abe.
muscle now.
Like it's all good when Abe cusses somebody out, but D'Lo and KC do it, and it's a problem. Abe literally looked at a group of individuals and said, "You guys are terrible." D'Lo and KC pointed out, and we got attitudes. All right.
Oh,
But yeah, I don't know. I thought the number was low.
I think it's I don't know if it's the highest.
Or no, I didn't think it. I was like when I didn't think it was cap either way. It was like, oh, okay.
Well, because I think I could be wrong, but your boy, didn't he sell his podcast feed or the Ringer or something for like 1 million or 2 million? I think Bill Simmons did.
Mm.
I think it was like 1 or 2 million or 1.2 or 1.5 or something like that.
It
So,
really offends me that you always refer to him as my boy, given
you're
how
the one
many
that listens to him every
downloads
week.
you've given that man every week, every day. You know the cast of characters and everything. Cousin Sal.
No, that's my boy. Don't talk about Cousin Sal.
I ain't talking about Cousin Sal. I don't know none of them
Cousin
dudes.
Sal hilarious. Oh, he's funny. Everybody, that's pretty much the only person I like. Everybody else can kind of go.
You
But Cousin
tune in.
Sal funny. I'll check it out. Real quick on the, because I guess Joe Budden's like 10-year anniversary was the other day
Okay.
or something like that. And somebody played a clip of like the moment things went bad with Rory and Mal and Joe.
Mm-hmm.
And like flippantly in the middle of a conversation, Rory called Joe Pebbles, like the singer Pebbles.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, he's like, nah, you the Pebbles of this podcast. So you know what Pebbles did to TLC and stuff. And Joe was like, wow, okay. Oh, well, man, that's crazy. Call me Pebbles, podcasting Pebbles. And he's like, man, so what you think about this album? He's like, I'm still tripping off the fact that you call me Pebbles. Like, that's crazy. And it was like, nothing was the same after that moment. Like, nothing was the same. Struck a nerve.
Well, and then you move on, I guess. I guess you move
What's
on.
the Pebbles at Odyssey?
Point. I don't think we.
Danny?
No. Well, no.
Just, you know, it's jokes, man. Danny in San Francisco,
Danny
my dude,
wasn't
man.
the Pebbles of artists.
Nah. That's my dude.
I don't think we have one.
Nah, we don't have a Pebbles.
No, we don't have one.
Pebbles was wild.
It's gonna wind up being James Ham watch. The point in all that was I wonder how much money there is to be made in podcasting, because Joe does the Patreon too. And when right before D'Lo and KC started, after 6 months, I finally started getting some return on the Patreon, like the relive episodes and Be Conscious and all of that. And everyone was like super supportive. And all of the people, and salute, shout out Grant Napier, because everyone who hated him came to the Patreon account. And it had really started to cook when I was in talks with Danny. And it was really, really cooking when Danny was like, hey, guess what? D'Lo and KC is a thing.
Yeah.
And I don't mean cook like millions, like I'm rich. Like, man, if I keep grinding at this, like I might be able to make a living. I was not at the point of making a living, by the way, not even close, but I was really confident in my content at the time. Thought, man, this could be the move. Like I got to work my ass off, but this could be the move. Turns out D'Lo and KC was the move. And you be respectful of the people who supported you and shut that thing down. Cause I couldn't do Relive anymore. I couldn't do Be Conscious anymore and all that different stuff. But it makes me wonder, like, what is Joe Budden on Patreon? What are those guys who have those pay for sites? Like, what are they making with worldwide fan bases?
It's not only is it the podcast stuff, but the streaming stuff go crazy now too. Like Kai Cenat, Aiden Ross, Act. I mean, these dudes just getting money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they have like crazy subscribers and viewers. Like it's not even like, oh man, I got 1,000 people watching. This is popping. Like, nah, they like to make that type of money. They doing like crazy numbers as far as views and viewers and stuff like that.
And that's what the NBA is banking on, is their media rights deal is coming up. We looked, and it looks like it might be over for TNT. Everything we've read about this NBC deal is it's damn near a poison pill type deal, to where they have structured something and offered something that TNT very literally cannot match, not even financially, but in terms of what they have to offer. TNT or specifically Warner Brothers Discovery, which homes TNT, TBS, True TV, CNN, or in other words that are prevalent to this conversation, cable network. They can't compete with NBC, who says, hey, we want to put you on broadcast television, not cable television, broadcast television.
Yeah.
We want to put you on NBC once a week. So now, like the NFL, who has Monday Night Football on ABC at times, they have Sunday Night Football on NBC. They got their deals with CBS and Fox. Now we want to give you the opportunity to be on multiple broadcast networks for the first time in a very, very long time for you guys. And like I said, they can't match that. Like, and I don't know what the deciding factor will be in that. I don't know because we know Warner Brothers has the right to match, just as ESPN did. If the two incumbents had the right to match any deal coming their way. But if you can't match the deliverables, it feels like matching the money is irrelevant.
Right.
because the NBA could say, no, it's great that you matched the 2 point. I don't know. I think it was 6, whatever the number was.
Mhm.
But we want to be on broadcast television.
Yeah.
You can't give us that unless you just bought CBS and didn't tell anybody.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about UPN or the WB or whatever those networks are called right now. That's not what we're talking. That's
CW.
not what we're talking
That's where the
about.
ACC is on CW.
Salute.
That's
There's a reason the
terrible.
ACC is in
That's
trouble.
awful.
There's a reason the ACC has the worst television deal in all of collegiate sports.
Yeah. No, but you're spot on. It felt like, and I remember maybe about a year ago when some of this stuff was coming out, they were like, "Oh, NBC, they want back into the NBA really, really bad, really, really bad." And then you see what comes out with this offer to the NBA, and it feels like NBC wasn't going to be denied.
Mm.
Just they were not going to be denied. They were. I think we talked about how they basically it wasn't going to be a bidding war. It was going to be NBC. You make your best bid, and TNT or Warner can match.
Yeah.
And it seemed like they literally made their best bid. They're like, we're going to do something not only with the broadcasting, but Warner got money. I don't know if they want to spend that type of money to air games on TNT. Like, I think NBC, just like anything else, they knew like, hey, what would blow these guys out of the water financially? And they got that information. They're like, all right, let's make that bid. Because I like you said, the broadcast stuff, that's a whole nother thing that they can't even match up with. But I would think money wise, they'd feel the same way. They'd be like, I'm not gonna leave it to chance money wise. If I think they can match what I'm doing money wise, I'm gonna go another $500 million.
I think those channels have always had an identity crisis. The Turner channels, the Warner Brothers Discovery channels, I think they've always had an identity crisis in terms of what they want to be.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that baseball, is on TBS, like you have March Madness spread out throughout those networks. And then you have, those NBA games. You also have, the AEW programming. It's surrounded by like Law and Order reruns and
NCIS,
Skyscraper, movies.
Don't forget our favorite.
Charmed?
Yeah. Every morning. Every Friday morning.
Every time you turn on the TV following the game the night before. Yeah.
Throwing a little dynamite there.
Yeah, the little AEW stuff, right. But it's like, what? Like, what are you guys? And for, the original reason they got rid of WCW 23 years ago was they wanted to be drama. They wanted the closer and all of the, these different shows that
we know drama.
That was the tagline, right? And then they're like, oh, maybe we don't want to do that anymore. Okay, maybe some live sports helps. All right, we'll get in with baseball. Oh, this March Madness thing, man, this really worked out well for. We always got the NBA. We got the best, NBA crew. It's like TNT has always been the outlier in all of it because ESPN is ESPN. NBC is broadcast. That's you get big like that's broadcast television. That's the biggest availability across the country.
Mm-hmm.
The TNT thing has always just kind of been like, we know it's a big game because we just know the dynamics of all of this. We know Thursday night is a big deal, but I think to gain average, like Sunday night football doesn't just do massive numbers because football fans are tuned in. Sunday night football does massive numbers because casual football fans know Sunday night there's a football game. They might not care about the Giants or the Cowboys or the 49ers or the Steelers or the Packers or whoever, but it's football and it's Sunday. I'm going to turn to it. Yeah. That doesn't exist with TNT. Basketball fans are tuning into TNT.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's something the NBA might be trying to get away from. It's not a shade or a knock on their relationship, but when you look at this, wasn't a question of ESPN or TNT, NBC, which is the odd man out. It was, is TNT going to be the odd man out?
Mm-hmm.
because NBC wants in on this. They're probably, unless ESPN for the first time in history goes, no, we're not going to spend that money. There's no conversation to be had here.
Right.
And it's going to create, that's not even what we found though.
No.
What we found that, like, when we were looking at these numbers for like Giannis and Tatum and Steph and having fun with, you know, Luka and $100 million and all of the money that these guys might make, we were trying to figure out when their international deals are up. They're up now. Every television deal that the NBA has is up right now, including one not many people are probably thinking about. The League Pass contract is up. Now, for those that aren't following this, remember what we just went through with the NFL, DirecTV, Sunday Ticket, and YouTube. Sunday Ticket was exclusive to DirecTV for eternity. Some of us argued Sunday Ticket was the only thing keeping DirecTV in business.
Facts.
Because DirecTV is ass and it's a waste of money. YouTube comes along, or Sunday Ticket becomes available, and the thing with the NBA was, we're looking for an exclusive provider, but we're going to make this more readily available than we ever have before by going to YouTube Live. If you're a YouTube Live subscriber, you get a discount if you're a Sunday Ticket subscriber. But if you're not a YouTube Live subscriber and you're on Verizon, like Kenny Caraway is for now,
I don't have Verizon.
Or Xfinity, excuse me, Xfinity.
I was just joking. I mean, I don't, but I was just messing with you.
Whatever you have, you can still subscribe to YouTube Live and get Sunday Ticket. You don't have to get the channels and all of that stuff. You can just get the Sunday Ticket. And League Pass currently is sold to direct, or the satellite companies, the cable companies, Xfinity, Verizon, YouTube Live. Everybody has some form of access, pays to have some form of access to League Pass. The NBA now can say, well, that's not the case anymore. You can't get League Pass through your Dish Network subscription. You can't get League Pass through your Xfinity subscription. You can only get League Pass through Amazon Prime. Or pick whoever you want to. But they have the ability now to make YouTube, or to make League Pass exclusive to someone. The YouTube NFL deal was $2 billion per year. It's a whole other broadcasting deal that you can get for the rights to have availability to out-of-market games. This moment right here is Adam Silver's legacy.
This is going to go crazy.
This is the moment right now where Adam Silver solidifies his legacy forever. This will be the biggest broadcasting deal I think we've seen for any professional sport up until this point, including the NFL.
Because what did we found out when we were doing a little bit of research, the NFL, everything total was like 11 billion, right?
Per year.
Per
So
year.
I'll, you know what? I'll walk that back a little bit, because what it's going to amount, it's going to amount to like the equivalent of the NFL. What the NFL has is
more money with less networks, right?
The
Or
other way
more
around.
network-
They have more
networks.
networks.
Yeah.
They have the deal with CBS, YouTube, Fox, ABC, and NBC.
Yeah.
They also have the deal with Amazon Prime. They have all of those. The NBA is probably not getting all of that. But remember the original report. The NBA has 2 television partners. They're looking for a third with the potential for a fourth. I think the fourth is League Pass. And I think the blueprint now, salute to the NFL. I think might be salute to Redacted in the WWE, because you whatever you say about them, remember when that network, when the WWE said they're announcing, we've got the WWE network, but it was an over-the-top network, a Netflix-like network, and not something on a television a television provider, they were looked at sideways. They pulled pay-per-views, they put them on their service, and they were looked at sideways. Then it was sold to NBC. And now all of a sudden it was ingenious. That's exactly what the NFL did. And in my opinion, it is exactly what the NBA is about to do.
And I think, and we talked about this, I think that fourth is going to be Netflix. I think Netflix is where League Pass is going to go, and possibly a lot of your NBA content. And that would be your fourth.
And we came to that conclusion because you and I had both been on the train of this is Apple. This is where Apple is, they have set everything up for this. They are ready to cook. They just dropped, I think it was 100 million on FIFA. So they're now Apple's not exactly broke.
Right.
They can still go after the NBA if they wanted to.
Right.
But it at least from a outsider's perspective, it looks like they're really leaning into this soccer. And I think as an Apple TV user, they do a great job of promoting the MLS. It's not something it's not something I'm going to subscribe to, but I don't have to wonder, hey, where's the MLS as an Apple user? It's right there in front of me. To lean in and go get FIFA, which is significantly bigger than the MLS, salute. I think obviously financially, it does not take them out of this conversation. I think resource-wise, it might take them out of the conversation because FIFA is so big, you want to put your focus there.
Right.
And now you have, like you said, I think it might be Netflix.
Because Netflix, and we say this with all due respect as fans and consumers, Netflix ain't doing all this for the end game to be Raw, to be WWE Raw. This is their opportunity. The reports where they were trying to get in on League Pass or Sunday Ticket.
Yeah.
So they've been angling, and this is their moment right here. Maybe their last moment for a long time to get in on this. And if they have League Pass, you got Netflix there, you got Amazon with 2 games a week. You got ESPN still doing their game or 2 a week, and NBC doing their games. That's your 4 leagues. And I'm trying to think, what day would NBC go network? Now I think it would fluctuate between football season and post-football season. But can't be Monday, can't be Thursday, maybe Wednesday. And the NBA ESPN keeps Friday.
And so I don't know the answer to that, but what I'd ask is,
and they asked for 2 days, didn't they? Or they said,
well, I think the idea is ABC. They want 2.
Well,
the NBA wants 2 network games. One would be ABC, one would be NBC.
I thought NBC proposed 2 primetime games.
Oh, maybe they did. Maybe they did.
wrong.
I think I still have that article up. I can look. I wanted to see. I might have had the. Yeah, my bad. I had the number wrong. The MLS deal. Shout out to APD down in WCW for catching this for me. The MLS deal was a total of $2.5 billion, about $100 million per year. The FIFA deal that they're working on, that is not final, by the way. It's in the vicinity of $4 billion.
Woo! Woo!
Boy, television rights, man. My goodness.
I need to start a broadcasting channel.
I need to start a sports league. This is the XFL. Not going to say whose voice that was or anything.
Did you see video of him? There's video of him, and he
gets bumped. He's turned into dust.
Yeah, he don't look good.
Was that the Undertaker video?
No, he's like walking into like a hotel.
He got a cane and everything.
He's not with the Undertaker?
No.
Oh boy.
It's like sneaky footage.
Oh boy. All right. Well. Okay. Well, I'm gonna look at that video. You know what? It's okay at this point. He's in his mid-70s.
Yeah. I thought he might have been 80.
He might be 80. We'll come back. A couple of games tonight. He's 78. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You know, for the first time since the season ended, this is crazy. Almost a little embarrassing. I was on Instagram. I went to the 49ers Instagram and looked at some of their videos.
Oh, someone's getting excited.
I'm kind of
Look at him.
I was like, I remember that game. I remember. I zoomed past the Super Bowl.
Oh.
But I was like, all right. Yeah.
What is your guys' feeling going into the season? It's like, oh, we got to get the Super Bowl. Is it just kind of, last year, tough. Like, what is
Right now,
what is the feeling?
Right now, how I feel is
Are you guys even excited going into this year?
I mean, yeah, you're going to be one of the best teams in football, but it's like, can you get the job done? Can you finish it off? I don't know. It's a little different. It's a little different. I think right now, how I feel, the excitement level isn't the same as last year. But I see like they're talking about them right now. I mean, these guys are going to be stacked. These guys are going to be stacked. They're gonna be nasty again. And they saying Brock is looking like a beast.
I saw John Lynch was on Pat McAfee today.
Oh yeah.
Want to get Bobby? Want to see if Bobby wants to come on tomorrow? This is 12 minutes. We're not going to be able to watch all of this.
We out here. Oh yeah. New pocket watching meme. Let's go.
So I'm looking at. I'm just scroll. I have to watch this later. Has the Kings roster plateaued? But it's a question. It's a chapter title. Focus on Malik Monk. Keegan Murray's future, Sacramento's finances. Those are the titles of the chapters on Bobby's new video on the Kings. Kim got her own memes out here on the on the Twitter. Oh man. Poor Jesse. Oh, shout out to Securing the Bagley, who changed his Twitter handle to Securing the Monk. That is well done, sir. Well done, sir. Very good. Very good.
Securing the Monk. You ready for Vultures 2?
Is that tonight?
Allegedly.
Okay. I'll hold my breath.
They can keep Vultures 2. Although I like Carnival as a song. So
I like Ty, but I never went back to the album again. I love hip hop, man. Hip hop right now is exactly like sports. Exactly. I don't know who this Twitter user is or even how I came across it. He makes it clear though. I'm repping TDE and Kendrick Lamar, but he writes this lengthy Drake post about Drake losing a battle and blah blah blah. And this Twitter user responds, "LOL, Drake isn't losing right now." And my man responds, "With all due respect, Cole profile pics are not allowed to talk about this beef." He has a picture of the off-season album cover as his profile pic. But I like this. Let's leave J. Cole out of this. I like J. Cole too much. I don't want him in on this.
I like Cole, man. I like both of these dudes, man. I think it's on. It's on right now.
What did the Drake message board tell you about tonight?
I don't know nothing about no Drake message board. I just got a feeling. I'll tell you what I think he should.
Drake Discord channel or what?
I don't know nothing about that. I'll be out here.
Did Drake text you?
No, Drake didn't text me.
This boy academics.
Did he
just be out of here?
Did he do you like Kanye's boy did Joe? He said, "Hey, he told me to reach out to you and send him to like that diss track."
Send him another jacket, but he stuck a note in there that says "Drop it tonight."
Drop it tonight.
He didn't do nothing to me.
Did you get a new jacket?
I didn't. I don't. First of all, the first jacket wasn't from him, and I didn't get a new jacket. But
everybody knows that.
Should. Do you write for him?
Oh, huh?
Do you write for him?
Do I lie for him?
Right.
No, I don't write for him.
I don't think it's not inconceivable given a year and a half of
one of the
this,
20 that Kendrick was talking about.
It's not inconceivable.
I mean,
that
a couple
you wrote
times
for
I came
him.
crazy.
Well, wow, man. Why don't you go get some water, pal? Yeah. Oh, he's out of here. That's a flagrant too.
Wait. That reminds me. Did you guys see that video of the guy breaking down the Brewers? Who they play? Brewers, Marlins, Brewers.
No, it was a quick change of the subject.
No, but it's hilarious. So, we can't play it here. But
is it like when the Kelsey brothers did where it's like, okay, this is a work?
No, so the guy does he slows down the video, breaks it all down, right? Like, oh, he's looking at him crazy, and then he does this. But the best part is when he gets to the umpire and the manager, and he's reading their lips and saying what they're saying, but it's really what they're saying. And it was gold. I tweeted it out yesterday. It was
okay.
We definitely can't play it on here. But they was going manager and the ump. You have to see me.
Oh,
if I'm the manager, really, I'm thinking about the man. If I'm the manager, nah, Blue, you got to come see me. You talking a little too crazy. You talking a little too crazy. You gonna have to come see me after this game. Throw me out if you want. I don't care. But this ain't finished. It was crazy. It was great though. The guy did a great job on it. No, back to the other point though. I think Drake should drop tonight.
Would words make you fight?
Words?
Mm-hmm. Somebody said something about you. You fight?
Yeah.
You're not a fighter.
Sure. You talk too crazy, and it's the wrong day.
What if you get called into a meeting and told specifically, please don't go fight this individual?
Nah, that wouldn't make me fight. Nah. Especially like that. I'd have to. It'd have to be face to face. It wouldn't be like a recording, and then I go out and seek you and go fight you.
Okay.
But if it happened in these hallways,
I guess
maybe not at work. But I'm just saying, if it was, it all depends on the day.
I can confirm. Kenny comes in. I was thinking on my way in, oh man, somebody about to get cussed out. And I'm about to feel the brunt of this.
It all depends on the day. Usually 99% of the time, I'm pretty pleasant.
Celtics put the heat away. No, absolutely. You're but as you said yesterday on KSFM, you're an S starter.
Well,
shoot.
The streets are saying I don't agree with that.
I'm in these streets and I can confirm. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, she's got that look. No, she's got that look. Oh, they must have just come from happier hour.
Oh, bro. Should we call her in?
Yeah. Let's see how she's holding up.
I'll watch the done button.
Yeah. Be ready. Celtics put the Heat out of their misery last night. They'll face the winner of Orlando and Cleveland. And I'll ask you, while Kenny is walking down the halls, are the Knicks the biggest challengers to the Celtics?
Yeah, I think I don't know. You kind of want to give the Bucks some respect if Giannis and Dame get healthy, but as far as the way the season's gone for both teams, I think the Knicks are the biggest test for them.
I don't feel like the Bucks can keep up with the Celtics.
I don't think so either. Like I
And
said,
it-
it's more of a respect thing to
it-
Giannis and Dame.
Yeah, it feels like they're playing catch up.
Yeah, it's just like it's kind of like not with the Kings, but like they just never found a flow with Milwaukee either. Like it's never worked. Kim's here.
We're on the air. Are you good?
See how she walked in?
Yeah, no, are you good? No, we're just checking the meter. Well, I'm assuming you just came from tacos and margaritas.
I didn't have margaritas. I had water.
You gonna lie right to my face?
Come on, bro. Don't say that.
You're lying right to my face. You can't even look me. You keep looking down and looking. Wow. You
Tell
are
Kim
not
we have
telling the
promos to
truth.
record later.
Yeah, you know you have work to do. Yes.
Give me a sneak peek of what's coming up. You're behind. This is 12:47.
It's always so nice when someone from our job learns what we do.
Oh my gosh! And you have the days. You guys, he's so organized. But are we surprised? I can't really see it.
Do you see that? Well, that's because you don't have your glasses on. One.
Yeah, man.
But
You need your specs.
You're looking at it from way back there. You are the one. Do you know you have work to do today?
I was doing my work and then you interrupted me.
The people wanted to see what was going on.
No, you walked by and it was clear you left here and you came back here, so everyone wanted to see you. And look, and now you're not even paying attention to us. No, that's fine. No, the nice one.
I'm nice.
You have reads to do. Are you in? Are you in capacity to do the reads?
We have more to do. I didn't do them all.
Wow.
Why don't you go do these reads before the second margarita kicks in?
Come on, bro.
Give me one margarita.
Nope, get out.
Bruh.
That's it.
Bruh.
Do you guys know that song?
Get some. This is crazy.
What is she? She said something today. Oh no, I said, Kim, what you think about Euphoria? She's like, it's a good show. I said, all right, thank you. Oh no, who she say Roscoe was yesterday?
No, you guys stop. That's not fair. Don't do that.
Roscoe was the one who didn't have a job.
No, I didn't say that.
You did say that. It was a jokey joke. All right. This one. You got it right at the end though.
Kenny, you guys. Kenny was also partaking.
I did have a mimosa.
Wait,
They knew
do
I
you
had a
guys like
mimosa.
my nail color?
Oh my God.
You said you didn't like it. I like it.
I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. I wouldn't go back and get the same nail color.
Okay, what color should I do next?
I don't know, but
do we want to see my dirty looks?
Bro,
Okay,
are you?
Oh, I already.
How
answered.
often when you come to work are you like this?
Cheery, great employee.
Oh wow.
The longer she stays, the more worried I get she's gonna cuss, bro.
Yeah, no, it's okay. No, she's good. You did good, Kim. Oh, she is. Man.
This is the weirdest place to work.
It really is, dude. This place is not. Wheezy80 says it's not even 2 p.m. and she's soft.
We all just kind of vibe out and everyone just works here, I guess.
Yeah, that's it.
It's not even a Cinco de Mayo party.
It's funny. B. Perry saying Uber. She's not going to get an Uber. She's going to make Complex drive her all the way home. And then Complex has to come back out here. That's what she does. She's a bully.
Oh man! And like I said, it's
No, shout out to Odyssey, who does have company paid Uber.
absolutely. It's not even a Cinco de Mayo celebration. That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow. A Friday.
They've been kind of building up pregame towards that. I feel.
Oh yeah. Oh, this by this time tomorrow, this building will be empty.
They had the chips and guac out there
They
on the
are
table. They've
gone.
been waiting.
This building will be empty, and any remaining employees will be.
Wait, so Cinco de Mayo party is not here? It's somewhere else, or are they?
No, it's
okay.
here.
No, it's here.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's here.
Yeah, it's
At
here.
12.
12 o'clock.
Is anyone checking on us? Hey, Jess,
Shout-
maybe
no,
you want a
shit-
taco?
Well,
Hey,
Kyle
you want
would.
a taco?
No, shout out
Yeah,
to.
Kyle.
Kyle doesn't
Kyle.
count. Kyle doesn't count. He's
Yeah.
1320.
That's true. No one outside of our. Well, Kim would. To be fair, Kim would check on it.
Well, I'd
Well-
ask him. I'd be like, "Hey, Kim, can I get a taco?" Leave me alone.
But
Like,
then she'd
no.
she'd get you a taco.
Shout out Karosh and Justine. They came in here once.
Oh, Karosh ride with us. Yeah,
Karosh
yeah.
does ride with us.
Karosh.
I mean, I think everybody kind of rides with us. They just half of them don't know what we do. That's the problem.
So for those that didn't pick up on what Kim was marveling at, she was marveling at the layout for the show.
That thing been crazy.
They think we just come in here and just start talking. That's why they all think, well, you don't work till 12. No, ma'am. We start working at like 8.
We start working at like 4:30 p.m.
Well,
the previous day.
yeah, that's a shoot.
We don't stop, to be honest.
Got to be on, man.
Yeah, man.
But that's what she was looking at. It's like, oh my God, this is what you guys keep track of this stuff. Yes, we don't just come in here and start talking.
Although sometimes it seems like it to you guys, there is work.
Well, every once in a while we do, and every once in a while we come in, we sit down. The chat says, talk about Euphoria, talk about Euphoria, talk about Euphoria. And we decide, all right, we don't need to do the first half of the show we planned.
Euphoria wasn't even in the rundown.
It wasn't there. We were preparing for 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
You was going to have to tune in over there, but it was clear.
Now,
no one wants to hear about the Celtics last night. So or whatever game
it was. The Lakers. Well, Lakers lost. Yeah, that was a good day. Now, nobody asked for Mary Tyler Moore.
Lake show.
Well, no, yeah, that was, I don't even know how that happened.
I don't either. We were talking about Nick at Night, and I used to watch. Oh no, Andy Griffin.
Oh yeah, I found Andy Griffin on.
And we thought he had 90 seasons, but
on I think Peacock maybe, and then it caused me to do the search. And you mentioned Dick Van Dyke, that got to Mary Tyler Moore, which eventually got to Eartha Kitt and Julie Newmar, and then we just started ranking the baddies of the 50s. which led to the baddies of the 80s.
Yeah, Robin Givens.
Or 90s. I guess that's the 90s. 80s, 90s.
And now the baddies of the 2020s, which is my wife.
I saw that. Yeah.
It is though.
The baddest. No, it's the shoe, the baddest of them all. Doesn't like the way you paint, but
nah, man.
That's one of my favorite stories you've ever told me, by the way.
Yeah, I told her about that yesterday. She was just like, oh.
Learn to paint.
I don't see anything funny. I was just being truthful. I was like, wow.
I don't think I'd paint I wouldn't paint my house for that reason. I couldn't. I'd be so like, it needs to look right.
And you know what else pisses me off is I'd be like painting, struggling, like, oh man, this is crazy. I still see the lines. Oh, I don't know what I'm gonna do. This is crazy. This is the third coat of paint or whatever. And I go to YouTube for a paint tutorial, and they paint a whole 90-foot wall in 5 minutes. Like, all you got to do is just roll up and down, make sure it's even. Boom, boom. Roll up and down. There you go.
I love
it. It's over.
I love
what?
I love the idea. Make sure it's even. What? Like how? I'm coming to you for that. How do I make sure it's even?
Just some middle-aged woman with 3 kids. Just, yeah, it's easy. Just put your paintbrush here. Boom. You have a wall painted. 3-minute video. Meanwhile, I'm on my 30th day trying to paint this damn ceiling.
Meanwhile, the ceiling that's supposed to be a very light gray is now black because it's his 47th coat of paint that Kenny put up there. Terrific.
Oh man. And then what happens is, and I love this, as Damien would say, no, this is great. What would happen is we get the paint on, everything's good. We didn't redid the house, everything's great. And then she goes, I think I'm already bored with this. I think I need something else. So oh God.
Oh man.
And I got to go with it because she has perfect vision. Like everything that she envisions comes out perfectly. But
I
just wanted to sit with this for a little while.
I needed to come to my house and take in some visions. I was so excited. A ceiling fan got put in yesterday. I was like, oh my God, it's changed the whole house.
How's that going?
The ceiling fan?
The house.
Oh, it's fantastic, I guess.
It's about to pop off in a good way, baby.
Yeah.
Summer, huh?
Yeah, it's going. It'll be ready by the time you guys come over. It'll be ready. Like, cause I've said I'm not the type of person who can slowly unpack. Like, I'm going to unpack everything the day I get there. I'm going to start this weekend. No, don't do that, Jasmine. That was a typo.
Come on, man.
The woman who texted that was on drugs, and it was a typo. And I knew I was going to pay for it, but that's
split level duplex, marble floors, big screen TV. Mama ain't got to work no more. She's seen more money in her life than she ever did. And he did that. He brought that back. And with us, side by side, together as brothers, can't nothing stop us. Nothing. What, you have me working for you? Come on, man. And have you working for me? We brothers. We'll be more like partners. Selling that S. Are you that dumb? Okay, I won't take it no more.
No, I was just curious.
I do the whole.
It was like our man Lewis yesterday.
Come sponsor that.
It was like how there'd be a great segment, Kenny's movie reenactments.
You ain't the money making man no more. I'm the one.
My favorite part about all of Kenny's bits is they always go on too long. Whether it's a movie or the Chris Broussard voice, it always goes on just a smidge bit too long.
See, no, there's like a July 7th in there somewhere where Kenny does a whole show on his impersonations. We get Shaq, we get Ultimate Warrior.
But that's what I think of when I think about Damien's Palace. Split level duplex, marble floors, big screen TV.
It's gonna be a big screen TV, that's for sure. It's gonna be a TV. But I'm so like, yeah, I'm not good with that type of stuff. So I'll take a bunch of stuff over this weekend by myself, just in the car, unpack it, put it where it won't be in anyone's way, and then once it's done, being painted by a professional to avoid the issues that struck the Caraway household.
Yeah, now we got a guy.
I'll have everything set up by the time y'all come over in a few weeks.
I can't wait.
Doc Rivers, I can't wait for y'all to see it. Doc Rivers says Dame Lillard and Giannis Antetokounmpo are both game time decisions. What do you think about that? Did they leave did the Pacers leave the door open?
They did. And I think if
Indiana tonight, it's in Indiana tonight.
Yeah. Indiana better get them tonight.
Yeah. They don't win tonight, it's over, I think.
Yeah. And I'll go a step further. If we'll just say both of those guys. I don't know. I don't have a feel if either one of them play. But if both of them play, they ain't winning tonight.
The Pacers ain't winning tonight?
Mm-mm. If both of them are going out there and they feel like, yeah, I can go, we can play, they ain't winning tonight.
Kyle mentioned it, I think, on the handoff earlier. I wonder how much they were playing with their food in Game 5.
The Pacers?
Yeah.
I don't think they were.
Just to come out that flat.
I know. I just keep in mind, I'm the one who said I thought the Pacers would finish 6th. So I'm not trying to take a shot at them. I just don't think they're good enough. They're not in the example that Kyle was, they're not the Celtics. They don't have the ability, in my opinion, to put a team away. The Celtics, they knew the assignment and they executed it. The Pacers, they're just trying to win the 4th game. And they're a feast or famine team. They can get into like games where it's not 133 points, but it's not 88. They can get into a game, the Friday night 2:30 game.
3.
Yeah, that was a relatively normal game, right? There was nothing. I mean, it was exciting, but there was nothing like over the top about it. They can fall into these categories where they can't be stopped tonight. They can't be. This is one of those nights where they're scoring 1 billion points, and eventually their opponent is not going to be able to keep up.
That's what happened in Game 4. They hit crazy. Then they shoot like 56% from 3 or something that night.
And then the other side of that is what we just saw. And I don't think it's them playing with their food. I think it's who they've been this year. The extreme ups and the extreme downs. Like that's what they are. And if tonight just settles into a game with Giannis and Dame, yeah, I like that for Milwaukee. But I have no idea how to predict what happens tonight, simply because I have no idea what the Pacers are going to look like.
True.
And I feel like that's all of this comes down to.
See, I look on the other side. I don't know. It's all about the Bucks for me. If they can get those two guys out there, I think they can, because Charles Barkley brought up a good point where he said these bench guys and guys that'll never play are putting up 115 on Indiana. Like, that's not a good sign. Like they haven't really had a problem scoring in any of these games. Game 4 was really Indiana just going crazy from 3, and Game 3 was just, an evenly matched game. Matter of fact, they gave up a big lead, Indiana did, to let Milwaukee back in that. And then Game 5 was never really that competitive, and they let these guys put up 115. if you get Giannis or Dame in a position where they feel like they can be about 70 to 80%, that if
But do you think they
both
could
of them
possibly be that percentage? I mean, even on the 80 seems ridiculous.
Mm.
That does not seem possible to me. 70 seems on the high end.
Mm.
I feel like we're really talking about Dame. I can't tell. It feels like Dame's dealing with a couple of things,
Mhm.
and I really feel like with both of them, and I understand. I'm not. I feel like you're crossing your fingers with both of them.
Yeah,
That
I can
nothing
understand
further
that.
happens,
Yeah.
and that they can provide a spark, and just give you something, and then just hope it's not one of those nights where the Pacers, as you just pointed out, shoot 50-something% from three.
Yeah, and then I also this isn't great preview analysis, but I got to see how they're moving.
No,
You know,
that's but it's 100% accurate.
Yeah, if they're moving like Willis Reed, like it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, and so that's the other thing. This game isn't in Milwaukee. I think these types of you bring up Willis Reed because obviously that's a famous moment at the Garden. This game is in Indiana. I don't know that you get the same, like, they're not coming out there for a spiritual lift if they play. They're coming out there because that team desperately needs them. And instead of saying Indiana opened the door for them, I'll say those Bobby Portis and Chris Middleton, they opened the door for this game tonight and for those guys. And I have no clue what to think
Chris
about
Middleton
this game.
has been really good in this series, a lot better than I thought Chris Middleton.
You hit him with the buried alive match.
Yeah, and that game 3 was unreal with what he was doing, and he's been doing that all playoffs. So I hope maybe he can use whenever this playoffs ends, but like use the way he's feeling now and playing now to catapult him for next year and beyond. But I thought he was finished.
I think he has to be that again tonight, though. It can't be, okay, Dame and Giannis are back in the lineup, let me defer. I think it would be better for the Bucks if Chris Middleton kind of tests the offensive end of the floor first.
Yeah.
And he's the one that's been in a rhythm. Let Giannis and Dame try to catch up with him. And if you can get, you get through this, you just go a game at a time and decide what to do from there. But the way Chris Middleton is playing, I would want him to be the lead here.
I wouldn't mind. I mean, I like Milwaukee just in general because I like Giannis. I like Dame. I picked Indiana to win because of the injuries, but I would kind of like to see the Bucks come back and win this series, mainly because Doc Rivers. I feel like Doc, I don't know what Doc did to everybody, but people love to take their shots at Doc.
Someone called him a sly con man when he got the Milwaukee job.
It sounds.
I can't remember who said, like, it was a very public proclamation.
Yeah, like I don't know. People love Doc Rivers' failures, and in this particular case, he'd be the one coming back from a 3-1 deficit. I'd like to at least see him get that moment because I don't have no problem with Doc Rivers.
They wouldn't come out and give him credit, though. That's the thing.
No, they wouldn't.
No.
But you better tell the whole story. Yeah, you better tell the whole story.
I wish they tell the whole story. I mean, like, I'm down 3-1, but I mean, look at my roster.
Modern day Sean Payton.
We'll come back. Oh,
now,
wow.
But see, Sean Payton is a jackass. I don't think Doc Rivers is a jackass.
Well, they both throw their guys under the bus. Doc does do that.
Who Doc throw under the bus? Well, Ben.
No, he definitely threw Ben under the bus. Let's talk the Kings for a little bit. Bobby Marks is doing it. We should do it too.
Yeah.
And we'll do that when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. We send the link to Matt, right? Okay.
And now that I think about it, with that quote, Doc did throw that whole Magic team under the bus.
I'm pretty sure he threw pretty sure he threw some of the Bucks players under the bus recently too. We threw the equipment manager under the bus. Remember? Poor Steve, the equipment guy, is out there doing his job, trying to wash clothes, and meanwhile, Duck's just hating on him.
Oh man, let's do a little 13th round. Usually, this is a kicking it with KC, but there's big news in the world of boxing. Shout out to the Jordan brand. Shout out to the dope ones here on the 13th round, and this is just crazy. It's disturbing, and I need to see how this finishes out. I almost want to ask myself, does it even matter? Because it's already out there. What I'm talking about came out yesterday. Ryan Garcia failed a drug test the day before his fight against Devin Haney, and it brings everything into question. Ryan Garcia's team is now going to, challenge that result and ask for the B sample and things, all this other stuff. Ryan is adamant that he didn't cheat. He didn't take any steroids or nothing like that. That would be crazy. That would be crazy to not only miss weight by 3.5 pounds, but also be cheating and taking steroids. That would be crazy. So, look, if you ask me, I think he did it, but I'll reserve judgment a little bit until we get the B sample and we know exactly what it is. But it's not a good look for Ryan Garcia. And the funny thing about it is he gets popped for PEDs and all this other stuff. Number one, that's not a sport you want to do that in boxing. Somebody just died, I think, a week ago after a boxing match. So, like, we don't need to be playing around with steroids and PEDs. That's some serious stuff. But number one, he ain't gonna have to give none of the money back, and he's just gonna get nothing but a little slap on the wrist, 30 to 60-day suspension. What is that gonna do? That's trash. And the other thing I don't like about that, and not saying one is better than the other, but they tried to end Jarrell Miller's career. When he got popped for PEDs going up against Anthony Joshua, I think he got a year plus ban and all this other stuff. I need a year plus ban for Ryan Garcia if this comes back true. It's disgusting. It's ridiculous. It's the 13th round.
Does it change what we think about Devin Haney?
Not exactly. Not exactly.
I
don't know if he would have won regardless.
He cheated, but there was a clear path to him winning it for some reason. He did not. Like, even with steroids, he could have beat him.
Yeah, I don't know if he would have. Yeah, if he would have beat him. Yeah, Kyle. He fight. They had a. I don't know if they had one the day of the fight, but the day before the fight, he took drug test and failed. We are back.
All right, let's talk about the Kings.
Real quick before the Kings on the TV deal and everything, because a lot of people have been saying, understandably so, like, man, what does this mean for inside the NBA or whatever? Did you see that report that Charles Barkley has a clause in his contract that allows him to leave TNT if they don't have the NBA? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It allows him to leave TNT if they don't have the NBA. Front office sports.
Yeah, but what about Ernie?
Ernie's not leaving if the NBA leaves. It's already out there too.
Yeah, like the NBA on TNT is that crew.
It is, but it's
like I don't think you could put Mike Tirico.
You can't recreate that with that. You can't.
It won't be the same, but it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. Like, to a certain degree, I mean, it's not the same, but I watched them on March Madness when it's Kenny and Charles with Clark Kellogg, and it was supposed to be Greg Gumbel this year, but he actually got sick. It wasn't Greg Gumbel this year. It was like I forgot the guy's name. I know him. But it was just some random guy. And they had moments. I think Charles needs one other person with him, whether it's Shaq or Kenny. But I
feel like the NBA, they don't need it, but like inside, like that show is like important to the league as far as like social media.
It is
just watching, like,
but
because NBA Countdown is garbage. Like ESPN shows are just.
It is. That's true. Two things. Dame Lillard is back tonight. That's from the only source that matters. Chris Haynes.
That's right.
Two. I disagree. I don't agree with you that. Ernie is a huge part of what they do. If Ernie's not there, the show is very different to me. I don't think you can insert Mike Tirico into that.
Well, you
or
can't insert him. He's
I mean,
not good.
a Mike Tirico type person, a host.
Mhm.
They're like Ernie. That's decades of chemistry that you just lose.
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, it'll just be something different,
Mhm.
right? It'll be something different with Charles.
They're saying he could get if they don't have it, and it's not saying one specific network. It might be a little bit of a bidding war. They're saying he can get 18 to 20 million annually in the deal.
Goodness gracious. Really?
Yeah,
Salute. Do we know what he makes now?
don't know.
No, I have no idea how to look that up. I have no idea. Oh, I wonder if we could find Charles Barkley's career earnings in basketball.
No, it's probably like 10 million.
That'd be stunning, right?
That's crazy.
Here it is. I got it.
There's just I don't know how reliable it is, but it says Ernie Johnson only makes $5 million per year right now.
That'd be tough.
Well,
I don't believe that.
That sounds about right.
Ernie, like,
If Charles has got to be the highest paid guy.
I agree.
So if Charles is about to get 18 to 20 on this one, that means he's probably making like 10. And I would see Ernie
Man,
making.
that's a huge jump. I would say he's probably making closer to 12 to 15.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. Ernie, that's about right. I don't want to say Ernie's replaceable because none of the not any
replaceable.
four of those guys are
Ernie is
replaceable,
not
and it's the
replaceable.
same show.
Charles,
But the show is Shaq, Kenny, and Charles. And Ernie does a great job of navigating, but those three that's the show.
I disagree. The show is Ernie, Kenny, and Charles. It's not Shaq to me.
Shaq has found his way in there.
No, I enjoy Shaq a lot more than I thought, but I don't feel like that's his show.
I feel
Like
you
if
get by
Shaq
without Kenny.
really,
Kenny, yeah, because Shaq and Chuck, like they have their
they
roles.
go back and forth.
Yeah,
they do their
like
thing.
Kenny,
They've created something.
no, I agree.
you just need someone else who's played ball and won a couple of titles. Like not being disrespectful, but like just kind of like Kenny. I don't want to be rude the way I say it.
If-
Like,
but
he's just-
no, I-
he's
no,
replaceable.
so here's my
Replaceable, I
thing.
think.
It is a little tougher than people give credit for Kenny because you look at Tuesday, Jamal and Candace can't do what Kenny does.
Right. And that's the thing. If Shaq left, and this is partly because we saw it, but if Shaq left, the show would be fine. In my opinion, the show would be perfectly fine.
I think it'd be different now.
I'm not.
Now that we,
I don't think
Shaq
it would be
there.
different. It would. I don't think it would be different. You could argue whether you could say it's less enjoyable. You could say, "Oh, I miss Shaq," but I don't think the show is different.
Mm.
If Kenny's gone, you have to replace him.
Mhm.
It can't be Charles and Shaq.
I got you.
You
Yeah,
don't have to
absolutely.
replace Shaq,
Absolutely.
but you have to replace Kenny.
Yeah.
You have to replace Ernie. And you can't replace Charles.
Mhm.
Like that's just scrap the whole thing if Charles isn't there.
Mhm.
By the way, given the numbers that we went over earlier, just fun. This is just for me.
Take this one off.
16 years in the league, former number 5 overall pick.
Number 5.
Peak earnings.
12 million.
His final year, $9 million.
That's
Those
disgusting.
poor guys.
Also, to go crud me for Charles
1984.
Barkley, guys.
1984, the number 5 overall pick in the draft,
That's crazy.
earned $307,000. That is what Kenny earns from January to June doing D-Lo and KC. He closes his career out at $40.6 million. Charles Barkley, basketball career,
Wow.
$40.6 million.
He's probably made $100 million doing inside, huh?
At least.
That's
at least.
crazy.
At
That
least.
is crazy.
How long you been doing? Been doing inside since the 90s?
Yeah. That would also be while I'm excited for NBC's return to the NBA. I think they're going to do some great things with that and what they do with the app and all this other stuff. Yeah. Another primetime game in the middle. Like I think they're going to do great. NBA on TNT has been like a thing since I can remember basketball.
Debuted.
Maybe early 2000s for Charles, huh?
Debuted in 1989 with Craig Sager, Hannah Storm.
Oh, TNT's.
Yeah, the TNT. And then Charles.
Because Charles was
When the hell did Charles debut?
Charles was still playing in 99, I think.
Yeah, the show started. No, this all started in 89.
No, yeah, I was saying Charles probably got on there
Charles
early 2000.
joined. Oh, there it is, 2000.
2000.
He joined TNT in 2000. 24 years, man.
Yeah, and the NBA on TNT, like you said, 89. I mean,
I didn't realize how long.
That's when I can remember. It's the first day it's the NBA on TNT, and the fact that it will be off in TNT, that's going to be a little nostalgic. That's going to be a little like, damn, no more TNT. That's all I've ever known, really.
I did not realize how long Shaq has been doing this.
Been about 10 years, huh?
It's like 13.
Yeah.
Well, they signed him. I think he played one more year, at least one more year. It said they signed him in 2011, 12. That's amazing.
I know.
That is. I did not realize it had been that long.
I'm just talking because I know you have given him his props, but Shaq, for somebody where I thought it was a little bit of a force to put him on that set.
Yeah.
He's added to that show.
He absolutely
with Shackton and then him and him and Charles. And I didn't see that at first. I thought
Neither
they
did
just
I.
kind of, oh, why is Shaq here? They're kind of forcing it, but he's actually added to that show.
I agree. I completely agree. I just like, there's no point in him being here.
Mm-hmm.
But also, not to sound like Matt Ishbia, continuity is important. Like, it took time for him to find his.
It did.
It took time to. You're joining an established team, and you're not a, with all due respect to Jamal, you're not a bit player, you're not a role player, like you're a guy. That's tough.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Did you see did you ever watch their the doc that they had?
Yeah.
I think I only saw like 1 or 2 episodes because I think there's 4, but I'm gonna have to go back and check that out.
Someone said they'd be the top guys and all that. Got me thinking, do we need to talk about who's got the belts in the NBA right now?
I forgot about that bit.
I think last time it was Fox.
Are we sure?
I had it. I had the
might have
belt on
switched.
Fox.
I think we might have switched it to Embiid or Jokic.
No, I think you two hoes switched it to Jokic.
No, I kept the belt on Fox. Let's go. Let's go.
You're pandering right now. I think you had it on Jokic. Did you have it on Jokic?
I had it on Embiid or Jokic. It depends when last time we talked about it and if Embiid was hurt at the time.
I'll put my belt on someone right now. I don't know who had my belt, so I'll just press. I have no idea.
It might be unanimous.
I think it is.
Play it for me too.
Yeah. It's Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, it's unanimous though.
Yeah, it's Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards is having, in its simplest form, he's having a moment. Like, he's having a super rare, ultra megastar moment. I don't even know who to compare this to. It always has to be like caveats when you do this. Ja had one a couple years ago in the playoffs. Ja had the moment. Everyone knew, oh, Ja's dope. And then Ja had the, oh my God. Anthony Edwards is having that moment, I think, to a greater degree.
It feels like Ant is closer to Steph 2015. Feels like it's that, where it's like, yo, and maybe even a little bit more than that, because I don't know if people at that time were like, yo, this guy's gonna run the league, Steph Curry. They're just like, oh, this is crazy to see. This is nuts. But we're looking at it right now, and we're like, yo, this guy's gonna run the league. Yep. Anthony Edwards is going to run the league. We're gonna give it a little time, do whatever we have to do, but he's gonna run the league. And it's crazy. They had the tweet the other day of, trying to find it. I don't know if I'll get to it in time, but basically, oh, here it is. Says Timberwolves star Anthony Edwards generated more than 100 million video views across NBA social and digital platforms
Mm.
since the start of the NBA playoffs, second among all players. Edwards finished the regular season as the 7th most viewed
Who's
player.
first?
LeBron.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I'm guessing,
Gotcha,
but that's
gotcha,
my
gotcha,
guess.
gotcha. Yeah,
I don't even
yeah,
know.
Yeah. That's a safe guess.
Edwards finished the regular season as the 7th most viewed player on NBA social. He also gained the most Instagram followers among players since the start of the NBA playoffs. And it goes back to the conversation that we had a lot of times throughout the season about who's the face. We were trying to figure it out. And I think we both kind of said the streets, the NBA streets will tell you who the face is. You'll just follow the views, I guess. Just follow. And they may, the powers that be may try to put somebody else there, but the basketball community will tell you who the face is. And Ant is trending in that direction.
I want to see when when NBA put this out. What day was this? Was this after the season? It was April 15th. The 10 most viewed players on NBA social this season. LeBron James was number 1 at 1.9 billion.
Jeez.
Steph was number 2 at 1.76. Wemby was 3rd, 1.3. Luka, 1.2. Those are the top 4.
Mm-hmm.
The 5th name on this list is Kyrie Irving. But man, from Luka to Kyrie, Luka Doncic, 1.2 billion at number 4. Kyrie Irving, 662 million. He essentially doubled him. Then there's Jokic at 6, Ant-Man at 7, Giannis, Tatum, KD. They round out the top 10 as the most viewed players on NBA social this season.
Did you see the stat the other day where after the Suns were eliminated, and it said this was the first time since 2005 that Curry, LeBron, and KD have been eliminated before the second round.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy. That's
Who eliminated
almost 20
Steph?
years ago. Keegan.
I just needed to have a moment. We haven't had one in a
Yeah,
couple
we-
weeks. I just needed him. Hey, I just needed a moment for us. That's all it was.
You notice when I talk about LeBron being on the lazy river, I neglect to say the Kings could be there.
Smart.
It's like Kevin in The Opposite. It's nice to get a win.
It's nice to get a win. They had to go meet with the 5 families to get their parking spaces back.
See, I don't know who Kevin is.
You ever notice how on that show too?
So
Kevin,
you don't even get the Dr. David Photoshop that just went up.
So is that her comp?
She's not Meredith. Stop it. She looks like Tisha Campbell in this
come
picture.
Dr.
That's funny. Dr. David put Kim's face on Meredith and said, Kim day drinking like Meredith. Of course, I'm sending that to her right now.
I wonder if she watches The Office.
She strikes me as someone who's seen The Office. I'm going to see, is she over there so we can see her reaction? Yeah, she is. I just want to see if we can catch her reaction to oh, she's pretending like she's working, so good for her. She sees my text. She's looking at it. She's opening it. I think she's perhaps a bit confused. She's unsure of what she's thinking. She's not entirely sure about what she just saw. We need another camera that we just run the wire under the door and put it on Kim's desk. And anytime we need to go to Kim at her desk, we just like we do Jesse. Like anytime we got to go to Jesse, boom, there's Jesse right there, hard at work. We need one where Kimberly is at.
Well, half the time she wouldn't be there.
Well, all right.
Because that's what they do. They just go to lunch every day.
Well, people got to eat lunch.
Yeah, they do. But we got to, eat sandwiches and oranges, and they just let's go to Bennett's, guys.
It is always funny because like we have to eat our lunches here, like where like they do eat lunch together and stuff. Like they conversate.
Oh yeah.
They hang out, they talk. Meanwhile, we're just isolated.
Maybe if we were,
we are the warehouse.
we have to take a day off from work to talk to each other. That's what it's like for us. All right. I said Matt George is going to join us coming up in about 45 minutes or so. Matt George will be with us. WNBA training camp started. Man, all eyes on Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
This is a huge year for that league.
Big time.
And I love this is the one. This is I don't believe in rookie walls. I don't think they're real. I do think they might be real in the WNBA.
Mm-hmm.
You're going straight from college. You're going through the whirlwind of the draft and everything that comes along with it. And you see, we just had the draft. We just had those monster numbers. That came right after the incredible Final Four. And now we're into training camp. Now we're getting ready. We're weeks away from the season starting. And oh, by the way, this is one of the years with the Olympic break. So the season's going to stop. The Olympics will go on. They'll return. Then the season will continue. But this is one of those rare times where it might be really good for the league because Caitlin Mania, brother, doesn't have time to fizzle out.
Down,
It's like, if you didn't know, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, Giannis is out. No Giannis Antetokounmpo tonight. Dame Lillard is in. If you didn't know WNBA started training camp yesterday, you knew something was going on with Caitlin because she was everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, she was everywhere,
man. And Sparks were out last night too.
I missed it.
Oh yeah, Sparks were out.
Uh-oh. Is this something I need to search?
It's sure if you want to. Sparks were at the Clippers game.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
outside.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. That's where Cameron Brink went, right? She went to the Sparks, right?
She's with the Sparks.
Yeah.
She's the player I'm most curious about. There's obviously a legacy of bigs on the Sparks, but can she transition?
I like her game, man. I think she's good. She's a dog too.
And that's good
She
because
get after it.
the bigs in that league are physical. Like Stephanie Dolson will rough you up. Like you'll get knocked around a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cameron's bad. Was she like 7'11"? Oh my gosh.
She always wear the 4 or 5 inch heels.
Oh my gosh.
She don't have step on that at all.
So what's funny is like she looks tall next to regular people, and then she gets next to like her teammates, and it's like, oh, that's normal.
She's just tallish.
Oh,
but
okay. Now I see why you acted the way that you did.
I'm reporting the
I
news.
see it.
I'm just reporting the news.
No,
what we
you're-
talking about? It's at the start. Well,
They're
actually,
outside.
to be honest with you, it was just all over the timeline. Like people were going crazy.
Yo, I see why.
We were like, oh, the Sparks.
I see why it's all over the timeline.
She met Mark Cuban last night too. I
saw that.
video.
Yeah, she towered over poor Mark Cuban. Absolutely towered over him. What is Mark doing?
Chilling.
Does he have a role?
Fan.
Is he still the GM or not Nico's the general manager, I think. Is he still in charge?
No, not even president of basketball ops. I don't know what he does. He just
He
he's
just
there.
travels to every game like
Yeah.
he still owns the team.
Yeah, he's just there.
He's just kicking it.
When he was in, they were in Sacramento. They put him on the big screen. They booed the hell out of him. I like that.
Well,
good. I think there's people like me still out there that still hold on to that early 2000s. Well, I don't know if
what
you
did
call
Mark
it
Cuban
rivalry.
do to you?
He was part of all that. Part of all that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think there's not as many people that hold on
He's
to
a
that. Like
he's a minority owner. Unlike some minority owners in the past, he might actually be a real minority owner. I don't think he has a role with the team. He's just vibing.
That is awesome.
Just got a seat on the plane, kicking it.
I got to salute that.
Well, I mean, Gentry's job is real. He's kind of got like that Alfie Gentry job. He's the chief vibe officer, like Drew Down throws in the chat.
That's a good call. That's
Yeah.
a good call. He's got the Alvin Gentry job, man. Salute.
How do I apply for that?
Well, Alvin's got it here, and
You need
if
an
I'm him,
assistant.
I wouldn't relinquish that job. Like Alvin, like if you ever get to a game early, like Alvin runs the room.
Oh yeah.
Like you could see him going from like each little pocket of people on the floor, and everyone stops to see Alvin Gentry.
Yeah, you need status to be this chief vibe officer.
Yeah. That's big time. Now you could do it. You got the stat, but like Alvin right now, you'd have to wrestle it away from Alvin.
A couple times I'm there early, and Alvin, you just kind of see each other. And I'm like, what's up, man? How you doing? A little dap or whatever the case may be. And then the last time I was there, Alvin was like, probably he was talking to Howard Beck, about 2 or 3 feet away from me, and James Sam was 2 or 3 feet away from him too. So I went over to say what's up to Hammer, and he's like, "Hey, do you know Alvin?" I was like, "We said what's up a couple times, but I don't think he knows who I am or nothing like that." He's like,
He does.
He's like, "Oh, okay." What's it?
And that was it. Oh, I thought there was a way better ending to that story.
He didn't even introduce me.
Oh, James. So the great thing is, if you had gone over and introduced yourself, I can probably verbatim tell you what Alvin would have said to you as you shook his hand. He would have said, "Oh, I know who you are. I know. I listen." But that's exactly what he said to me. That's our
guy,
I don't know if Alvin listens,
right?
But I know Alvin.
He's heard.
Listened.
Yeah. Nah, he's cool.
Shout out Alvin. We just
Cool,
want to
cool.
walk around with you.
That's
one
it,
day
man.
again.
Come on, man. That's all. Guy's the man.
Major vibes.
I hope he stays in Sacramento forever. Don't go nowhere else.
I always need a vibe officer.
Yeah.
Mitch is the chief vibe officer of the show.
Mitch,
what's going on, man?
How you doing, Damien, Casey? My mistake. I forgot to apologize to Jesse, insinuating that he was Italian and now Spanish. Both in the same Latin area, but my mistake.
He said same.
How do you say his last name again?
Oh, Tapia.
Hey, I see you, Mitch. I see you,
Mitch. Very good. Very good. What's on your mind?
Hey, first of all, Clippers got blown out. It is so typical. They're like the Buffalo Bills, or even another reference, when you had Canseco, Palmero, and Juan Gonzalez on the same team. They should have cleaned up those years.
Rangers.
It's laughable, and it's not the coach. All these injuries for Luka and Irvin. That is some combo. And we could have had Luka, but let's try to get some things right. Some things you're better off forgetting.
I forgot.
Yeah, it's time. Is Mitch still there?
Appreciate you, Mitch.
Oh, Mitch, got a question. Where do you land on the Knicks, Sixers, New York, Philly beef? Like, who do you want to see win in that situation?
I like Embiid. They kind of blame him. The Sixers, this Josh Hart, he's an incredible player. I think he's better than I know Brunson gets the score and all the glory. He's only 5'11". You can't be getting $300 million. But with the Sixers, when they draft in the lottery, they think they're playing blackjack, and they're showing 18, and they still want to push the envelope and hit me. You're going to lose, and they've done that. All these bad draft choices, including Mr. Simmons, because Ingram is a lot better, and he's sticking around much longer. Lakers have to be kicking themselves.
He's not wrong.
You're right. He's not
Lakers
wrong.
got to be kicking themselves for letting BI go. It's called range.
We'll come back.
Hey, we need Mitch all NBA. See, like, it don't have to be Niners or Kings or nothing. Like, break down the NBA, Mitch. That's what we need, baby. That's who can team up with Charles Barkley.
Give me that. Matt George joins us in about 30 minutes. We'll talk Kings basketball a little bit, including where our announced team ranks in the ranking of NBA broadcast announcers.
First, what are we talking about?
Should be, but I think I know why they finished where they did. I'll explain. Steve with Casey here on ESPN 1320. Let me put a little bit of excitement. The last song I heard when I got out of the car was Jamie Foxx. What's up with y'all, man? How y'all feeling? You got any plans this weekend? I think that might be part of the problem, but I'll explain. I watch a lot of these announcers. Let me see. Yeah. A little East Coast bias here. Securing the Bagley. Where are you again? I know you're not here, but where are you again? I don't think so, Warren. I think this is just kind of a...
These shows are kind of pointless, I feel like.
Not pointless. It's not pointless. It's just kind of a get to the next show type thing. But I'm sure they'll make it big. I'm sure it'll be fun. I don't expect anything newsworthy. You went from Mania into the draft. You've had a lot of things going on. I think it just might be a good solid show. Oh, let's go, Russell. That's fun, man. Have fun, bro. That's a good look. I think women's title changes hands. Okay. Women's tag title. All right. Yeah, I'm with you, Zay. It just sets up plot lines. Sean. What's up, Sean? $100%. I don't know what you mean by it's a t-shirt, yeah. And it is very roomy. Very, very much, this is an incredibly comfortable shirt. I don't know if that's what you meant, but yeah, it is a black t-shirt. Big Black Tea sounds like a brand. She's gotten really good. I'm not the biggest Nia fan. I used to like her, then she got fired and said some really dumb shit, but her work is pretty solid. That Jacob thing is just kind of lingering. Oh, okay, I got you. No, that is not the brand of this shirt. It's not. It's a different brand. Yeah, I think it's all she can be. I don't think she could ever be a babyface again. There you go, Jason. Ain't nothing wrong with doing a bunch of nothing. Ain't nothing wrong with that at all. At all. Oh, that's a good comp right there, Vader. Oh, TC, those come from the house, man. How is that cake? Is it good? Yeah? I just wanted something sweet. And I was like, don't get one. Eat your oranges.
I mean, you made the right decision.
No, my punk ass gonna get one at 4. Oh, there you go, Drew Down. River Cats, that's what's up.
Nice.
Zay, where you work? Where you work, Zay?
Ain't he pretty?
I want to talk about the Kings. These broadcaster rankings that came out too. Ramsey's on the line.
I'm gonna say the A's.
We already talked about the WNBA training camp. It's not that. We talked about Cameron Brink.
The A's.
The A's?
Yeah, the A's. They won again.
Let's find out. Ramsey, what's going on, man?
Doing well. None of the above. What I
know it.
wanted to get into has to lead. It leads into the whole NBA broadcasting contract potential scenarios. I personally don't think Ernie Johnson's going to leave the Turner team, not just because of inside the NBA, but because of the extreme rapport that he has built on the MLB on CBS shows that he does with Jimmy Rollins, Gary Sheffield, Pedro Martinez, and others that join that show
They do a really good job
on a segment.
Yeah.
On a basis when they're on, and that show to me is not as good as inside the NBA, but like you said, Kenny, they have a wonderful rapport built as well, and it's highly entertaining as well. And my thing is, who thought Pedro Martinez would take or turn in a similar role to what Shaq does on the Inside the NBA show on TNT?
See, and I'd go a step further. I'd say Pedro's the Charles. Pedro makes that show. He and Jimmy Rollins and Gary Sheffield when he was on there, and Curtis Granderson, they do a really good job. Like, I really enjoy that post game show, especially in the playoffs when they talk about it. But Pedro's the one. Pedro's the one, and that's kind of what I talk about with Ernie and Chuck. Like, it's Chuck, and I know you understand that, but and Ernie plays a super vital role, but almost like somebody that's hurt, you could get like maybe 80% of Ernie from somebody else. You can't get nothing from Chuck, and you can't. And in the baseball sense, you can't. I don't feel like you can replace Pedro.
I feel like there's a respect factor with Ernie Johnson that he has with the guys that kind of like you couldn't get from anyone else.
That's fair.
Like you throw in. I don't want to be disrespectful. We throw in like an Adam Lefko in there with the guys. Like, that's not gonna work.
Yeah,
like,
and
you can't just throw in anyone with those guys.
Who that guy would be? I think about NBC. Tirico would be a failure. That would be awful.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
Collinsworth, isn't Collinsworth an anchor? I don't think that would be good.
He's not an anchor. He's a Collinsworth.
Not Chris,
the other one. Yeah. No.
Maria Taylor's really good, but I don't think that would be a good fit.
So can I just want to point something out. You and Ramsey both sang the praises of that baseball show that Ernie Johnson is at the center of. That's not an accident.
No, not at all. He's one of the greatest to ever do what he does.
So I don't think your comp of someone playing hurt it works. I don't think you can get 80% of Ernie Johnson from another really talented host. Like, who does ESPN always go to? Could Greeny host that show?
Pedro's there. That's my point. Like, if Ernie's there and Pedro's not there, it ain't the same show. And same thing with Inside the NBA.
So again, I know we've spent a lot of time talking about TV stuff, but I'm riding really hard for Ernie right here, but I feel like, and Greeny's a great example in my opinion. Greeny, he's not my favorite. To a degree, he's good at some of the things he does. But one thing that Ernie has always allowed is he has allowed himself to not be the star. Shaq is the star. Charles is the star. Kenny is the star. Whoever is on that podium around him is the star. He accepts it. He invites it, and he plays his role as he has to. He has his moments, but he's never tried to overshine anybody. Greeny, that should be what Greeny does on Get Up, but he can't. He can't help himself. He has to do stuff. He has to have the outrageous Aaron Rodgers takes and he's got to get his clickbait out there. He's got to get his social media stuff out there. He's got to get viewed on on the Get Up Twitter account and all of that different stuff. Most people in television don't have the ability to put their ego aside. And if you put someone in that spot that doesn't have the ability to put their ego aside, it ruins everything.
I mean, Ernie's the best. Ernie's the best. I don't. He's the best host of any of these shows. And I agree with you on Greeny's point. Although I'll just ask you the question about Greeny, maybe not defend him, but the time slots, time of days, the roles of the shows are different. Like Greeny, this is a morning show. Like, get up, like energy's up. Gotta be
good morning.
It's
time to get up. Well, Dak, put the D back in Dallas. At this point,
that's a double entendre.
At this point, he has to be doing that on purpose because someone has had to have told him, like, Greeny, some of these teases are crazy. He's like, how inappropriate can I make this Dak Prescott tease this morning?
Man.
But that's at 5:00 in the morning.
But the what the show calls for is his energy a little bit, right? Just a little bit. Like he couldn't,
and that's okay.
And that, like, so I said that to say, like, because he did NBA Countdown, and it's kind of different because ESPN and ABC just don't allow their shows to breathe.
Right.
So I don't know if he could do the same thing Ernie.
Well, he's also in I guess in an attempt to stall Greeny out a little bit. He was a radio show host, right? Like that was very literally what he was supposed to do. But to me, when you have a panel of like 5 guys, you don't have to, especially in those quick. Not only do you have a panel of 5 guys on the set, you have 1 or 2 somewhere else that you're throwing to. And I think I think maybe, and he was probably instructed, I'll keep a little bit of that Mike and Mike in there. When in reality, when you're in that role, no, pull that back. Because it's not Mike and Mike, it's Mike and 4 other guys who all got to get their stuff off.
Yeah. There are, and also to stall Greeny outlet. There ain't no Charles over there.
No, there definitely is not.
There's not even a Shaq over there.
There ain't even a Candace Parker over there.
The closest one, honestly, probably, I don't really like, I'm not crazy about this guy. It's probably like when Rex Ryan is on there.
Yeah, I don't. When Rex started referring to players as trash, he just lost me.
I understand that.
Like, come on, Rex, you were a coach.
Yeah.
Who's been fired?
Their
like 9 times.
Their show is really good.
What show?
The Sunday Countdown.
Oh, I don't like it.
It's Rex,
I stopped
Randy,
watching it.
Charles on there. Charles Woodson on there. Teddy Bruschi
is Bruschi still on there? I liked.
They do.
No, Randy. Does Randy do the Sunday one or the Monday one?
He does. He might do both, but he's definitely on Sunday.
I don't like any of their shows anymore. I don't. That Ponder.
Sam Ponder.
She's the one that hosted.
Sam Ponder is good. She does a good job.
She's a good host.
I feel like Fox has the better pregame show between like ESPN.
Terry's.
Well, I know you don't have to say it. We all know.
He's losing his marbles.
No. Just we all know. Just let him finish. It's not that. It's not that different than what happens on college football.
Well, they don't put Lee Corso on the same amount of time they did 10 years ago, but they do that with Terry.
I know. I honestly think they're trying to help him. You know how he does that? I was actually talking to Kyle about this once. You know how he does the highlights?
Yeah.
And it's not always the prettiest. I think only because I think they do that to help keep his mind sharp. Just given like some of the things that happen on set, it's like, gosh, Terry, like we all see it. We all know what it is.
And stuff like that.
we all know what it is. I think it's just an exercise in front of 30 million people, like, or 20 or 10, whatever it is. I just, hey, salute Terry.
Salute Terry. He's one of the legends. He's one of the legends.
Speaking of broadcasting legends, your Sacramento Kings broadcast team finished. Who was that? Who was that? I couldn't even tell who that was. Someone was just waving to us. Who was that? Oh, all right. Salute.
Was it just someone random just walk past?
No. Someone was giving us hey, like, hey, who the Kenny looked excited to see the person.
Yeah, I thought like maybe it was Kim walking past again.
Had a great like soccer player haircut.
I was gonna play it off. Go ask them.
Place,
But when you
this place is so weird.
But when you said it, I
Can you imagine the day someone just walks in the studio and like, who are you?
that's happened a couple of times. Haven't you had to go talk to people? Like, yo, why is that guy standing there?
Oh yeah, we go check. Sometimes they just walk in and stand around, and nobody here will like check on him. They're just standing around with hand in his pockets, just like, who are you here to see, pal?
I love how we throw pal in just for.
We had one person walk. He's like, yeah, I want to like talk about like job I applied for. It's like, I don't even know who to send you for that.
Bro, you're in the wrong building. Email HR@odyssey.com.
Like nobody's even here right now. I don't even know what to do for you.
I see HR once a month. What are you coming here for?
Oh man. Oh, he's a DJ. Well, salute.
This is fact, Zabo. Zabo says I can walk into the studio uninterrupted, probably. Zabo just ring the doorbell.
Certainly.
Somebody will let you in.
Yeah. The best part is you could go, I'm here to see D-Lo and KC. Oh, come on in. I didn't mention I was here to murder him, but yeah, no, I'm here to see him. Come on in.
We are cooked. If some crazy dude walks in, yeah, I have a hit with the guys at 150.
Done.
Jesse, your guys' guest is here.
I'm sorry, that's not Matt George. Who's that?
We don't have James on until 3. Who the hell is that guy?
I thought it was okay. He said he was going to take Kenny out to lunch real quick. Threw him in a van.
Okay.
Shout out to radio listeners who bring food sometimes.
Oh,
yeah.
That's
that
scary.
gets touchy.
I'm not going to lie. I took a pizza home one time.
That gets touchy.
Yeah, that's even too far for us. Let's keep it moving. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5. I just feel the need.
Man.
Thank you guys so much for listening.
We appreciate
We
you.
are so
We appreciate
so thankful for every single one of you. Radio, Odyssey app, 98.5 FM HD2. Shout out to the Amazon drivers. Shout out to the to Delivery Joe.
Big ups to the second graders.
His whole crew. Shout out to the electricians who rock with us. Shout out to everyone out there, man. Shout out to the people who are working from home. I'm so thankful. I miss seeing you guys at Kings games because so many people will tell us, "Hey, you get us through our day." Boy, I cannot stress this enough. You get us through ours.
That's facts.
You get us through. All right, man. There was a point yesterday. It's just this. I got a lot going on outside of the walls of Odyssey, and you know, when we wrap up here, you know, we switch over, and it's kind of like boom, 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 boom. There's a lot happening on KSFM, and then it settles. And at about 5:30 yesterday, I looked at KC. I was like, man, ESPN moves a little faster than KSFM does on some days. And yesterday was one of them days where things just kind of slowed down a little bit. So we appreciate y'all, especially on days like this when we don't have a ton of Kings news to really like dive into and have fun with. And we just here talking, vibing.
Just radio showing.
That's all we do, man. That's all we do. And the Kings, specifically, well, Matt George, he's going to join us in about 10 minutes or so.
Shout out Matty McClain.
But the Kings broadcasting staff finished 10th.
That's not good enough for me.
In awful
I need a little bit more
announcing
respect.
broadcasting rankings. They haven't done these in about 4 years. Last time they did it was 2020, which was Mark's first year here with Sacramento. Mark and Kyle's first year with Sacramento. And they also finished 10th back then. But let's look at who's ahead
I'll be the
of
judge
Sacramento.
of this.
Because League Pass users will be familiar with a lot of these guys. The Dallas Mavericks.
They're not that good. I like Derek Harper. I do like Derek Harper as the analyst, but I wouldn't take them ahead of Zach.
I do think Derek Harper is good. The Los Angeles Clippers are number 8.
Like Jim Jackson and I think
Czar.
I think Noah Eagle is their guy. Our guy Noah Eagle.
They have Brian Seaman listed.
Okay.
Noah might be radio.
Maybe. I don't know. Could be wrong.
The Memphis Grizzlies. Brevin Knight is their analyst.
Yeah, I don't like Brevin Knight I mean, he's not bad, but I'm not crazy about Brevin Knight on the call.
The Minnesota Timberwolves with Michael Grady and Jim Peterson finished number 6.
Hey, they're great.
The Charlotte Hornets.
Nah, that's my boy.
Yeah, the
That's
Charlotte
my
Hornets.
boy
The
right
Hornets
there.
are good.
A lot of people get irritated with him, but that's my boy.
No, I get it. Minnesota looks like you. Charlotte looks like me. I got it. No, that's it. The Chicago Bulls. I have no beef with this. Adam Amin. Adam Amin is phenomenal.
Yeah.
He is phenomenal. The Pelicans finished 3rd.
That's my boy. I'm not a big fan of Antonio Daniels and what he does on that, but he's cool. He's cool. But they have the play-by-play guy is
Joe Myers.
Yeah, he's a legend.
Okay. The Brooklyn Nets.
That's Ian.
That's Ian Eagle.
Ian Eagle.
And Noah Eagle.
Ah, gotcha.
And Ryan Rucco.
No, that's pretty good.
Their analysts
It's
are
a lady, isn't it?
Sarah.
She does a good job.
Vince Carter.
Oh, I never heard Vince.
And Richard Jefferson. And then the number 1 local broadcasting team.
Can I guess?
I'm confident you can. Oh, I thought when you said I get like you knew.
I feel like this one's easy.
It is. Oh, I thought for sure KC would say it. You want to get a victory? Say it out loud. Get a victory. Get a victory.
I feel like you're patronizing me right now. It's Mike Breen. It's Mike Breen. Give me that dub. It's Mike Breen.
I will sanction this.
Yeah, it's Mike Breen. Surprised you didn't know that one.
Yeah. The Knicks, Walt Clyde. Yeah, that's number 1.
Yeah, Mike Breen and Walt Frazier, they received an A from 71% of the voters. The Kings received a B. The worst.
Oh,
that one's easy. Oh, okay.
Well, no, I ain't gonna say it. I'm trying not to.
Oh, no, say it. Say it.
They really got the worst.
The worst.
The Warriors.
30th. They got an F.
I didn't want to be mean, but
the most.
I didn't want to say it, but
the most common score from the people who voted on this was an F.
Bro, that's not a good broadcast.
I was a little sad to see 29.
We got 29.
It was Philly. It's our girl
Kate.
Kate.
Yeah, Kate.
Yeah, a little sad to see that. They got an F too.
I'm assuming Boston's bottom 5.
Well, let's see.
That was tough.
Yesterday was
the Wizards.
Broadcast, huh?
Yeah, Mike Gorman's last.
The
broadcast.
Wizards are 28th, which is trash. And there's the Boston Celtics.
Yeah.
At 27.
That broadcast is cooked after Mike Gorman.
Any broadcast with Scalabrini on it is going to be bad.
Trying to think. Who do I like that I haven't heard from here?
Miami has a solid one.
Yeah, I like Miami. I like their play-by-play guy. He's pretty good.
The Lakers broadcast isn't even bad either.
Lakers are 21st.
Lakers. All right, man.
What's up? You listen to them
like
more than
the
us.
Lakers
So.
broadcast.
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, I'm still giving them props.
I
too.
do.
No one's surprised.
My man Stu is the analyst, and then I forgot the other guy's name who took over. And did a really good job of taking over for Chick Hearn. I think they got it. They're a
took
little
over
better
for
than
Chick
21st.
Hearn like 40 years ago.
I'd say 15 years ago.
Chick Hearn been dead for like 25, hasn't he?
No.
Bill McDonald.
He does a good job.
Bill McDonald, yeah, and he's a great radio guest. He's a good guy.
So I think they should be a little higher than 21.
Okay.
30 is just fine though.
30. If one thing is for sure, 30 and number 1 are spot on. And I mean, by request.
Okay, Lake Show.
Come on, man. We
Securing them up. What
we
doing?
played a hit.
What we doing securing them up?
Are we dropping that phrase if Ty Lue signs with them? If he goes to them? Notice I said that phrase, so I didn't even say it out loud.
Wait, are we dropping?
Oh, are you dropping the OK Lake Show if Ty Lue goes? Are we going to be hyped or what's
Oh.
going on?
It's a good question.
I mean, I like
Good
Ty Lue.
question.
I'm the only one that's liked him the entire time. So I'd be happy that he gets a new job.
I'm not going to lie. Like,
Bro, you're going to get struck by lightning. You just come on this show and lie. Man, just telling stories.
don't go back to those early years of D'Lo and KC.
Oh, don't worry. YouTube brings him up for whatever reason.
That might have even been before YouTube, where you
Yeah.
were trashing Ty Lue on a daily
That's not
basis.
true. I always had respect for Ty Lue.
This dude talking about, oh, I like that broadcast team. Same guy that trashed Ty Lue for 6 months.
You know who's a good Tell me where these guys are. Is
Okay.
Portland.
I think I just saw Portland. I think they were like 12th, 11th or 12th. Yeah, 12th.
Portland.
Kevin
pretty good.
Calabro.
Yeah. And then they got another brother who's on the analyst seat. He do a
Lamar.
good job. Yeah.
Lamar Hurd.
I would say Charlotte is too high. I'll be that guy that says it. Charlotte's way too
No,
high.
Charlotte
Like it was
is
cool for like the social media stuff and all that. All right, relax, bro. Reel it in. for a second.
I know I looked for them. Where were they?
They were like 3.
Yeah, they were up there.
3.
They were like
Charlotte,
6, like
yeah.
top 6, I think, at least.
Charlotte was like 3.
Like you can't be getting that hyped up
No.
for Charlotte Hornets basketball.
Oh, they were
bro.
5. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. No, I like that team. That team's good.
Yeah, I like what they do.
Oh, the mellow ball for 3.
No, that's
22
funny.
22
Yeah, you're right. That team stinks. That team stinks.
And then Fude says Cleveland is bad. I disagree. I like Cleveland. I like
I'm not a fan of Cleveland's team.
they all right. They all right. I'm all
Yeah,
right.
I'm not a fan of Cleveland's team. I really like Chicago's, but I'm not a fan of Cleveland. For some reason, I can't remember.
What's the names on it? Where's Indiana? Because I think that's Quinn Buckner.
Hey,
Or
oh my
Quinn-
God.
Quinn,
Really?
not Quinn Buckner. It's
Pacers.
Is it Quinn Buckner?
Pacers. It is Quinn Buckner.
Yeah, yeah. He does
They
a
are
pretty good
16th.
job. That's about right. League average. Yeah, I like
They get the win tonight. You think they win tonight? We know
Well,
Dame is back.
yeah, so
we know
now-
Giannis is not. My point still stands. Everything should go through Chris Middleton first.
That's who it depends on, honestly, tonight.
I think so.
That's
I
who.
think so.
If Chris Middleton has a game, I'm
Well,
not.
I think it depends on the pace.
I think the Bucks win.
You do?
I think the Bucks win.
Okay.
Because we think of Game 3 was a toss up. But then you think about Game 4 where they smacked them up.
Mm-hmm.
But that was with no Portis as well. Portis and Dame.
The
Well,
Pacers.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do you think the Pacers can win a game 7?
No.
It was essentially
I
must win.
think
I don't think
Giannis
that's
comes
true.
back.
I think they can win again.
I think Giannis comes back if it gets to 7.
Well, I mean, you gotta, unless this was a show, you gotta believe he's somewhat
Now that would
close.
be Willis.
Now it was
round
Well, see, but
one.
now it's different. But now you're at home,
Right, exactly.
so that has a different type of impact.
Yeah.
But listening to Doc the other day, or reading, when he was describing what Dame was doing and what Giannis was doing, it did not sound like Giannis was going to play basketball. It sounded like, oh, okay, Dame might play.
The way it sounds like Dame is managing discomfort. Giannis is coming back from an injury.
Yeah.
He's play 5-on-5 still.
And
like,
it
all that stuff.
doesn't sound like he's
Yeah.
ready to come back. Like at least from what Doc said publicly, it does not sound like Giannis is ready to come back. Like not it did. I didn't.
Right.
I would have been shocked
Ready
if
to
he
come
played.
back and play in a playoff game.
Yeah. It's Willis Reed vibes if there's a game 7.
I know we're in Sacramento and we're talking Kings and Matty McQueen is on his way back. But when we come back, can we at least spend 2 seconds on maybe the series of the playoffs so far and what's going to go on tonight? Tonight going to be crazy in Philly.
Yeah, tonight's gonna be nuts, man, and we'll talk about it with our man Matt George, who is Locked On Podcast Network, is getting lots of love.
Joe
in the
Budden like
media chat.
numbers.
I love it. We'll talk with our man Matt George when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What's up, Matt?
What up, Matt?
What up, y'all?
How you doing, man? How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm in a good mood today, man. I pretended I had that Kenny Caraway money today. I went out. I got
Oh man.
got me a
Oh, man.
PS5.
Whoa!
Got me a PS5.
Whoa! Whoops, that was the wrong button. That button.
We got WWE 2K downloading right now, so all I gotta do is bring this box over to your house. We gonna play some GM mode. That's all we gotta do now.
Okay.
Got MLB The Show going.
Hypothetically, if I got a PS5, would we be able to play at the same time?
Yes.
And
but it's more fun in person.
If you get that PS5, you can mess around and get that NCAA football. And then
See, that's why I got to make a move.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Oh my God.
What are you talking about?
It's lit.
What are you talking
And you might need to come out of retirement.
Yeah, bro. Come on.
I literally got the box just for sports games. I don't need anything else on it.
Y'all really going?
It's better than the Oculus too. You won't take it back.
Yo, the Oculus.
They figure it. They figure it. Next year.
Well, the Apple
with
Vision,
the next media rights deal, they figure out this courtside every night.
Well, you saw the Apple Vision Pro's already cooked. I guess that failed.
Oh, is it really? I saw that it wasn't going well.
I was reading. It's not going well at all.
So D-Lo,
people were getting like black eyes.
Oh.
Sorry, Matt. What?
You get a PS5. We could play together online. We could do some matches and stuff, do like some tag team matches online and make some kids cry or something like that. But the GM mode is best played together. So, but you can play GM mode online, I think, but it's just not the same.
Can you imagine Matt George and D'Lo on Twitch making little kids cry?
Yeah.
Like D'Lo's hitting this kid with the leg dropper, whatever. He's like,
hit him with a chair again, Matt.
D'Lo gonna make me cry.
So what would them kids
tag me?
His ass.
Tag me!
I remember when Reese was locked in, he was like 8 or 9. He would kick my ass in WWE. I'd be like, yo, just let me get up one time, please. And then we can shoot a fair one.
Matt in there getting his ass whipped, and I do the Macho Man jump off the apron and leave.
There's buttons to taunt. So you could go to the top of the ramp. I'm just getting destroyed. And you could be at the top of the ramp just taunting, doing the Randy Orton hand thing. You can do whatever you want. That game's sick. We'll do a ladder match.
All right. I might have to figure out how to make this happen. If I can get a TV put in the office, I might have to figure this out.
Well, we have zero excuse to not play GM mode. And it's even better in 2K24. It's even better. They've added so many more matches.
Did I tell you?
You got to get on this too, Kenny. You're moving?
Yeah, but not far. I'm moving by your old college.
The hell? Why are you getting farther? It's because I moved here.
I thought we were a little too close.
It's because I moved here, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought we were a little. You were. We both can't be in Roseville, so I had to go to Rockland.
Wow. I bought my house specifically for closeness to Damian Barling. Haven't gotten the invite back yet.
You've been invited over. I think the last time I invited you, you couldn't make it.
No, you said, I know you can't make it, but your wife.
Oh, that's right.
That's what you said.
That's what it was. Yeah. That's why I invited your wife over.
Yeah,
right.
You invite me over. You said your wife can come. Screw you.
That's right. Well, she's still invited over.
Yeah, well.
Well, I mean, and Artie can come too.
Mm-hmm. You don't want him in your house.
No, he can play with Sprout.
He will play with Sprout.
How's the off season going, man? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Casey, you got a GM mode with us too. Even Jesse got to do it. We can all
Don't
four
be,
GM.
Don't be giving me NXT though.
You have a 5.
No, you can do.
You have a 5. What do you have, Jesse?
I got a 4. I still got to step my game up. I'll take NXT though.
No, you can. So there's Raw, there's SmackDown, there's WCW, there's ECW, there's NXT, NXT UK. There's those 6 brands, and there's a bunch of different GMs you can choose from, and each of them have different perks.
I got Buff Bagwell.
Big Papa Punk.
We're coming back.
Speaking of Big Papa Punk, real quick, I think yesterday was the anniversary of his little math promo he did. He's like, if you 75, he's like, Kurt Angle has 75% or 25% chance of winning, but if you take 8%, now he's got a 17 and a 2/3 chance of beating me. And if you take that divided by 10 or whatever, he's got this chance.
Big Papa Pump.
Holla if you hear me. Oh man. Big Papa Pump showed up to WWE, got his ass beat by Triple H for 3 months, and then was just gone.
Lost the bench press competition
Yeah.
on Raw.
Just got destroyed. So we welcome in our good buddy Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast. I know you wanted to before we dive into the Kings.
I just want to know what everybody's thinking. This is a big game. It's probably the game of the playoffs
So far. Yeah, Philly
and New York.
Owners bought 2,000 tickets.
What y'all think about that? That's kind of crazy.
Do what you got to do.
That's embarrassing for Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think I'd be a little more prideful than
your
that.
fan base should be a
Do
little
what
more
you got to
solidified.
do. No problem with it.
You think that series is better than Lakers Nuggets was?
Well, yeah, that one's over.
Well, that's fair. I mean,
Matt really enjoyed that series, though.
I did enjoy watching the Lakers lose, but man,
That was a good series.
Yeah, it was.
Jamal
It was
Murray was unbelievable in that series. 2 massive game winners in that series, plus Jokic doing his thing, Braun doing his thing, AD good and then terrible. Made me laugh. Austin Reeves even balled out.
I'm gonna put it on wax. It's gonna be official now. It's gonna be official. I thought about it, but now it is official. I'm picking Minnesota to win that series.
I like that.
Minnesota in 6.
I like that. I don't pick, but I'm not going to fight that at all.
Yeah, Minnesota in 6. And I think the Knicks ended tonight.
I don't think they do.
Ooh, that'd be crazy, bro.
do.
Saturday night, the Garden,
Yeah.
Game 7. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't think they do. I think Philly gets them tonight.
Somebody, you
Joel
want
Embiid near death goes out there for 40.
Now you want to talk about jumping out the window? I saw a tweet today. Come on, this is ridiculous. Somebody said Tyrese Maxey is everything they wanted Allen Iverson to be.
Bro. Oh my God.
Jeez.
That's worse than the stuff we were fighting about yesterday.
I said, come on, man. I'm done with Twitter. I'm off. I'm off.
What were y'all fighting about yesterday?
Oh, he came in here talking about trade Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid
I said
sucks.
you need to have a conversation.
Build around Tyrese Maxey. Embiid is trash. That whole thing.
Don't listen to this guy, man.
That's how I remember
Matt, this is what I said. Now, Matt, he is a GM type guy. I said, at the end of the season, this don't have to get out to the public. We're not Matt Ishbia this whole thing or nothing like that. But we're having a conversation here as the Sixers brass. Hey man, what do we think about Joel? Do we think we kind of shop him now quietly and see what we could get? Or do we just say, no, we're not messing with Joel, we'll write this thing off? The whole precipice of it all is I don't know if he can stay healthy for a whole season and playoff season anymore. And that's supposed to be the guy you're building around. That's kind of tough. Like you're basing everything on him, and he breaks down every spring.
I think, like, to me, you would have to root against what's good for the player in order for yourself to look good in that scenario. Because if you're trading Joel Embiid away, you're essentially betting exactly what you said, that he's not going to ever be the same again because of his health. So you're betting against the dude going forward. Because if not, then you became the general manager. Daryl Morey became the general manager who traded away the MVP a year after he won the award. And built around Tyrese Maxey, who most improved player. Tyrese Maxey was amazing in Game 5. I mean, he's a ton of fun to watch this year. He's an absolute breakout star, and he's a fantastic story. But I think a lot of also what makes Tyrese Maxey do what Tyrese Maxey does is because there's always a concern about what Joel Embiid's doing as well, right? So I don't think the Sixers, I don't know what you get for Joel Embiid. You very rarely see megastar for megastar type trades. So you're probably getting a massive package of draft compensation and stuff like that. Tyrese Maxey isn't carrying draft picks to playoffs and to being competitive next year. So I just think I personally wouldn't do it. I know Joel Embiid is breaking down, which really, really sucks. I also do think there's never really been loyalty in the NBA when it comes to how organizations treat their players when they start to break down. But I think there is a level of loyalty owed from the 76ers to Joel to continue to support him even when he's going through all this stuff. I get it's a business too. I personally wouldn't do it, but if they even floated it out there just to see what his value could be, I guess I wouldn't roll my eyes at that.
I'll say this. Firmly disagree with all of this.
Mhm.
Except I don't disagree with Matt, but he
I
is
didn't
30.
realize he was that
Yeah,
old.
he's 30. And 30 for a guy that size is a hell of a lot different than 30-year-old Steph Curry. Those are not the same things.
Mhm.
But still, I don't think I'd do it. At least not yet. I wouldn't do it. Matt, how's the off season for you and the Locked On crew going right now?
Well, I mean, Locked On's getting some love today, and I absolutely love it. If you haven't seen the awful announcing article that they did on the success of the Locked On Podcast Network and the success of local podcasting, brought a smile to my face too, because Locked On has been so good to me now in the 7 or 8 years that I've been doing it, something like that. I honestly don't remember. I'm approaching, I think late or mid May, I'll hit 1,800 episodes of Locked On Kings that I've done, which is unbelievable. And like, so the success for me, how it's built my career and allowed me to move on from bad situations and turn them into great situations has been pretty amazing for me. And plus, like, the model works because fans demand more content for their teams, especially Sacramento Kings fans who are beyond loyal and beyond dedicated. That's why I'm so lucky to be able to host a podcast for a small market team, air quotes, but that is so unbelievably passionate that maybe the numbers aren't the same as what the Lakers get just from the general fan, but the reaction and interaction is, I think, 10 times better. So Locked On is great. Unfortunately, though, I was hoping to still be doing playoff podcasts at this point in time. And I'm pissed off that I have to care about the NBA draft lottery again. I did not want to worry about that. And to be honest, guys, I was going into this summer fully intending to have to struggle for content unrelated to the draft because I didn't think the Kings were going to have a draft pick. So the draft content will pick up eventually. I don't care too much about this draft class because in general, I don't think the Sacramento Kings should care too much about this draft class. I said in a recent episode that I did like gut feeling kind of predictions for this offseason. One of my gut feelings is that the Kings will move that pick on draft night. It just makes too much sense for them to do that. So I think that's what's coming, but we'll get into the draft a little bit here or there. But I wish I was talking about playoff basketball. That's for sure.
For sure, man. And salute to you. I mean, you've done a fantastic job with Locked On Kings. You know, I listen to that show all the time, and especially when I listen to it like on June 13th, and you've got an app. I'm like, bro, I don't know if I could do this. This guy's a machine, man, coming out 5 days a week, you know, when there's nothing going on, or saying the same thing over and over again, but making it sound like new content. You do a phenomenal job with it, and keep killing. I feel like you might know this, but like, it feels like while the Kings aren't the Lakers or the Warriors in terms of like fan interest and stuff like that, it feels like they'd be pretty high. You know, you hear Bobby Marks talking about, you know, the 2 responses I got the most for all season videos was the Raptors and the Kings. Like, everybody was just Raptors and it feels like the Kings fan base and interest is one of the higher ones around the league. Are you able to see that with numbers and stuff like that?
Well, I think the Locked On model is made for a fan base like the Sacramento Kings. It's made for a fan base that just cannot get enough and does not want to get enough. And more importantly, not only do they want the conversation to continue, they want to be a part of the conversation, which is what, I mean, it's very unique with Locked On Kings because you tune into an episode with a solo host talking to himself or talking to a camera for 30 minutes. But Kings fans are so interactive to where if they choose to, they'll be involved in the conversation, whether it's in the comment section. I mean, the Chatty House is a perfect example of that. You got 200, 300, 400 people every single day tuning in every single day. Even during the summertime, if there's 20 minutes of Kings talk in a 4-hour show where there's going to be draft talk for the NFL and baseball talk, and you guys have been doing a lot of like NBA TV deal talk, like this market, it loves sports content. It's also not a coincidence too when you see the ratings come out every single year about Monday Night Football ratings or UFC fight night ratings or boxing ratings and stuff. Sacramento is always on that list. Always. Like, this city loves its sports content, and unfortunately there are people in positions of power in this city who have told me to my face that nobody cares about sports in Sacramento, and they couldn't be more wrong. Like, to me, this city loves sports content. They'll continue to take in that sports content. And the best part I think about the Sacramento media is that for the most part, we are competitors, but a lot of us work together, especially in the Sacramento Kings kind of network of things. Like I have great relationships with so many people from so many different networks. We're on each other's shows. We try and help each other out when we're able to, and come on each other's products and work together and talk together because we all are sharing the same audience that keeps wanting more and more and more and more content. So in that way, I think all of us, you guys included, we're very blessed to work in this city when most people would disregard it as, oh, it's Sacramento, not LA or not the Bay. Sacramento cares. Sacramento loves its sports content, and the Bay Area transfers coming over are only helping that.
I can't believe you've been doing the podcast that long, man. That's crazy. That's amazing. You're a big TV star now.
No, we don't got to do that.
You are a big time TV star.
We don't got to do that.
Yeah, you don't have to downplay it, man. That's your success. Where are your blessings, as Mark Jones would say.
That's right.
Where are your blessings? We haven't talked a lot of Kings today. I'm meant to. Have you dove into like what this offseason might look like outside of Malik? Obviously, everything around Sacramento centers around Malik Monk. But have you started to talk with your audience about like, then what?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of built out an episode that I did earlier this week just of kind of gut feelings about how this offseason is going to go, like I mentioned earlier. And Malik, I saved Malik for the end of that because Malik is the center and he's been the topic of conversation for like the last 6, 7, 8 episodes. So save Malik towards the end. But like, I'm just trying to be realistic about things. And I'm basing a lot of it off of comments and vibes and the feels that I got from our end of season press conferences, especially with Monty McNair and Mike Brown. And guys, I genuinely believe, I do not know if this is the right approach or not. The vibe and the takeaways that I got from the podcast, it could be a smokescreen, but I don't believe it is that the Kings don't feel like they need a star to be where they want to go. Like, I think a lot of Kings fans for months have been talking themselves into, okay, this offseason, the big trade's going to happen. This offseason, the big move's going to happen. And I've even been guilty of that too. And trust me, there were times when we were in the cellar of the bad in this past season, losing to teams like Detroit and stuff like that, or even losing 6 times to the New Orleans Pelicans, where I'm sitting there shaking my head going, God, the Kings need another guy. And they certainly could use another guy. But I don't think, compared to maybe the desperation of some other teams this offseason, I expect the Kings to be involved in conversations because Monty always wants to be involved in conversations. But I'm at this point in time, I'm not expecting a big splash. And I think a more middle of the line move or two is likely. It all starts with what they can do with Malik Monk. I have little to no faith in free agency because why would I? Number one. And number two is if you're talking about the scenario of losing Malik, they can, James Ham does an excellent breakdown of this, but they can, with the money that they have and with the rights that they have for Malik, they could pay around $17.5 million per year for him. But if they don't get him back, they can only offer, I think, $12 million. They only have like $12 million of cap space that they can use to go out and sign free agents too. So I don't think you're getting a Malik Monk free agent replacement for $12 million or less. I don't think that exists. So, I mean, it all starts and ends with Malik, but gut feeling as of right now, I don't think Harrison Barnes is going anywhere. I think Kevin Huerter's gone. I don't know what the pieces are that you're getting back in those deals necessarily. And I think the Kings are targeting more of I'm using this name because of the Pelican situation, but a Herb Jones-esque type addition to this squad, I think is more what the Kings are targeting than a Mikal Bridges, Lauri Markkanen, Zach LaVine, other bigger names that Kings fans might be excited about.
Just because he's
oh
yeah, I know. What about the other Bridges?
No thanks.
The season's played out. Has anyone's opinion changed?
No thanks.
Nah, I wouldn't go down that road.
Okay. Just asking. Because I don't know what that financially for anyone in the league looks like. But just asking. It's out there.
Nah, I mean, I hear you. Look, you got.
And I understand, by the way, and I know how everyone felt, a year ago. I'm just asking.
Hey, you've got to ask the question as a broadcast journalist, and more importantly, I think that question needs to be asked in that front office.
Mm.
You can come to the same conclusion,
Mhm.
but you get Monty might go, "Hey guys, just asking, guys. I'm just asking.
Right.
What do you think about Miles Bridges?" They may also, nah.
That's also that's also one of those guys too, Matt, that you are discussing with your owner.
Yeah.
You're discussing with your leadership team. You're discussing with the heads of probably like 6 other departments.
Mhm.
You're talking to your DEI squad.
Yes.
You're talking to a lot of different people
That is
about
a
a signing like
is
that.
the definition of a organization-wide decision.
Yeah. Yeah. Because then you even approach that conversation, you better have a game plan. And with all of that said, that what we just said might make it all not worth it. But if the idea is to get better, he's a solid basketball player in a potential position, in a position of need. But again, I get it. There's a reason he would fall into the price range of what Matt George was just talking about. And that's probably not something a lot of organizations are willing to do.
Matt, I do want to ask. I want to ask you this as well, though. What you talked about with it probably being like a Herb Jones type guy or something like that. Do you think that's enough to get this team back to the playoffs? And I feel, part of me, I haven't made my declaration of what the expectations is for this team yet. But part of me feels like you almost remember this past season. I was just like, just get to the playoffs. That's a success. Almost feels like you got to skip that step now. Get to the playoffs, win a series should be your goal. Do you think that just the Herb Jones type acquisition will be enough to have those type of expectations for this team?
It's a really, really good question to ask, KC, because like a lot of people are going to react to, and I got these reactions on the podcast too, to what I said about the Kings feeling that they don't need a star and think, what are you talking about? You're a long ways away from contending for a championship, which I agree. Like if you want to try and win a championship next season with how difficult the West is and the top of the East as well, you need to get another star. So if your goal is to win a championship next year, you have to do that. But I'm not saying Sacramento does not want to win a championship next year. I don't think Sacramento feels they need to go all in right now. So to answer your question, like Mike said it straightforward in the press conference. He said we should have won 50, 51, 52 games. We could have won 50, 51, 52 games easily. And he's right. Like, yes, there were a handful of games that the Kings won that maybe they should not have won. There were far more games that the Kings lost that they should have won this season. Like we talk about the losses to the bottom of the Eastern and Western conferences, the blown 20-plus point fourth quarter lead in Phoenix, the amount of double-digit leads this Kings team blew at home, the collapse in Milwaukee against the Bucks, and Dame Lillard hits that game winner. Like there are a handful of games right there that the Kings are, instead of at 46 wins, they're at 50-51, like Mike Brown talked about, and the Kings are sitting in the 5th or 6th seed and probably still playing right now. Like that's how Mike Brown feels. And Mike also is basing that off of the final third of the season is when the Kings figured out how to play the brand of basketball that Mike has been wanting them to play since he got here in Sacramento. So Mike's belief, and I asked him a question about like how sustainable this is, because a lot of what we've heard about, hey, the defense is different in the second half of the season or towards the final stretch because now the officials are allowing more physical play just like they do in the playoffs. I'm not fully buying that that's the only reason why the Kings defense got better. Yes, the Kings are playing more physical. So was the rest of the league. And the physicality in the first half of the season was what was getting the Kings punked. The Rockets out-physicaled them. The Pelicans out-physicaled them. There were so many teams that out-physicaled Sacramento early on in the season when the referees were supposedly calling the game differently. So Mike has figured out, or at least gotten his core group to play the style of defense that he wants to play. And he believes that's sustainable over 82 games going into the playoffs to where, to answer your question, KC, they can secure a top 6 seed, secure a playoff series, and then go on to actually win that series when they get back there. That absolutely should be the goal. That absolutely should be the expectation. And the addition of a Herb Jones type player, the addition of more wing length, size, and athleticism is, I think, the biggest need for this Kings team as a whole to be able to avoid the 0-6 against a team like New Orleans who has that in abundance. The blueprint of how to beat the Sacramento Kings was crystal clear. Have size, that's disruptive on the defensive end, and on offense be able to space the floor and knock down the three. Why? Because the Kings were too small to close out effectively.
So that leads us back to what are we looking for this offseason? Someone brought up Nick Claxton the other day, and the thing that I really love Nick Claxton as a potential backup for Domantas Sabonis, and I don't think Nick Claxton loves the idea of being a backup for Domantas Sabonis. He started the last 2 years. He started every game for the last 2 years. But he's a physical guy, right? Like he offers some things that Domantas.
He's athletic too, a rim protector.
And I feel like he fits in that. But Matt, you bring up even more interesting questions. How much of I didn't really think of that. Obviously, the league changed a little bit in February. Took Adam about a month to acknowledge, yeah, we had to change the way we were officiating these games. And I didn't really attribute that to the Sacramento Kings' growth on the defensive end. But how they're able to maintain that will be interesting because everyone was saying, be average on defense, be average on defense, be average on defense. They were very literally average on defense, and they missed the playoffs. So is everyone back on the, you know what, forget it. Go back to 30th on defense and score 130 points a game. I think one thing that'll be the most interesting to Matt, as I kind of bounce all over the place here, is the verbiage that Mike and Monty use headed into next offseason. Their verbiage this or headed into the season. Their verbiage headed into last season was clear. Defense, no, we're going to run, contend. Okay, well, that didn't work. Now what are they going to be talking about?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of a number of things. First off, like, I think the Kings feel pretty confident, and nobody feels bad for you, and there's no excuses or anything like that. But I think the Kings feel pretty confident that had Malik Monk been playing, they would not have ended up missing the playoffs and not have ended up in the play-in picture, because you didn't just lose a offensive weapon. You lost your second primary ball handler, and you lost your third best player. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm sorry, Keegan Murray. Keegan made jumps this year. Keegan is absolutely part of that core. This is not a Malik versus Keegan conversation. Malik Monk last season was the third best player on this Kings team, and it wasn't close. Like, it was Fox, Sabonis, and Malik. Those were the dudes. And the Kings, if they lose Malik, are going to face the same exact problem of how do we make that up? Losing Kevin Huerter as well, that's a tough blow, because even with Kevin Huerter's shooting slumps, he's a natural floor spacer, a natural three-point shooter that could have at least given you a handful of more points per game, even with his inconsistency, that could have made the difference at any point down the stretch. The Kings lost to the Suns by one freaking point, right? And that would have put them not in the play, or that would have put them in the 8th seed, right? So they would have played New Orleans in the first game. I don't remember how it worked. I flushed it out of my memory. Regardless, like, I think there's that element to it, but there absolutely is an element of the defense improved. Offense is still the identity, and the identity was not consistent enough for it to be a concern or for it to be feared by the rest of the league. So do you find a way, whether it's personnel-wise, to be more defensive focused to where you can afford to overcome those poor shooting nights, or do you find the consistency offensively to be able to put up the 110 to 115 on a nightly basis that you need to win games? Because it wasn't just that, and I understand right now, you look at all the scores that are 101 to 99 right now in the playoffs and stuff like that. I see that. But if the Kings were winning games down the stretch, scoring 103, 105, 107 points, I don't need them to score 120 per game, and Mike Brown has been against that for a long time. He said, I don't want to be that team. We don't need to be that team. It's not sustainable in the playoffs, and he's being proved right every single time a playoff game is played at this point. But if the Kings could down the stretch be 107 to 110 points per game every single night without the addition of a Herb Jones type defender, or without a quote unquote defensive roster, Sacramento could win on a nightly basis. So it's a balance, right? And I don't know how they're going to strike that balance, especially now that Jordy's gone.
So I would probably lean, surprise, towards bolstering that offense. Not saying you disregard getting a defender like a Herb Jones or something like that, but I would want to get to that point where I'm scoring 115 to 120 a night in the regular season. Because I think about this, you've heard me talk about this when you work out basketball wise. I'm gonna use this analogy. They say when you work out and you're getting shots up and stuff like that, your goal should be to make 80% of your shots. Wide open, no defense. You should be trying to make 80% of the shots. And one of the reasons why you do that is because you figure when you get to a game, that percentage is going to probably shrink by 30%. No matter what you do, it's going to be 30%. So if you're practicing to shoot 80% and that shrinks to that 30% regardless in the game, you're shooting 50%, you cooking. You know what I mean? But if you practice thinking, oh, it's cool, I hit 60% while I'm working out, that 30% is happening regardless. Now that 30% gets you to 30% shooting. I bring that to the Kings saying, you scoring 120 a night in the regular season, it's going to drop in the playoffs. It's going to drop in the playoffs regardless of what you're scoring in the regular season. So if it's dropping 15 points, you go from 120 to 105, you still got an opportunity to win. If you at 95 a night, I mean, that's drastic. Nobody's 95, but you know what I mean? Like if you're at 100, 105 for the regular season, but your defense is on point, by the time you get to the playoffs, you're going to struggle to score and win games. And I think that you should try to make sure that offense is always a threat to go off. And I think they got defenders around there now too, with Keon and Keegan in the starting lineup. And if you do pick up a Herb Jones, where you can be good enough on the defensive end to compete in these playoff type games.
I agree. I think also, though, the threat of guys that can go off needs to come from the people who are guaranteed to be here. Fox is a threat to go off any given night, and he showed that. And there were a handful of games in the middle of the season, whether it was chucking up too many threes, he was banged up. I genuinely believe this too, and I do not use this to disparage Fox in any way. Fox has spent the majority of his career getting downhill and getting whacked under the basket. Like, he is just getting beaten up. He's playing through injury every single season of his career. I shouldn't say playing through injury. He's playing hurt every single season of his career. To be the player that he is, attacking the basket like that with a slim frame point guard, like, that's the realities of the game that he plays. So game 45, a Wednesday night in Minnesota, I don't necessarily blame him for going, I'm going to take 7-8 threes tonight and not get into the paint as much because I don't want Rudy Gobert to destroy me. I'm also thinking longevity too. I'm also thinking I'm trying to keep myself as healthy as possible for a playoff run. So, like, De'Aaron needs to be and is capable of being that offensive threat every single night. But the growth in that area, Casey, for me, comes from Domantas Sabonis, comes from Keegan Murray. If Malik Monk comes back, it continues to be with Malik Monk, right? And then you're trying to add, because I've played out this scenario in my head too. In my mind, guys, there's no way Malik Monk comes back to Sacramento and is not the starter, right? Like, if Malik's coming back to Sac, he's your starting too. That's what he wants. That's going to be part of the demand. Then if you move on from Kevin Huerter or not, you have Keon as your backup 2. You have Davion as your backup 1. You can keep rotating their 3-guard lineups in there. This is why I feel like you maybe try and move on from a Kevin Huerter and get some wing help so that you have, because you don't want Huerter playing small ball 3 off the bench, in my opinion. Defensively, that's probably not going to work. This is why Huerter is the odd man out to me. So if you add more length and athleticism in that second unit that you can sprinkle in with your top guys, and then demand more of Sabonis. You need more 20-point games, Sabonis. Keegan, you need to create your shot more and go get. And Keegan's going into year 3, guys. It's not like year 5, year 6, year 7. Keegan's only going into year 3. He's going to keep getting better. So that's where the more consistent offensive threat, I think, needs to come from your top dudes, and surround them with guys that are defensive threats that can space the floor and are those type of guys where, hey, if you're getting 15 from player X, and like, it should be, if you're getting 15 points from Keon Ellis and 12 points from Davion Mitchell off the bench on any given night, you should be winning that game because you're getting offensive impact from these defensive-minded players who are capable of spacing the floor and getting you buckets, but that's not what you're relying on them for, assuming Fox, Sabonis, Monk, Keegan, even Harrison to some extent, they're doing their job offensively.
Malik keeps coming up. It's impossible to have a conversation about the offseason without talking about Malik Monk. And you had a conversation with someone who covers the Magic. How bad is it?
So Malik is a big topic of conversation in Orlando. Absolutely no surprise there, right? That was the first question I asked. Like, how much is he being talked about amongst fans, amongst media members, amongst podcasters? He is a big topic of conversation down there. And Katie Christensen actually tipped us off to that over the course of the season, because I believe she said in the broadcast or during one of the broadcasts that she's had media members from Orlando. So when the Kings played the Magic in Orlando, she had media members from Orlando come up to her and go, "Hey, what's this deal with Malik Monk? Is he legit?" Like, they are very interested in Malik over there. However, I left that conversation with Philip
I hope
Rossman.
Katie told them all to go to hell.
I'm sure she did. I think Philip Rossman Reich, the host of the Locked On Magic, I left that conversation actually feeling a little more hopeful, because what he said that really stuck to me, and I believe this wholeheartedly, is that the Orlando Magic will be hesitant to give Malik Monk more money than what they're willing to give Jalen Suggs, because they view Jalen Suggs as more of a core long-term piece there, even though he lacks the shooting that Malik would bring, and that team in general lacks a pure point guard.
He's an elite defender.
Exactly. He's an elite defender, and he's part of that core that's got you where you're at right now. He's loved there. He plays hard. Like, if the Orlando Magic were to be faced with a decision this summer, and they're obviously not, but Malik or Suggs, the belief is they would choose Suggs a heavy amount of the time and just figure out the point guard position like they're currently doing now, where Paolo Banchero is playing the point half the time, and they're figuring it out. So that leads me to believe, because this has always been a money thing for me, my number has always been $22 million, guys. Like, that is the sweet spot for me. That is the point of if I'm Malik and the Magic put a $22 million per year offer in front of me with the starting point guard spot on a playoff team in the Eastern Conference with no state income tax, I don't know how I can possibly walk away from that. But if that number is 20, and Philip said he thinks the Magic would hover more towards the 20 and even try and be in the high teens, like the 19 range, $2 to $3 million might not be worth it for me to walk away from familiarity, established role, relationship with stars, relationship with city, relationship with coach, understanding of everything the city and the team here in Sacramento is trying to do. All of that combines into one thing that is very difficult to walk away from for any player, even one like Malik, who has never really had security throughout his career and has never really had the money that he wants throughout his career. Like, security is important to Malik, and he tipped his cap with that, or tipped that off a little bit too, when he said, he answered the question straight up. He said, yeah, like, I could go chase more money and be in a worse situation. He's aware of it too. He's not dumb. Malik is very, very smart and very, very savvy to what's going on here. So, yeah.
You said something. It's something James said is like sitting in my head right now. Matt, maybe you can clarify this for me. We've been talking about 20 a lot, and how, like, 20 might not be, that might not be the number, like, that would really persuade him. And if you mentioned 2 to 3 million, I think it's important pointing out, unless I'm misunderstanding this, that's like $2 million for the entire contract, because Orlando or 29 other teams in the league can't give him 8% increases. So it's 20 times 4, assuming it's a 4-year contract. It's an $80 million contract. It's not $2 million times 4. It's, an extra $10 million. It's literally 80 versus like 78-ish.
Yeah.
Is that right, Matt? Like, other teams can't do the percentage increase. Only the Kings can do that. That's one of the incentives of, hey guys, stop team hopping.
Yeah, that's
going around and stay with your team.
That's a better question for James Ham, because he has a way better understanding of this than I do, and that's where Kings Beat is absolutely phenomenal, as well as, of course, the insiders here. But I think that's the whole point of the early bird rights, is your ability to go over the cap to retain players, and also a team's ability to just give that player a little more incentive to want to stay with the team that they found success with in the first place. So as far as I understand, I'm on the same page with you, D'Lo, and I'm looking at the chatty house right now too, and a couple of people are bringing up the Spurs as well. The Spurs are an absolute other team on my radar to take Malik Monk. And on the surface, a Malik Monk, Victor Wembanyama two-man game, hell yeah. Sign me up for that. Like, we saw how much JaVale McGee and Malik had chemistry in the 17 minutes that they got together on the floor. Alex Len and Malik, Domantas Sabonis and Malik. Malik is one of those guys, very similar to a Chris Paul. Now, I'm not directly comparing the two of them, but similar to a Chris Paul, Malik is the type of guy that can get any big man paid because Malik's game makes bigs look good. Like, that's just the type of game that Malik Monk has in his pick and roll in the two-man game that he plays with bigs. So on the surface, San Antonio makes a lot of sense from just a basketball standpoint. I don't know how much Greg Popovich is going to allow the freedom for Malik to be himself the same way Mike Brown does here in Sacramento, but that's complete speculation. What I do know is that the San Antonio Spurs are more than a Malik Monk away from being a competitor in the Western Conference. So if I'm Malik, and again, I'm only getting a few $1 million more, this is the worst situation that he's talking about to me. You're getting the bag. You're a starting point guard for the San Antonio Spurs. You have a two-man game with Victor Wembanyama, and you're probably finishing 10th at best. Like, is that intriguing to you versus running it back with Sacramento, believing in what you're doing here, and expecting to be a top 6 seed next season? And that is and should be the expectation for the Kings.
I also, when people talk about San Antonio, I don't want to say I dismiss them. I think they're a contender. But number one, I think people overlook Devin Vassell. He's a hell of a shooting guard. Cheaper. He's kind of in the Malik Monk role. And I also listen to the chatter that's been going on a lot with Trae Young. And it seems like there's something going on there with Trae Young in San Antonio. And much like Orlando, what I've talked about, I think they would be looking at a couple of other players to acquire in San Antonio before Malik Monk.
Matt George, Locked On Kings. Make sure you're following, make sure you're subscribing, and make sure you're watching. Matt George is a television star over on ABC 10 with our good buddy Kevin John. Make sure you tap in.
Casey, this is where you plug that you're going on 13 tonight, right? So
no, that's very nice.
I'm not going to be anywhere.
That's very nice. No, that's good. No, check me out tonight. No, that's good.
Screw you, Matt.
Appreciate you as always, Matt. We will see you all tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Knicks.
Good stuff, Maddie.
Let's go game.
Yeah, do what you do, big dog.
There you
Do
go,
what you
man.
do.
As if now I have to be a dad and go pick my son up. Ugh.
Oh, man.
I haven't been able to.
Oh, man.
I haven't been able to get on the sticks in like a week. And I'm
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, we appreciate you, Matt.
Of course. I don't have a lot of time, and I don't know how busy you guys are, but do you have a second after the stream to?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's literally a second because we got to go to KSFM,
Yep.
but we will see you guys tomorrow. We love you all.